Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
The last 4 years have put so much stress on American family finances. Help end the stress now and celebrate the golden age with President Trump by diversifying with gold and silver. Remember President Trump's first term? Gold increased by 55%. Don't wait. Diversify your hard-earned assets and buy your gold from Goldco. Now, with no purchase minimums. Goldco has been established as a top-rated precious metals company and a leader in the gold industry, providing white glove treatment for over 10 years. Their buyback guarantee assures you that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best price, providing you with peace of mind. You may even qualify for up to 10% back on bonus silver. Visit badlandsgold.com to claim your free information and instantsilver.com/badlands to see how much free silver you can get. Find out the relationship between gold, silver, Trump, and you with the free report focused on Trump and your financial future. That's badlandsgold.com and instantsilver.com/badlands to take control of your financial destiny.
Bright and early on this Monday morning. As you know, this week marks the first 100 days of the Trump presidency, and President Trump's first 100 days have undoubtedly been the most monumental and historic of any administration in American history. President Trump has already delivered on hundreds of promises he made to the American people, and we will continue to talk about all of them throughout this week. Tomorrow, I will host a press briefing at this same time, bright and early again, to highlight the Trump administration's economic accomplishments with our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And tomorrow night, President Trump will travel to Michigan to discuss all that he has achieved on behalf of the American people. On Wednesday, the president will host an open press cabinet meeting where each cabinet member will discuss their success thus far and their plans for the future. Today, we kick off 100-day week with a focus on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border. Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities. The first EO will strengthen and unleash America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office. Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years. Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's dereliction of duty. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, 99 now to be exact, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. America's borders are now secure because of President Trump. He has restored the rule of law, enforced our immigration laws, and defended America's sovereignty. The president immediately declared a national emergency on the southern border, deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion, and ended reckless catch and release policies. The results have been nothing short of extraordinary. Between President Trump's inauguration and April 1 of this month, only 9 illegal aliens were released into the United States, a staggering 99.99% decrease from the more than 184,000 illegal aliens who were released into the country under Biden during the same period last year. The number of unaccompanied illegal alien children arriving at the border has also hit a record low. Total attempted illegal crossings at the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another new record low again last month in March. Just listen to these incredible numbers. In March 2024, under Joe Biden, Border Patrol encountered approximately 140,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. 1 year later, in March 2025, under President Trump, Border Patrol encountered just over 7,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. That's another 95% decrease from the prior year. The first piece of legislation President Trump signed into law was the Lake and Riley Act, which requires illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence to be detained. President Trump also reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term to ensure that aliens who arrive at our southern border and claim asylum are returned to Mexico to await their hearings instead of being allowed into our country while they wait. The president has also restarted construction of his signature advanced border wall. More than 85 miles of new border barrier are already in various stages of construction and planning. And Border Patrol, in collaboration with the Department of Defense and the great state of Texas, have deployed 75 additional miles of temporary barriers across the southern border. The Trump administration, as you know, has also ended the disastrous CBP-1 app, which Joe Biden exploited to facilitate the migration of nearly 1 million illegal aliens into the country. The Department of Homeland Security has relaunched this as the CBP Home app to provide illegal aliens in the U.S. a straightforward way to declare their intent to voluntarily depart. For years, Joe Biden's weakness in open border policies allowed vicious cartels to functionally control, through a campaign of terror, rape, and brutal force, nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border. President Trump has put a stop to this in record time. He designated these heinous cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and invoked the Alien Enemies Act to immediately apprehend, detain, and remove these massive threats who have flooded our country with deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. The Trump administration is working 24/7 to successfully arrest and deport these illegal criminals and foreign terrorists from our communities. We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation campaign in American history. Over this past weekend, it was announced that through Operation Tidal Wave, a joint effort between ICE Miami and Florida law enforcement agencies, nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days alone. Among those arrested were a Colombian murderer, alleged MS-13 and 18th Street gang members, and a Russian with a red notice for manslaughter. And on the other side of the country, in the early Sunday morning hours, DOJ and DHS together launched a joint raid of an illegal alien underground nightclub used by Tren de Aragua in Colorado Springs, Colorado. DHS took more than 100 illegal aliens into custody, and many drugs and weapons were also seized. Operation Tidal Wave is a preview of what is to come around this country. Large-scale operations that employ our state and local enforcement partners to get criminal illegal aliens off our streets. As always, President Trump and our entire administration are grateful for the courageous law enforcement officers who are putting their lives on the line every single day to protect their fellow Americans and to keep our country safe. After 4 years of being vilified and hamstrung by the Biden administration, heroic ICE and CBP officers finally have a president who has their backs and is allowing them to do the jobs they signed up to do. There's no person who can attest to that more than our incredible border czar here at the White House, Tom Homan, who has dedicated his professional career to protecting our country and enforcing the law. I will let Tom deliver some short remarks, and then we'll open it up for questions today. Thanks for being here, Tom.
Thank you. Just a few things. Look, I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took border security seriously, because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came in office and unsecured a border on purpose. That's just a fact. We handed the Biden administration, after President Trump's first administration, we handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he unsecured it on purpose. Now, President Trump and this administration here, their success is unprecedented. We beat Trump's first administration on border success. Border numbers are historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. And the numbers prove it. President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. There's been studies done that says 31% of women that make that journey through use of cartels get sexually assaulted. When President Trump has illegal immigration down 96%, when 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this nation? How many known suspected terrorists aren't making it into this country? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting into this country to kill young Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked? Under Joe Biden, sex trafficking is up 600%. We had 4,000 aliens dying making that journey. We had 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl that came across the open border. President Trump's policy saves lives every day. Even the border wall saves lives. And people want to hate on the border wall. Every place a border barrier has been built, illegal migration's declined, illegal drug flows decline. But you know what no one talks about? The border wall saves lives. Because the most vulnerable, the women and children, can't get over that wall, which means they're going to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the United States Border Patrol who will take care of those humanitarian needs, the health needs right off the bat. We just went over the numbers. And let me talk about a few numbers that are important to me. Under the Biden administration, we averaged over 11,000 many days, over 12,000, even some days 15,000 illegal entrants in the United States. 15,000. You know what the number was the last 24 hours? 178. 15,000 to 178. Unprecedented success. On an average day in the Biden administration, known gotaways, people we knew crossed the border because they're on video, drone traffic, or sensor traffic, crossed the country, across the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. Average day under Joe Biden, more than 1,800 gotaways. Yesterday, 38. 38 too many? We'll get that to zero. But we went from 1,800 to 38. And finally, that was said earlier, under the first 100 days, or it was actually January 20th to April 1st, last year, 184,000 illegal aliens were released into the United States. Under this administration, 9. 4 of them were material witnesses in a criminal investigation. We needed them here to testify in a serious criminal trial. 4 was extreme medical condition. We couldn't return them because they were in such bad shape. And 1 was humanitarian issue. This is unprecedented success. The border secure. President Trump saving lives. President Trump has proven no one does this better than President Trump. There is no equal, it's not even close. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless the men and women of ICE who strap a gun to the hip every day, put on a Kevlar vest to not only secure our border and protect our national security, but the ICE agents in the interior, they're removing public safety threats and national security threats every day. While you're all sleeping at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, there are men and women out there enforcing the law and making this country safe again. And we're going to keep doing it. It's full speed ahead. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. And thanks for all your great efforts. We do want to open it up to questions. If you have border related questions for Mr. Homan, and I'm also happy to take any non-border related questions. I'm happy to take border questions too, but Tom is here offering his time. So we encourage you to ask him questions. We'll start with our new media seat today. As always, Rogan O'Hanley, former Hollywood entertainment lawyer, I didn't know that, Rogan, who got fed up with the far left ideologies of California and now posts conservative political commentary online for his more than 7 million followers across all major platforms. He joins us today from the great state of Florida. Why don't you kick us off today, Rogan?
Thank you, Karoline. In Trump's first 99 days, we've seen a coordinated assault on the rule of law by radical judges. We're thwarting his agenda with an unprecedented number of national injunctions. These judges are providing more due process to violent MS-13 and Tren de Aragua illegal aliens than they did for American citizens who peacefully protested on January 6th. As Stephen Miller has highlighted, it would be utterly ridiculous to have full trials and appeals for the more than 15 million illegal aliens that came across our border under Joe Biden. Many are now calling for Trump to circumvent these radical judges and consider suspending the writ of habeas corpus solely for these illegal aliens in accordance with the terms of Article 1, Section 9 of the United States Constitution, which explicitly allows for such a measure when there is a rebellion or invasion. There's strong precedent for this action, being that it was exercised by 3 of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and Democrats' favorite president of all time, FDR. All three of which are not only celebrated by historians, but are immortalized on our national currency with their faces on there. Furthermore, all three used it against American citizens, where in this instance, we would only be using it against illegal aliens. I think almost every reasonable American would agree that 15 million illegal aliens coming across our border under Joe Biden counts as an invasion, especially since many, as you highlighted, are now robbing, assaulting, raping, and killing American citizens. Historic assaults on our republic require reciprocal action from our government. Can you please let us know if and when the Trump administration is planning to suspend the writ of habeas corpus to circumvent these radical judges who are infringing on his Article 2 powers and to start shipping out illegals en masse?
I have not heard such discussions take place, but I can assure you that the president and the entire administration are certainly open to all legal and constitutional remedies to ensure we can continue with the promise of deporting illegal criminals from our nation's borders. And I also agree with the premise of your question, which doesn't happen in this room often, but I do agree with yours. It is absurd that the previous administration was allowed to allow 15 million that we know about illegal aliens into this country with very little pushback from our judicial branch. But this president is trying to simply enforce our nation's immigration laws and is facing roadblock after roadblock. So we're complying with court orders, but as Tom Homan has said every day, we're going to continue to forge ahead with this mass deportation campaign, and the president is open to all remedies to do that. Thanks for being here today, Rogan.
If I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, look, we just arrested the judge, Van Bondi, for impeding ICE enforcement removals. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their community safe, because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. What I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. And as far as releasing so many people, you know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and put them, rather than put them into an ICE bed? Why not put them in an empty ICE bed at $127 a night rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose, because when you put them in ICE detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings could be 5, 7, 9 years. You pull out all appeals. And what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. They can award an amnesty to millions. This is about selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says, and that's what we've done.
Mary.
A question on Abrego Garcia, if I can. The president recently said when it comes to facilitating his release, he's leaving that up to his lawyer. So just to be clear, have there been any negotiations between the U.S. and El Salvador over his release or facilitating his release?
I will tell you what the president of El Salvador told all of you in the Oval Office. El Salvador does not intend to smuggle a designated foreign terrorist back into the United States. He is an El Salvadorian national. That is his home country. That is where he belongs. And the administration intends to comply with what President Bukele said of El Salvador. He does not intend to send that individual back.
So that's a no. There's been no talks.
What I have told you is that the president of El Salvador has made this quite clear. Kate.
Karoline, can you tell us more about the meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky over the weekend? Did that meeting change anything? Did Trump leave that meeting thinking any differently about negotiations and next steps on this?
Look, the president talked about this after the meeting himself yesterday when he took questions from reporters on Air Force One. He thinks that he is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries. He wants to see a permanent ceasefire. I understand Vladimir Putin this morning offered a temporary ceasefire. The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well. And both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this. And I do think that the president meeting with President Zelensky shows that he is exuding a lot of effort and time into this because he wants to be a peacemaker president, which he was in his first term. He intends to do that again. And this is an incredibly difficult situation and conflict that President Trump inherited from President Biden, who allowed this war to start in the first place, but he's focused on solving this problem. Does anyone have border questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Caroline. If border crossings are at a record low, why should it still be considered an emergency?
It's because of what has happened on the last administration. We got to ensure that not 1 ounce of fentanyl comes across the border to kill Americans. The president has declared the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization, along with MS-13 TDA. They killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. It's an emergency till we shut it down. It's an emergency till the cartels are wiped off the face of this earth. President Trump's committed to saving every life. Now, I just mentioned gotaways 38 yesterday. Who are the gotaways? Where do they come from? We had over 2 million gotaways under Joe Biden's administration. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Under the Biden administration, you pay a cartel this amount of money to cross the border. Cartel's job ends at the border. Just turn yourself in a green uniform. Get released in 24 hours. Get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice. Get a free hotel room. Get 3 meals a day. Get free medical care. Get work authorization in 90, 120 days, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. We've arrested over 400 people on the terrorist watch list coming across the southern border in 4 years. How many of the 2 million came? How many of the 2 million came from countries sponsoring terror? If you think it's zero, then you're ignorant. This is the biggest national security failure this country's ever seen. This is the border emergency until we end it, end all of it. We're making good strides. Right now, it's still an emergency until we shut it down.
Go ahead. This is a question for Mr. Homan. Late last week, there were 3 U.S. citizen children who were removed with their mothers who were in the United States illegally. There have been a federal judge in Louisiana who was appointed by President Trump said that he was concerned that there was, quote, no meaningful process. Are you concerned that due process, at least for the U.S. citizen children, is being flouted and that the speed at which the enforcement is being done could lead to errors, as was the case in the Kilmar-Abreu Garcia case? And then also, if you could give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration and whether you're pleased with them.
First of all, I don't accept the term error in Abreu Garcia. There was an oversight. There's a withholding order. But things have changed. The facts around the withholding order has changed. He is now a terrorist, which is the withholding order set aside. And the gang he was fearing from being removed to El Salvador no longer exists. So the facts around that case are totally different. I'll let the lawyers litigate that. But as far as the 3 USC kids, I'd said from day one that if you enter this country legally, it's a crime. If you remain in this country legally and you ignore a judge's order about deporting, if you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision. Parenting 101. The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if we didn't do it, the story today be Trump administration separating families again. No, we're keeping families together. So when a parent says, I want my 2-year-old baby to go with me, we made that happen. They weren't deported. We don't deport U.S. citizens. The parents made that decision, not the United States government. But I don't hear any questions about Laken Riley had a mother. She's never going to see her child again. Rachel Morin, she had 5 children. Those children are never going to see their mom again. This administration is doing the right thing. Every public safety threat we arrest from this country and remove them, this country is much safer. So parents will make a decision what happens to their child. Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune from our laws. If that's the message we send the entire world, enter the country legally. It's a crime. Don't worry about it. get order removed by an immigration judge, don't worry about it. No one's looking for you. And have a U.S. citizen child and you're immune from our laws, you're never going to fix the border. People will keep putting themselves harm's way. More women would die. More children would die crossing this border. We got a secure border by enforcing our laws. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws under statute enacted by Congress, and it's the right thing to do.
Can you give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration?
Mr. Homan.
What are you asking for? We just provided the
Update on
numbers.
the number of deportations that have occurred under this administration, whether you're pleased with that.
Last number I got was 139,000 deportations. Am I happy with the number? Numbers are good, especially if you look at the ICE numbers. The ICE arrest removals are far beyond a Biden. But I read the media. Oh, ICE, the deportations are behind Biden administration. Well, why? Because they counted border removals. We don't have 10.5 million people crossing the border. We don't have border removals. So Joe Biden could have deported 5% of his encounters, and the numbers will still be higher than us on the border removals because we have a secure border, the most secure border in the history of this nation. Compare apples to apples, ICE arrests and deportations are far more than Joe Biden.
That's right.
Caroline.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Homan, talking about the border wall, can you give us an update as far as how many miles are being built today? And is Mexico paying for it, as the president said they were going to?
Well, first of all, I'll answer that question because I already answered it in my opening remarks. To date, since January 1st, there's been more than 85 miles of new border wall construction in various stages of that construction and planning. The president has made it clear to Congress that we want to see more funding for not just border wall construction, but also to support our ICE agents and our Border Patrol agents who are on the ground facilitating with this mass deportation effort.
So he's clear that Mexico is not going to pay for it? Is that what you're saying?
Let's address that. Trump said Mexico will pay for the wall. They have in a roundabout way, have they not? Putting 10,000 military on the northern and southern border, taking the action they did, remain in Mexico. They didn't have to do that. They're doing it. Putting military on the southern border. Have moved illegal immigration to a record low. We're saving millions of dollars every day on detention, transportation, removal proceedings. We've more than made up for the cost of that wall because the actions of Mexico. So is Mexico helping build that wall? Yeah, because we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can afford to build that wall. So actually, yes, they're helping to build a wall.
John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Mr. Homan, a question for you. You're the border czar. Can you give an estimate as to how many individuals are in the United States illegally? That's number one. And I'm sure you're very familiar with that number, an estimate. And the second question is, I have a list that the White House put out of individuals, 100 ICE arrests since the beginning of the president's term. And the people are arrested for various very serious crimes, first-degree murder, convicted of rape, convicted of murder and aggravated burglary, sexual assault of a child. How many of the individuals that are in the United States illegally are people like this, really bad people?
Well, first of all, how many illegal aliens I think in the United States? At least 20 million. He said, where'd you come up with that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know of came to the border. How many don't we know of? I talked about known gotaways at 2 million. How many unknown gotaways we have? Like between the Big Bend sector in Texas where there's no technology. How many 1,000 people did get across through there? We wouldn't know. We would know now. But, you know, so I would venture over 20 million. But your question is, last count, last I looked, there was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking the streets of this country. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're prioritizing. Them and national security threats.
We'll go to the back row.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
For Mr. Holman, I'm Taylor with Spectrum News. We have a station up in Rochester, New York. It was reported you're visiting there tomorrow. Can you talk a bit about the purpose of your trip? I know the Trump administration is suing the city over its sanctuary city policies, how the executive order Caroline alluded to ties into it, and what your message is for communities and community leaders who say, we're able to establish our own rules here. We're worried about this input from the federal level. Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, same thing I talked about earlier. I don't think any elected mayor, any elected governor should want public safety threats, those illegally in the United States, public safety threats walking through the community. And what happened in Rochester, HSI agent called for emergency assistance. Officers of Rochester PD responded. to a call from emergency assistance from a federal law enforcement from a federal law enforcement officer. They responded, then they got disciplined. I don't think anybody can come up with one instance where an ICE agent, a Border Patrol agent didn't respond to emergency call from assistance from any law enforcement agency. Cops need to help cops, especially in an emergency situation, but they got disciplined. And I met those officers down in Nashville soon after that. I think it was a couple of days after it. And I told them I stand with them. They did the right thing. Law enforcement responding to emergency assistance from law enforcement. So I'm going up there to support the men and women law enforcement, the men and women who carry that badge and gun every day. They're working the streets at 2 a.m. while we're all sleeping. I'm going to give my support, and they just announced a lawsuit, and that's one of many. Sanctuary City is going to be sued on this administration for flouting immigration law. I mean, the law is clear, and they're violating it, and this administration is going to take actions. I'm going up there to show my support of men and women law enforcement. I started as a cop, and the community. I'm showing support for them because the community wants their police officers to be officers too. The communities don't want public safety threats walking around their communities either, and that's what it's all about, and that's why I'm going.
Sure. Mr. Homan, how close are you to housing migrants at U.S. DoD facilities like Fort Bliss in Texas?
Well, we're already housing at Guantanamo. Fort Bliss is being ramped up, so in the very near future. I don't have a timetable because things need to be done. Construction needs to be done. We're making sure the facilities are ready to accept. We're making facilities are able to care for the people. They're going to be detained. So I don't know the timeline right now. It changes every day because of various issues, but we're working on it.
Are you intending to hold families there, including families with American citizen children?
Family residential centers are for families. They're not jails. They're open air campers built for families, which means they have child psychologists, they have pediatricians. And why family residential centers? Because we want to make sure that child is with a parent. Unlike the last administration who stopped DNA testing, who many investigations of children being smuggled in the country with some that wasn't related to them claiming to be a parent. So we're going to make sure children are with parents. We're going to make sure that's actually a family and that child ain't being trafficked. That's the main reason.
Regarding the executive order on sanctuary cities, is the administration planning to pursue any more investigations or prosecutions like was done against the judge in Wisconsin against local officials?
Well, we'd have to defer you to the Department of Justice, obviously, for specific prosecutions or cases against individuals. But as I said in my remarks, the executive order the president will sign later this afternoon does direct the Attorney General and also Kristi Noem, our great Secretary of Homeland Security, to provide a list of sanctuary cities in which local officials are not complying with this federal order and are not complying with federal immigration laws. It's quite simple. Obey the law, respect the law, and don't obstruct federal immigration officials and law enforcement officials when they are simply trying to remove public safety threats from our nation's communities. The American public don't want illegal alien criminals in their communities. They made that quite clear on November 5th, and this administration is determined to enforce our nation's immigration laws, and we're happy to provide the text of that executive order. And as I said, the president will be signing it later this afternoon. Sure.
Excuse me. I want to talk about farm workers. The president said earlier this month that there could be leniency for some undocumented farm workers. I'm wondering, where do things stand with that? And I'm also wondering, does that at all undermine his message on immigration, that it's okay for some undocumented people to be in the U.S., but maybe not others?
So the president was referring to our H-1B and H-1A visa programs, and there have been no final decisions on that at all. But the president, I think, what he was intended to speak about, what he was speaking about, is ensuring that we have a clean, legal immigration system that is being respected and obeyed. And the mass amount of illegal immigration that we've seen over the past 4 years in our country completely undermines our legal immigration system, those seeking citizenship, but also those coming here on a visa to legally and lawfully work. And the president wants to make sure that those programs are respected. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. My question is for Tom. Tom Reagan-Reese with the Daily Caller. Over the weekend, ICE arrested 2 illegal immigrants for allegedly stealing Secretary Noem's purse over the weekend. What can you tell us about these individuals' immigration history as well as their criminal history?
I don't have the criminal history, but I know the one that stole the purse is supposedly in the country legally. But Pick the wrong person to steal first from. I mean, Secretary Noem's a strong secretary. I know I've been talking about the success of men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, but under her strong leadership, she's a game changer. So I'm happy to work with her, despite the media I've read that me and Christy Noem have differences. Me and Christy Noem are attached at the hip. There's no daylight between us. We're both going to push the president's agenda. She's a strong secretary, and I'm glad she's in here. And I'm glad, but again, that illegal alien, pick the wrong person, steal first. I'm telling you.
Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions, one for Mr. Homan, one for you on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'd like to start with you, though, Tom Homan. This list has a very high number of sexual assaults on a child. Can you comment on that and why there's so many crimes against children committed by illegals in this country?
I don't know why. It's sick. It's the worst crime in the world when you sexually assault a child. I mean, the most innocent of us all. But that's why I made a statement that one time I was going to go to Boston, bring hell with me. And the media went crazy. At Tom Homan says, we're going to Boston, bring hell with them. I was going to bring hell to illegal aliens that rape children. There's not more heinous crime. And as you can see, the amount of child rapists we've arrested under this administration, that could have been arrested under Biden administration. They were out there. They had their final orders. They were out there, but they didn't go look for them. They were too busy releasing millions of illegal aliens in this country. And the numbers prove it. The removal numbers of criminals was the lowest. ICE had the lowest number of removals in the history of ICE under Joe. At the same time, you had historic illegal immigration on the border. ICE had the lowest numbers in the history of the agency. That shows the difference between the two administrations. We're looking for every one of them. People want to know, okay, when am I going to retire for the third time? I'll retire when every public safety threat, national security threat, child rape is eradicated from this country. That's when I'll rest.
Thank you so much. And then Caroline, really quick. Alex Thompson said at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I'm going to read his quote, "President Biden's decline and its cover-up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of the party, is capable of deception. We, myself included, missed a lot of this story, and some people trust us less because of it." Can you comment on those remarks and whether you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that assessment from Alex Thompson, who I understand won an award for writing a story months and perhaps years after the American people already knew that story to be true. Millions of Americans watched our mentally incompetent president struggle with his day-to-day duties of this office. We watched our country be ran into the ground as a result, and nobody in the media wanted to write about that, talk about it. There were many reporters, I will say, right-leaning reporters who did talk about that, who didn't get awards, didn't get coverage. In fact, they were lambasted for their coverage. And I remember being on President Trump's campaign, talking about Joe Biden's clear mental incompetence and being accused by people in this room of manufacturing deep fake videos, trying to persuade the public into not believing what they saw with their own eyes for many years. And I think it's about time the legacy media finally admits that was one of the greatest cover-ups and scandals that ever took place in American history. And certainly it did contribute to the decline in the trust that Americans have for the legacy media. Peter, which, by the way, is why we've made many changes to this briefing room in this White House. It's long overdue. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. A few things. You guys arrested a Milwaukee County circuit judge for allegedly helping illegal immigrants get away. As you guys look at other judges, would you ever arrest somebody higher up on the judicial food chain, like a federal judge or even a Supreme Court justice?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. Again, I defer you to the Department of Justice for individuals that they are looking at or individual cases. But let's be clear about what this judge did. She obstructed federal law enforcement who were looking for an illegal alien in her courthouse. She showed that illegal alien the door to evade law enforcement officials. That is a clear-cut case of obstruction. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. And so anyone who is breaking the law or obstructing federal law enforcement officials from doing their jobs is putting themselves at risk of being prosecuted. Absolutely.
You guys have at least 18 written trade proposals. We still don't know who they are from or what they contain. What is the holdup with that?
There's no holdup. We're working around the clock. The trade team is working all day. I was on the phone late last night with Secretary Lutnick. I was on the phone this weekend as well with Secretary Bessent. I mean, the entire team is working 24/7 to get these trade deals done. And I think you'll be hearing more about them this week. I don't want to get ahead of the trade team or the president in announcing potential deals, but certainly I can assure the American public that this administration is full speed ahead in cutting good and fair trade deals on behalf of the American worker.
And one more. After the president's Truth Social post, the Browns finally took Shadur Sanders. Does the president think he deserves credit for Sanders getting picked? And does he think going to the Browns is better than being undrafted?
Hey, I'm gonna. All I will say is the president put out a statement, and a few rounds later he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves on that one, Peter. We'll go to the back row in the middle, to the blonde. Yes. Hello.
President Trump has said that Secretary Hegseth will get it together. Does he think that Hegseth doesn't have it together right now?
Look, the president has made his position on Secretary Hegseth quite clear. He absolutely has confidence in the secretary's ability to lead the Pentagon. It's why he nominated him for this position. It's why the Senate voted to confirm him in this position. And look at the success that DOD has had thus far. Their successful operation against the Houthi terrorists in the Middle East. You look at the recruitment and retention levels for all branches of our armed forces are on the incline, which is exactly what this president intended to do. Secretary Hegseth has completely wiped out DEI from the Pentagon as well. And so he's going to remain focused on standing up for our war fighters, on implementing President Trump's peace through strength foreign policy agenda abroad, and the president supports him in his role. Sure.
Many are wondering how these 10 or 20 million people are working. Is there some efforts to clamp down on employment because they're working somewhere to keep staying here?
The number of worksite enforcement actions have tripled this year, and it's going to triple again. Because in sanctuary jurisdictions especially, if we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, they're going to release them into community. That means we go into the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we'll arrest them at their work site. We got to do what we got to do to arrest public safety threats. There's no sanctuary for public safety threats in this country. So worksite enforcement is going to increase even more than it already has. And another reason for worksite, the last administration stopped worksites. Where's the number one place we find victims of trafficking, victims of forced labor trafficking and work sites? So not only are we going to enforce law on work sites, we're going to save victims of trafficking. That's another reason we've increased worksite enforcement.
Well, go ahead, Brian. Sure. We'll take one more question.
This is for Mr. Homan. We all walk by these heinous yard signs that are along Pebble Beach. What is some of the feedback that your ICE agents are getting in the field from the community as they remove these individuals from their families, their neighborhood, their schools, or all the places in their community? What's been the reaction that your ICE agents have gotten from the people who live amongst these individuals?
The morale of ICE and Border Patrol is at all-time high because they're getting to uphold the oath they took and they're enforcing the law. Border Patrol and the Biden administration, I met with hundreds of them. They felt like Uber drivers and tourist agents. These men and women joined the ranks of ICE and Border Patrol to enforce the law, make the community safer, and protect national security. I hear it all the time. There's a lot of people in this country who don't like me. I don't care. But when I walk to an airport, I have many people walking up to me and thank me for what I'm doing, and I'm not taking credit for anything. The success of the border and immigration enforcement is President Trump and the men and women wearing that uniform. God bless each and every one of them. But I take a pleasure in seeing it because in 40 years of doing this job, people always want to say, why are you so emotional when you testify? Why are you so emotional on network? Because if they wore my shoes for 40 years, they'd understand why I'm emotional. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by the cartel members. And when you get to your knees and you talk to that little girl and everything innocent and pure has been ripped from her, when you listen to the Lake and Riley, 17 minutes, that young lady fighting for her life, don't just think, okay, a young woman died. Think of how she died, the terror that she went through, and these children that are sexually assaulted. I stood in back of a tractor trailer and 19 dead people at my feet that baked to death. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. And so every sick person we take off the streets, especially child rapists, makes this country much safer. Every illegal alien we arrest, public safety threat, one at a time, makes this country safer. But I got one thing I need to say real quick before I leave.
Take your notes from me, Tom.
Take my notes from me. I'm going to read it I don't want any misinterpretation when I'm reading to you. The registration requirements under 8 U.S.C. 1302. If you're illegal alien in the United States, this message is for you. You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you. Federal law requires every alien in the United States who has been present in the United States more than 30 days needs to register. For those 14 years or older, you need to be fingerprinted with the Department of Homeland Security. Federal law requires every alien in the United States to tell DHS in writing if you have a change in address within 10 days of changing that address. Failing to register with DHS and failure to tell DHS about your new address are criminal offenses, and they're going to be treated as such. Starting today. Make no mistake, if you're in the country illegally and you fail to do what the law requires, we will prosecute you, you will go to jail, then we'll deport you. Second law, penalties for failure to depart, 8 U.S.C. 1253. If you're alien inside the United States who has a final order, this message is for you. If you have a final order, the Trump administration is committed to enforcing our immigration laws, especially for those aliens who have received final orders of deportation. There are currently around 1.4 million illegal aliens who've been ordered removed, but remain here in violation of the law. We will aggressively prosecute, consistent with longstanding law, those aliens for failing or refusing to depart, or who takes other related actions aimed at hindering their removal. You cannot open the door. You cannot answer questions. You cannot open your car door. You consider it to evade law enforcement. If you fail to leave the United States after receiving a removal order, we can and will issue monetary fines up to $998 a day. Evading your arrest, knowing you have a final order or removal, is a criminal offense. We will prosecute, then we'll deport you. Get your affairs in order. If you're in the country illegally, work with ICE, go to CBP 1 home map, and leave on your own. Because we have to find you, deport you, and prosecute you. You'll have a bar placed on you, and you won't come back to this country. You won't be able to come back on a visitor's visa, a tourist visa. If you have a U.S. citizen child, can't petition for you. If you're in this country, well, you get your affairs in order and work with us and get yourself removed from this country. That's what law requires, and we're going to enforce that law.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom. You can get back to work now. Look, he's already leaving. He's got a lot to do, a lot of illegal immigrants to deport. But thanks, everyone, for joining us bright and early this morning. As I said at the top, we will do this again tomorrow to talk about the economy, which is another promise made and kept by the president. And I'll be joined by the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Today, the president is welcoming the Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles. If we have any Philly fans, that will be at 4 o'clock. And then the president will sign those executive orders I spoke of and a few others at 5 p.m. So we'll see you all later. Have a great day.
Humanity had been stricken by the unknown plague. The final years of Pope Francis's pontificate were marked with numerous appeals for peace against the Third World War that he called, that was being fought in piecemeal, he said, as well as unfolding very dramatically in various countries, especially Ukraine, as well as in Palestine, Israel, Lebanon, and Myanmar.
And as we know, then after his hospitalization from the 4th of July, July 4th, 2021, lasting 10 days for surgery at the Agostino Gemelli Polyclinic, Pope Francis, on 14 February 2025, returned to the same hospital for a 38-day stay due to bilateral pneumonia. And back in the Vatican, he spent his final weeks at Casa Santa Marta, dedicating himself to the end with the same passion to his patron ministry. Though not fully recovered, we saw him on Easter Sunday, on April 20th, 2025. For one last time, he appeared on the loggia of St. Peter's Basilica to impart the solemn Urbi et Orbi blessing. And then he drove around on the papal mobile and greeted the faithful who had gathered at St. Peter's. And then he left us the following morning. We see these beautiful images coming live from the Basilica, the cardinals and the bishops, beginning the procession, which would lead us to the beginning of this solemn celebration of the Eucharist.
The D that was placed in Pope Francis's coffin as we await the beginning of this Requiem Mass recalls that his doctrinal magisterium was extremely rich. It recalls that he often offered a witness to a sober and humble lifestyle founded on missionary openness, apostolic courage and mercy, and attentive to avoiding the pitfalls of self-referentiality and spiritual worldliness of the Church. Pope Francis, we know, set out his apostolic program for his papacy that lasted just over 12 years with his apostolic exhortation Evangelii Gaudium in November 2013. And he released 4 encyclicals through the year, such as Lumen Fidei in 2013, Laudato Si in May of 2015, which became the first papal encyclical dedicated to ecology and on care for our common home. Later in October of 2020, the Pope released his encyclical Fratelli Tutti on human fraternity and social friendship. And then just last year in October 2024, he released Dilexit Nos on devotion to the most Sacred Heart of Jesus. The Holy Father also famously was elected in 2013 and the cardinals recognized the need to begin reform of the Roman Curia, the governing body of the Church, the central governing body that assists the bishops throughout the world in their ministry and seeks to help the Church be united. And he did that famously through reorganizing the Roman Curia and setting this reorganization, to which he was asked by the cardinals, into a solid document with the Apostolic Constitution, Predicate Evangelium, preach the gospel, which was his focus. And now we see, and still in the silence of a quiet St. Peter's Basilica and St. Peter's Square, the coffin of Pope Francis has been raised upon the shoulders of the pallbearers to bring the late Pope Francis, his mortal remains, to the steps of St. Peter's Basilica.
And we then want to prepare ourselves and solemnly participate in this very moving celebration. We will join the procession very symbolically with the casket carrying the remains of Pope Francis. We participate as pilgrims of hope, a theme which was very particular and important to Pope Francis. And then we journey forward as people of hope, knowing, as Pope Francis taught and preached, that death is not the end. We remember in one of his audiences in November 27, 2013, he says our life is a journey. He said if we look at the most painful moments of our lives, when we have lost a loved one, our parents.
Hello, everybody. Mr. President, we have a long flight today. but we're going for a good reason. You have any questions?
What do you hope Steve Witkoff will get out of his meeting with Putin today?
He'll be calling me. They just left the meeting. I haven't been briefed yet, but he had it. I hear a pretty good meeting.
Mr. President, any update on Secretary Hegseth? Your confidence in him?
About what?
With Signal, having Signal on his home.
I don't view Signal as important. Big news, really. I don't view it as important.
You said you were going to be meeting with some leaders while you were in Rome attending the Pope's funeral. Who were you attending?
Some people in Rome, yes.
Who were you meeting with?
And a little bit quickly, and frankly, it's a little disrespectful to have meetings when you're at the funeral of the Pope.
Are you going to be meeting with
but I'll be talking to people. I'll be seeing a lot of people, including the Prime Minister of Italy.
Any plans to see former President Biden?
Very good Prime Minister. What?
President Biden, any plans to talk with him? He's going to be there.
I didn't know that. I mean, it's not high on my list. It's really not.
Sir, can I ask you about this judge in Wisconsin who was arrested because of immigration issues? What's going on with the case there? Can you tell us about it?
Terrible thing. The judge was arrested because he was housing a trendy Iroquois, right? Is that the one you're talking about? It's pretty surprising. It's terrible.
You said that you've spoken to President Xi multiple times. Is that since taking office, sir?
I don't want to discuss that, but I'm speaking to a lot of people from China, but I'm speaking to people from all over the world on the tariffs, and we're making very good deals. Very good deals. It's going to make our country rich. We're not going to be ripped off like we have been for the last literally 50 years.
There was a car bomb in Moscow this morning that killed a Russian general. Do you have any reaction to that and the impact?
Who killed what? Well, no, I just heard you just tell me that for the first time. Where did this take place?
It took place in Moscow. It was a Russian general who was
close to home, right? That's a big one. No, I'll look at it. If I hear anything, I'll let you know.
So when you see these leaders in Rome, it's more like mix and mingle at the funeral, right? Or are you having individual one-on-ones?
It's a little tough because we don't have much time, and we're arriving at about 11:30, and we have some people meeting us already. And then I'm taking pictures with the military tonight while we get to the house at 12 o'clock, the embassy. And so we don't have really much time. And then, as you know, tomorrow morning we're sort of leaving early. I think that we're going to try and see a couple of people that are important to what we're doing.
Why did you feel it was important to go to the Pope's funeral?
I just thought it was out of respect. You know, I won the Catholic vote, and I think it's the first time that ever happened where a Republican won the vote, and I won it by a lot. And, you know, I have a great relationship to the Catholics. Very simple. What do you think? But I won the Catholic vote. We got 56% of the vote. I don't know why we didn't get more, actually. I don't know how they got any. But we did well with the Catholic vote, and my relationship is very good. So therefore, you know, I think it's appropriate.
That Secretary Besant said that you know, you wouldn't drop tariffs on China unilaterally, that you would need to see some kind of movement. What do you want to see from China?
He's right about that. Well, I'm not going to drop them unless they give us something that's, you know, substantial. Otherwise, I'm not going to drop them. But it'll all work out. Those things always work out. You know, we're working in a lot of projects right now. The wall is solved. The border is the most secure it's ever been. We're having a very hard time with judges because they don't want people to be moved out of the country. Shockingly, nobody's ever had this before. No other president. There's never been a time when this has ever become an issue, where they talk about due process, when you have millions of people that you're moving out that are really bad people, very dangerous people, and you have a judge that wants every single one of them to have a trial. So they want us to have millions of trials, therefore. And how long does the trial take? Weeks? The trial can take weeks. That's not what it's about. That's not what our country's about. And that's not what I got elected on. And these are judges that just want to, you know, show how big and important they are. They're local federal judges, and They shouldn't be allowed to do it. You know, we have hundreds of thousands of people that we want to get out of the country, and the courts are holding us back. Some judge that nobody ever heard of is holding us back. It's very dangerous for our country. I mean, you want to see a country that'll have crime? Let that happen, because it's really dangerous for our country, and I can't believe the Supreme Court would let that stand.
What kind of movement do you consider substantial from China?
Well, free up China, you know, let us go in and work China, because frankly, that's what we wanted last time. We almost got it, and then they backed out of that deal. But we had it to go into China and to sell our product, sell our wares. In other words, it's called to open China. That would be great. That would be a big win. But I'm not even sure I'm going to ask for it, because they don't want it open. They don't want it open.
On the immigration front,
Big thing are the tariffs. But because of tariffs, I could possibly get that. What do you think? Opening up China would be a big win, right? The problem is, no matter how big the win is, the press will not give me credit for it. If I got the greatest win in history, they'll pay us trillions and trillions of dollars. They'll give us anything we want. The press will say, Trump, he just had a terrible defeat. He suffered a terrible defeat. But the people know. No, I think we're going to have a lot of big wins. I don't know if it's going to be covered that way by the fake news, but the wins are going to be very substantial. You know, we were losing with Biden, $5 billion a day. Think of that, $5 billion a day. I've got that number way down, and soon it's going to be very, very positive. We'll be making $5 billion a day, but we have a little ways to go yet.
Mr. President, can I ask you about the Texas Senate primary? The Texas Senate primary with John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Are you going to get involved? Have you talked to the candidates?
Well, they're both friends of mine. I like them both. In a way, I wish they weren't running against each other. But I like Paxton. I like Cornyn. They're both good people. So I'll make a decision somewhere along the line. But you have two very good men.
I have a question on your immigration agenda. Yesterday, a judge in San Francisco put a nationwide injunction on you guys taking money away from sanctuary cities. Your reaction to that? Then I have a question about the markets.
It's unbelievable when you hear a judge in San Francisco or a judge in San Diego does nationwide injunctions having to do with the whole country, sitting behind a bench, a local bench, even though in some cases, in many cases, they're a federal judge, but a judge can close down. We should close down sanctuary cities. We shouldn't have sanctuary cities. And we'll see how that turns out. But sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. That's what they are. They're sanctuary for criminals. They protect criminals. And we should close them down. If we want a safe country, you have to get rid of sanctuary cities.
India and Pakistan, there are tensions after the attack in Kashmir. Have you got any message for them? Are you going to be talking to their leaders?
India, and I'm very close to Pakistan, as you know, and they've had that fight for 1,000 years in Kashmir. Kashmir's been going on for 1,000 years, probably longer than that. And it was a bad one yesterday, though. That was a bad one. Over 30 people.
Are you concerned that there's now tensions on the border between them? Are you concerned about, how concerned are you about that?
There have been tensions on that border for 1,500 years. So, you know, the same as it's been. But they'll get it figured out one way or the other. I'm sure that is. I know both leaders. There's great tension between Pakistan and India, but there always has been.
So you've done the 190-day pause on some of the tariffs. Is it possible you'll have to do another 90-day or another extension of the pause?
I think I know pretty much. And again, you know, we'll have deals made, but we'll also make deals. In other words, we'll just set the tariff and we'll be reasonable, very reasonable. And that'll be the end. That's the deal. Because, you know, we set the price. They want to come in. Now, they set the price for their country, but everybody wants to come into ours. They don't want to come into theirs. Most people don't want to come into theirs.
Do you think the markets are adjusting to your tariff policy?
So when you look at what's happening, I think so. You know, I said there'd be a transition. people haven't understood it. Now they're starting to understand it. You know, look, think of it this way. We've lost billions of dollars a day for years on trade. Billions. Not going to happen. We're going to make billions of dollars a day. Because that's not sustainable.
Admit that nobody on your financial team was giving any type of tips to Wall Street executives about deals with India. There was some reporting yesterday that people had heads up on Wall Street, possibly to make money. Can you commit that that did not happen?
I can commit to myself. That's all I can commit. You know, I have thousands of people that work for me, but I can't imagine anybody doing that. I have very honorable people that I can say, so I can't even imagine it. But no, I haven't even heard that actually.
Sir, there have been some concerns about access to food, medicine coming into Gaza. When you spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu the other day, did that come up at all about access and humanitarian aid going into the Strip?
Gaza came up, and I said, we got to be good to Gaza. Those people are suffering. We got to be good to Gaza. We're going to take care of that. There's a very big need for medicine, food and medicine, and we're taking care of it.
Like opening up more access points or
Very hard.
pushing the Israelis
We are.
to open up more access points?
Get food and medicine into Gaza.
How did the Prime Minister respond to that?
Felt well about it. Yeah.
You got these Iran technical talks tomorrow in Oman. What do you think any kind
The
of
Iran situation's coming out very well. We've had a lot of talks with them, and I think we're going to have a deal. I'd much rather have a deal than the other alternative. That would be good for humanity.
start with an interim deal of some sort, or how's it going to work?
I think it's going to be pretty much, we're not looking to do lots of long-term. It's a very simple deal. One thing, they just can't have a nuclear weapon. I'm saving them a lot of money just on that. Having a nuclear weapon is really expensive, but it's also very dangerous, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And just that, I'm saving them billions and billions of dollars, because that's what it would cost. Now, with that being said, the Iran deal is coming along very well. We're dealing at the highest levels of Iran, and I think they want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal. There are some people that want to make a different kind of a deal, a much nastier deal. And I don't want that to happen to Iran if we can avoid it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hey, what's on tap for Melania's birthday?
Oh, she's gonna have a great birthday. she's got a working birthday. She's up front. I should send her back. You want to have somebody answer a question? I'll send her back into the lion's pit. Susie, let's send Melania back to the lion's pit. That's funny.
Are you taking her to dinner, Mr.
They,
President?
by the way, they would love that. When put her in, she'll be so innocent.
We see your office up there sometime this weekend.
Yeah, you can come up. We'll let them come up a little bit later. Okay?
Are you taking Melania to dinner?
Are you taking Mrs. Trump to dinner, or if you had time to get her a present? You've been very busy.
I'll take her for dinner on the Boeing. I'll take her for dinner on Air Force One.
There you go.
I haven't had much time to buy presents now. We've been pretty busy. But it's working out. Things are working out very well. And people are starting to understand how good tariffs are for us. And, tariffs have been used against us for 50 years. Now, I never understood it as a private person, why we allowed that to happen. It goes back a long time, but I never understood it. Why did we allow that to happen? Where we couldn't go into China, but they could come here. We couldn't go into Europe, but they could come here. Every place. We couldn't go into India, they could come here. I never understood why they allowed that. And I don't blame the countries, I blame the presidents for allowing it to happen. But you have a different kind of a president now, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent River announces Bitcoin interest and cash. Now, U.S. dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
We will hear argument first this morning in case 24-249, AJT versus Osseo Area Schools. Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, the district has conceded Ava's question presented. Both sides now agree that the ADA and the Rehabilitation Act apply the same legal standards to all plaintiffs, and that it's wrong to impose any sort of uniquely stringent test on children facing discrimination at school. That concession fully resolves this case. The Eighth Circuit rejected Ava's claims under Monahan's 2-tiered asymmetric approach. That ruling can't stand. The district wants to preserve its victory under a new theory it invented after dropping the indefensible 2-tiered approach it defended below. Now, they say that the statutes apply a bad faith or gross misjudgment test to all plaintiffs, not just school children protected by the IDEA. That's exactly the opposite of what they told you at the cert stage, where they said that no bad faith or intent is required outside the IDEA context. The district's new theory violates the text, history, and purpose of both statutes. It contradicts decades of regulations. It defies at least 5 precedents of this court and decisions from virtually every circuit. It would also revolutionize disability law, stripping protections from vulnerable victims and gutting the reasonable accommodations needed for equal opportunity. If you address this new argument, you should reject it out of hand, but you shouldn't address it because it's so clearly procedurally barred many times over. Whether you look at this through the lens of judicial estoppel or waiver or Rules 15 and 24, one thing is clear. The district can't win this case based on a radical new theory that goes beyond Ava's question presented and directly contradicts what they told the lower courts and this court at the cert stage. Instead, you should follow regular order and procedure, you should answer the limited question presented, and you should vacate the decision below. I welcome the court's questions.
Isn't there an argument, though, that we should, that some would think is embedded or included in the question presented, and that is, what is the standard?
I don't think so, Your Honor. I don't think that question is embedded in the question presented. I think our question presented was very clear that we were asking whether the uniquely stringent test that Monahan required only in the educational context, whether that was the correct rule. And that's clear, not just from the framing of the question presented in the paragraphs, the introductory paragraphs leading into it, but also from what we said in the rest of the petition, where we used that uniquely stringent phase 10 different times to talk about what issue we were putting before the court. We said that on pages 2, 3, 15, 13, 16, 22, 24, 27, and 39. It's not just us, though. We understood our question presented that way. The other side also understood it the same way. So when they responded to our petition and they responded to our question presented in their cert papers, they took the case on exactly those terms. They argued about the circuit split. They argued about the merits. They said this case was narrow and was only going to affect a sliver of plaintiffs who were in Ava's position, children facing discrimination at school. Now, though, they're trying to make this case about everyone, about 44 million Americans with disabilities who are protected by reasonable accommodations and who would suffer under the bad faith and gross misjudgment test that they're putting before the court for the first time.
Well, if that's true, counsel, then nobody is defending the position that you challenged. Is that right?
I think at this point, the other side has conceded that that position is indefensible, and therefore they aren't defending it. I think they have one amicus who filed a brief that seems to be defending the Monahan test.
Well, and yet that position that you're attacking was the majority position, right?
That was the position adopted by 5 circuit courts. That's right.
Well, what do we normally do in a situation like that? Normally we appoint an amicus to defend the judgment below, and we're saying we should just hand you a victory even though no one's challenging your understanding of what the conflict was about.
Your Honor, I think that it's fully presented to this court the issue of whether that Monahan test is right, and the fact that the other side couldn't even come up with an argument to, at the merit stage to defend that standard is a reason why you should set that standard aside. It's not a reason to kind of have a do-over or appoint an amicus. I think it's true you sometimes do appoint an amicus in that circumstance. I think you usually do it when the other side is no longer defending the judgment as opposed to the reasoning of the opinion. So I don't think that that sort of situation applies here. But we certainly don't think there's an impediment for to you coming in and resolving the question presented. You, of course, can look at the Eighth Circuit's rationale and the rationale of the 4 other circuits that have adopted this erroneous rule.
If we do what you say and say that there's no unique standard in the school's context, it'll still be open to the court on remand to decide which standard is appropriate throughout, correct?
I think that the Eighth Circuit would have to apply its own precedent to that question. But I think what you should
Or
say—
it could rethink that precedent. In other words, you're saying to leave open the question of whether the proper standard is deliberate indifference or instead is bad faith or gross misjudgment, and that can be considered on remand and can be considered by other courts of appeals to the Chief Justice's question that have this carve out or separate rule for schools.
I think in theory it could be considered on remand either by the Eighth Circuit or in other cases by other courts. I do think that in this case it can't, because in this case we think the other side is judicially stopped from changing positions on which they successfully avoided en banc review in the Eighth Circuit.
Point taken on that. And then can you explain the delta between, on the one hand, deliberate indifference, at least as the Solicitor General defines it, and bad faith or gross misjudgment on the other hand? Because the way they define deliberate indifference sounds a lot like someone acting in bad faith.
Your Honor, could I just add one additional comment on your earlier question and then answer that one? I think the other thing is when we're asking you to get rid of the Monahan two-tiered approach, I think it would be valuable and important for you to say not only that that approach is wrong, but that the rationale under which it was adopted, the rationale being that the IDEA context requires this sort of special rule in this context, is wrong. And I think that would help provide guidance to the Eighth Circuit and other courts. With respect to what the test is, it's a little hard to fully understand the other side's test because they've characterized it in so many different ways that kind of seem to flip-flop depending on what court they're in and what brief they're writing. As I understand their current theory—
No, just put aside what is the difference between deliberate indifference and bad faith?
So I think as I understand their bad faith test, it requires motive, which in their brief they describe in various places as requiring a sinister state of mind or something, approximating a bare desire to harm. And so I think that's an animus type test that requires more than the knowledge that there's a substantial likelihood.
Deliberate indifference, as the Solicitor General at least is articulating it, and I don't know if you agree or disagree, you would have to know that you have a legal obligation to do something, or substantially likely, and still not act.
So
if you know you're supposed to do something as a matter of law and don't act, that's, it sounds like that.
I think you can ask the Solicitor General to elaborate on their theory. As I understand their test, which we think is the majority test, you don't have to know the law. It's a mistake of law is not a defense. You have to know the facts that would constitute a violation of the law, and then you have to be indifferent to those facts. And I think it's a fair question to ask the SG how they would characterize it, but that's certainly how I understand the test.
I'm not sure where any of these tests come from, because mens rea is generally willfulness, which requires knowing what the law is, but the statute doesn't talk about willfulness. Motive, intent, we don't care about motive. We've said that repeatedly in a bunch of different contexts. It's, do you know you're doing the act, and are you intending to do the act? If it violates the law, you're guilty. Pardon the pun, this is a tort, but you're responsible. Or you do it knowingly, knowing that you're doing the act. So I don't know where the bad faith comes from. I don't know where the gross indifference comes from. I don't know where the deliberate indifference comes from. Have you figured that out?
So,
and I think that that's part of the question that would have to happen if a court takes the other side's point that it should be intentional with respect to all claims, injunctive, injunctive and or damages. So I take their point that maybe you need intentional conduct for an injunction, but I don't even know why you need anything else.
Right. Justice Sotomayor, we agree with that, the impulse underlying that question. I think those are some great questions for the other side. I think what I would say on this is that...
Yeah, but you're here.
Well, let me take a shot at it. I think certainly with respect to liability and whether the statute is violated, there's no intent requirement. It's not in the statute. What the statute has is a causation requirement, which is satisfied in circumstances where a person's disability it means that they're being excluded from a building or a program or a service. So there's just no way to gin up an intent requirement out of that. I think what some courts have done in the context of damages is they've sort of read the damages provisions and the remedies that are available through the lens of the spending clause and said we require something more. And because we require actual notice to the recipient of federal funds before we cut off federal funds, we should require some form of notice. And so in the Title IX context, courts have applied a deliberate indifference type standard. And we think that that's sort of the uniform rule, or at least the almost uniform rule that's applied by 9 circuits in this context. What the other side has, though, is a bad faith and gross misjudgment rule that is literally, it comes out of nowhere, like nowhere. No court has ever embraced that test as a standard under, other than the 5 circuits that we're arguing about here, no court has ever embraced that test in any other context under the discrimination laws. And we think that's a very high standard to meet.
I think you're going too far, though. Meaning, I don't know why you can't have an intentional failure to reasonably accommodate, because that's what discrimination is. And accommodation is, I'm not letting you use a program that you're otherwise qualified for because I'm not letting you get to the program. Either you're not providing a ramp or you're not providing an instrument that I could use. By its own definition, that's intentional conduct, isn't it?
Well, I don't think so, Your Honor. I think the reasonable accommodation problem arises in a context where there's no intent. And I totally agree with what the other side said on page 30 of their brief in opposition and what this court said in the Choate decision, where it recognized that the statutes provide, and this is page 30 on their brief, the statutes prescribe at least some unintentional yet harmful conduct, and talked about Choate, which itself recognized that the Rehabilitation Act targets unintentional discriminatory acts like architectural barriers. So those do not require intent and have never been understood.
Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, I'm sorry. Just to follow up on that, I take your point that we don't have to address any of this on your theory of the case. But deliberate indifference is often deliberately indifferent to somebody else's discrimination. It's usually a supervisory type liability. And as Justice Sotomayor suggested, and maybe I just missed it, when we think of discrimination in many contexts, causation, you're right. But the act of discrimination is to treat someone else differently because of their disability, right? And I would have thought that that might have meant I intend to treat someone differently. It doesn't matter about my further motive. I agree. I take that point, bad faith. But why wouldn't that be the test?
So, Your Honor, 2 things on that. First of all, I guess what I would say is with respect to the need for intent in every context, what actually helped this whole area of law click for me was reading your decision in the Cinnamon Hills case, which was explaining sort of the theory of reasonable accommodation.
I'm glad you remembered that because I'm not sure I do.
Well, it was actually a very thoughtful opinion that really kind of teased out the differences between disparate intentional treatment and reasonable accommodation claims. And what you said in that opinion was that sometimes formal equality isn't enough. And in the disability context, it isn't. And the reason for that is that you can have people discriminated and excluded by reason of their disability, even though there's no intent. And so because you have a disability, you're not able to take advantage of a program. And so even when there's not animus, when there's not a bad actor on the other side, imagine someone rolls up.
I follow you.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. That's helpful to me.
Sure.
And thank you for the reminder. I do have one other question.
Yes.
And that is that you're right that a lot of the courts have looked at these things through the spending clause, really the spending power. And therefore states have to be on clear notice. And they've distinguished between damages and injunctions on that basis. But I'm kind of curious why, because I would have thought in a contract scenario, I might be more on notice that my violations would incur damages than they would an injunction requiring specific performance, which is an unusual remedy for a contract breach. Thoughts?
So I think on that one, I think that with respect to the injunction, if the recipient of federal funding doesn't like the injunction, they can just stop receiving the funding. So they have the ability to get out of the deal. And so it doesn't put them on the hook to spend money in the same way that damages remedy would.
Mr. Martinez, has any other circuit taken the view, or is this argument that the other side is pressing, is that one that's kind of a live issue in the lower courts?
No.
Any other court taken it?
No, we have 12 circuits. Every single geographic circuit across the country says that you don't have to show intent to establish a violation of the statute outside of the context of children with education claims. So the baseline rule that applies everywhere is no intent for liability. You then have 10 circuits that have said you do have some form of intent requirement for damages, and 9 of those 10 circuits say that the test is deliberate indifference. There's a little bit of uncertainty about the 5th Circuit about what kind of intent is required. The 5th Circuit has suggested that deliberate indifference might not be enough, but they haven't really clearly adopted a different intent standard. But I think the other side says that there would be disarray if you didn't resolve like every last issue in this case. That's just not right. If you say the IDEA context doesn't create a special rule disfavoring kids in the education context, what's almost certainly going to happen is that the circuits out there are just going to apply their baseline rule, and all 12 of the geographic circuits are going to say that intent isn't required.
Well, it might also be that this sparks percolation on this issue. I mean, maybe what will happen is that there'll be pushback of the sort that your friend on the other side is advocating.
I would doubt that because of the fact that the reason these 5 courts have applied this Monahan test is really because, and as they explained it very well in their brief in opposition, it's all about the IDEA. I mean, look at their brief in opposition. The first paragraph is all about like, this is an IDEA case. And they're basically trying to interpret these statutes in circumstances where kids have protections under the IDEA to give them fewer protections under the ADA and Rehabilitation Act.
I understand, Mr. Martinez, why they did that before Smith v. Robinson and the congressional response to that. It's basically the same rationale that the court used in Smith v. Robinson. But once that happened, Smith v. Robinson and then Congress's repudiation of it, why didn't those courts go back and take a look at their own precedent?
So Monahan was, of course, before Smith versus Robinson. I don't know the answer to that, Your Honor. I think it's hard because you have to get en banc review. We tried our best to get en banc review in this case. And when we did that, and we surfaced this issue to the 8th Circuit in an effort to get them to overturn their precedent, the other side came in and said, they didn't just say follow this because it's your precedent. They said follow it because it's right. And they won a denial of en banc review in part based on their argument that there is this 2-tiered approach and a special rule needs to apply with kids who have IDEA rights. And so now they're coming into this court flip-flopping on that and trying to kind of have it both ways and play both sides, even though now they realize that earlier argument is
So, Mr. Martinez, can you just speak very clearly? Chief, can I go forward?
Sure.
Can you just speak very clearly to why they're wrong about that? In other words, they said Monahan is correct for this particular context.
Yeah.
And I'd invite you to just tell us why they're wrong.
I think there are 2 main reasons, which I'll summarize very quickly. Number one, there's nothing in the text of either the ADA or the Rehabilitation Act or the statutes it cross-references that sets up a 2-tiered standard under which different plaintiffs seeking relief under the same provisions have different standards apply to them. If that weren't enough, we think it is enough. You have an express statutory language, 1415L, in the IDEA that was enacted to overturn Smith versus Robinson and the erroneous reasoning that it embraced. And 1415L specifically says, I'm not going to quote it, but it says that you can't use the IDEA to limit people's rights under the other statutes like the ADA or the Rehabilitation Act.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
This is not exactly related to the question that's before us, so perhaps it's unfair, but I think it might have some relationship to what the court below was getting at. So this is the question: what difference, if any, do you see between the cost that a school district must be required to, the extra cost a school district must be required to shoulder under the IDEA, and the extra cost that would constitute a reasonable accommodation under the ADA or the Rehabilitation Act?
I think it's going to depend in any particular case. And the way to think about this is these are really different statutory regimes. You have the IDEA that gives you an affirmative right to a FAPE, the ADA in Section 504, which eliminate discrimination. Depending on the case, it may be that the IDEA gives you more than the other statutes in one context, and the other statutes might give you more than the IDEA in a different context. Here, I think with respect to the monetary relief that's at issue, it really, the statutes overlap to some extent, but they don't overlap with respect to the statute of limitations. And so we're trying to take advantage of the statute of limitations that Congress gave us with respect to the ADA and the Rehabilitation Act, which allows us to go back further in time than the 2-year statute of limitations under the IDEA.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor? Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
A couple follow-ups. You agree that there's an intent requirement for damages claims, but you say it's deliberate indifference, correct?
Your Honor, in our opening brief, we did not take a position on that. We did not take a position on whether there was an intent requirement, but we certainly are not fighting that. We didn't fight that below. I think the 8th Circuit and 9 other circuits say it's deliberate indifference.
It sounds close to a yes.
Close to a yes. We would have taken a position on it if we thought that was the question presented, but it isn't, so we didn't have to. But I think that's fair.
Do you agree with the SG's formulation of deliberate indifference? Any problems with how they formulated in their brief?
As I understand their formulation, I agree with it. I think substantial likelihood is an appropriate way of thinking about substantial likelihood of a violation. I think the one thing I just want to be very clear on is you don't have to know the law. You have to know the facts that would give rise to the violation. I think that's an important caveat.
Well, on that point, in my last question, there's a lot of line drawing that has to go on in this context, I think, with school districts deciding whether to provide services to 4:30 p.m. or until 6 p.m. And that's a very fact-intensive judgment on which the district court found that the district officials exercised professional judgment, convened multiple IEP meetings, extended the school day beyond the school day of our peers, implemented many of Dr. Reichel's suggestions. Failure to provide extended schooling till 6 p.m. at home was at most negligent, is what the district court found. And I guess it's hard to know how you say where you find the line for deliberate indifference, or that it's substantially likely to be a violation when it's this fact-intensive reasonableness kind of inquiry. So how should a court think about that? In other words, the court on remand, if it's applying deliberate indifference, how should it think about it as related to these facts?
Well, I think the first thing I would say is we love the fact that we have appellate courts, and the 8th Circuit in this case said, looking at those same facts, that we may well have established deliberate indifference. So it took a different view. We think certainly on the summary judgment record in this case, we would get past the other side's motion for summary judgment on whether there was deliberate indifference. Obviously, it's going to be a fact-bound analysis. It's going to require close attention, and the sensitivity that this court has often said is very important in the IDEA context should, of course, apply in this context too. But we think that we have good arguments and good facts for us that we can prevail on deliberate indifference properly understood if this goes back down below.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
And of course, your overall point is that courts already consider deliberate indifference on facts in other contexts.
That's right. They consider it on other facts and other contexts. And Justice Gorsuch asked, isn't it only the case when you're talking about supervisory type liability? And I would just say, I should have said this earlier, Justice Gorsuch, but I'll say it's also true in other contexts, like the prison context, when you're assessing 8th Amendment claims dealing with the medical treatment or conditions of confinement. When you're looking at the prison's own conduct, you apply the deliberate indifference standard there. And so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Reeves?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. There is no sound basis for applying different intent requirements to Title II and Section 504 claims brought in the school context. The texts of those provisions apply to qualified individuals and provide relief to any person, and do not distinguish among different contexts. And if there were any doubt, 20 U.S.C. 1415L makes clear that Title II and Section 504 rights are not restricted or limited in the education context. Respondents no longer dispute these points. Instead, they ask this court to adopt a breathtakingly broad rule and hold that a plaintiff cannot bring a Title II or Section 504 claim in any context without proving intent to discriminate. No court of appeals has ever adopted that rule, which would entirely eliminate all Title II and Section 504 reasonable accommodation claims. This court should reject respondents' attempt to belatedly insert such wide-ranging issues into this case and instead merely hold that students are not required to satisfy heightened intent standards in the school context. And respondents' arguments are wrong on the merits in any event. The text, context, history, and purpose of Title II and Section 504 do not require a plaintiff to prove intent to discriminate to bring a claim. I welcome the court's questions.
So I think you argue that intent is required in the damages context.
Yes, Justice Thomas.
But not injunctive relief.
Yes.
Now, what's your explanation for the difference?
So I think the explanation comes primarily from this court's recognition in the spending clause context, and particularly in Davis and Gebser, where the court has walked down a lot of this road, that there needs to be particular notice when there's going to be an expenditure of funds under spending clause statutes. And in contrast, when an entity incurs liability but is only potentially going to have to be on the hook for injunctive relief, the entity has a choice. They can reject ongoing spending in exchange for not having continuing injunctive relief. And that's not the case with backward-looking damages. And I think it's also not unusual for the court to draw these types of lines in this area. In Lane v. Pena, the court held that the Rehabilitation Act and Section 504 in particular, that the United States had not waived its sovereign immunity with regard to damages claims, but recognized that it had waived its sovereign immunity with regard to injunctive relief claims.
Well, I get this, the sovereign immunity overlay, but I mean, the strength of the argument from petitioners and the government is that the statutes here don't draw any distinction of the sort that respondent proposed below. And here you're asking us to draw a distinction the statute doesn't have on its face between damages and injunctive relief and imply a higher standard when it comes to injunctive relief. So could you address that oddity? And then again, I asked the question of Mr. Martinez. If you're looking at it through a contract type lens, through the spending clause, why wouldn't a state be on notice more that a breach would incur damages than specific performance, which is an extraordinary remedy in contract at least? So one might think if the state were on notice of anything, it might be injunctions before damages rather than the other way around. Thoughts?
So as to the first part of your question, I don't think we're asking the court to draw a new line here, because I think both Gebser and Davis already strongly suggest this line between damages and injunctive relief.
But textual, I understand that point, but I was focusing on the statutory text. The strength of the argument here is statute doesn't draw the distinction that respondent proposed. And now you're asking us to do a similar thing. And I'm just wondering about its consistency with contract type analogies.
Right. And so as far as the contract analogy goes, I think that the contract analogy obviously isn't perfect, because the focus here is notice as to liability going forward. And if you've already had a violation of the statute and you're automatically liable without any sort of intent requirement, that would raise real notice problems. But unlike a traditional contract, a state can't, or that funded entity can withdraw to forego ongoing injunctive relief. That's not necessarily true of a contract, but I think because of the way the spending clause contract overlay works in this context, the notice concerns are just less there. And I would also like to just briefly respond to respondent's suggestion that injunctive relief is always going to be significantly more burdensome. A plaintiff still is going to need to prove both the violation and that they are entitled to injunctive relief. And that means they're going to need to show that the violation is ongoing, and that but for injunctive relief, the violation is not going to be
Does the government think that intent is required, or that it's just noticing that it might be suggested by our cases? Or would deliberate indifference be the appropriate standard for both damages and injunctive relief?
So we think that, and I think this is consistent with what we said in our brief, intent is not required to state a violation of the
No, I
statute.
understand, but
And it is not required
for damages.
It absolutely is required for
think it is?
damages,
Okay.
yes.
But your argument doesn't turn on that today, right? I mean, I'm trying to understand whether to rule in favor of petitioner or the government today, we have to take a position on deliberate indifference, or whether there's a difference between damages or injunctive relief. I didn't understand the question presented in this case as it currently exists to require us to rule on any of that.
That's correct. We don't think the court has to rule on any of that because we do think this was teed up on the assumption that there are baseline standards. The court doesn't need to get into those. And the question is just whether there's a heightened intent standard that applies to all claims in the school context.
In that regard, do you have any concerns that no one is here defending the position of the majority of circuits who addressed this question below, or am I the only one?
Mr. Chief Justice, I don't have any concerns about that. I do think you have the reasoning of the decision below, you have the reasoning of Monahan, you have the reasoning of one of the amicus briefs in support of respondents. You have respondents' brief in opposition, which actually did take this head on. And I honestly don't think there's a lot more to be said for the bad faith or gross misjudgment standard. It just, there's no basis for it in the text, particularly in light of section 1415L. And I think there's perhaps a reason that respondents have shifted positions because it is so hard to defend. So I don't think this is a situation in which there's a close question that this court should be worried about that no one is actually defending.
Why do you think no circuit has changed its position? If it's so obvious that respondent has just completely given it up and jumped overboard, why are all these circuits sticking with it?
I honestly think that's a good question. Having read all of these cases post Monahan and then post section 1415L, it really just seems like courts of appeals haven't grappled with it. And maybe it's because of how some of these cases were litigated and 1415L wasn't pointed out to the courts. I do find it somewhat surprising, but I don't think that's a reason for the court to, suggest that the bad faith or gross misjudgment heightened standard is appropriate.
And I'll ask you the question, the question that the government always gets asked. Difference between your position and Mr. Martinez's?
I think the primary difference is that, while we don't think the court has to resolve this in this case, we absolutely believe that intent is required for damages claims under the ADA and Title in Section 504. And we think that deliberate indifference is a way to prove that intent. And I think I took my friend to not be taking a clear position on that here or in his briefing.
How would you describe the difference between deliberate indifference and bad faith?
So I'd like to take this in a couple parts, both as to the whole standard and then each part of the bad faith or gross misjudgment standard. So deliberate indifference requires actual knowledge of that a federally protected right was substantially likely to be violated and failure to act. That we think is just a standard intent requirement. It doesn't require any sort of animus. So look at the bad faith or gross misjudgment standard. I think first of all, as a whole, it's been rarely applied. It's only been applied in this Monahan line of cases. And for that reason, I think it's a little bit under-theorized, whereas deliberate indifference has been applied across the board to Title II and Section 504 cases, other than some circuits in this context. And then if you break out the two parts of the standard, I think that bad faith appears to have an animus requirement, which we just don't think is consistent with the text of these statutes. It's not consistent with things the court has said in cases like Murray versus UBS Securities, that discrimination generally doesn't require animus. So we think that's too high of a standard. And then if you get to the gross misjudgment part, I think that's very unclear. Respondents suggested in their brief in opposition that just looking at it on its face, it doesn't require intent at all, and that would be a problem. And then respondents in their merits brief cite two cases that are over 100 years old that don't even use gross misjudgment. They use gross mistake.
To Justice Barrett's question about the circuits, is there a case out there that failed under the bad faith standard that you think would have succeeded under the deliberate indifference standard?
Well, the Court of Appeals below here thought that it probably made a difference. So I think that's a good example. I think I can give you an example of a case sort of going the opposite direction. So we cite the 11th Circuit's decision in Lease in our briefing. And in that case, the the issue was whether there was failure to provide a reasonable accommodation in the form of a sign language interpreter for a patient at a hospital. And the court found that there was enough to go to trial because there was deliberate indifference, because these individuals had repeatedly requested an interpreter. But there was no indication in that decision that any of those choices made by the hospital were backed by some sort of rate of animus on behalf, animus discriminating against individuals with disabilities. So I think that case, while it got to go to trial under our standard, wouldn't necessarily get to go to trial under respondents.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito.
What do you think was the impulse that led so many lower courts to adopt the standard that you find to be completely unsupported?
So I think the initial rationale was the one the court laid out in Monahan, the Eighth Circuit laid out, which was this desire to harmonize the IDEA with Section 504 and Title II. And I think that might have been understandable, and obviously this court found that logic compelling in Smith. But I think once Congress adopted 1415L and said that nothing in the IDEA shall be construed to restrict or limit the rights, procedures, and remedies available under the ADA or Rehabilitation Act, it was just abundantly clear that that harmonization isn't appropriate. I think there also might have been a little bit of a misunderstanding about some of the daylight between these type of claims. I mean, my friend laid out very well, I think, that different protections under the IDEA and Title II and Section 504. But there are some claims you just can't bring under the IDEA. So if an individual is on grade and they don't need any special education, they're not going to get anything under the IDEA. But if they're using a wheelchair, they are going to potentially need a reasonable accommodation under the
Well, don't these two statutes proceed along very different lines? Under the IDEA, the school district must provide a free, appropriate public education. That can be extremely expensive, right?
Yes.
The anti-discrimination statutes, the ADA and the Rehabilitation Act, start from the baseline that people with disabilities are supposed to be treated the same as people without disabilities. But they depart from the baseline because employers, for example, in the employment context, must make a reasonable accommodation. But there's a limit to the expense that an employer, for example, is required to bear under the ADA. So is there a substantial difference in that respect between the financial burden that these two statutes impose on the regulated parties?
No, I don't think so, because the reasonable accommodation limitation, and particularly the reasonable part of that, is baked into both Title II and Section 504. That's been recognized since the 1970s, shortly after the Rehabilitation Act was adopted. And then Congress, when it enacted the ADA, said in Section 12201A that nothing in the ADA shall be construed to apply a lesser standard than the standards applied under Title V of the Rehabilitation Act or the regulations issued by federal agencies pursuant to such titles. So the reasonable accommodation limitation is baked into these Title II claims that can be brought against public schools. And so the public school is going to be able to come forward and say, this is not reasonable because we can't afford it, because it's not the sort of thing that is a normal accommodation, or because it would require a fundamental alteration in the programs that we give to students.
Well, let me just give you one other example. I don't want to belabor this too much because it's a side point. Suppose an employer, a place of employment is open from 9 to 5. Let's say it's a store. For some reason, it closes at 5 p.m. And there's an employee with a disability similar to AJT's disability here, who can't work in the morning, but could work later in the day. Would that employer be required under the ADA to allow this employee to work after closing time instead of during the normal hours when this business is providing a service to the public?
No, because under the reasonable accommodation framework, the employer would be able to say, well, this isn't a sort of accommodation that's reasonable on its face or used in a variety of cases. This isn't a sort of accommodation we've seen before, and that's a defense courts often recognize. And then they'd also say, well, this would be a fundamental alteration to our business. And I think, Justice Alito, one thing I would just point out is I actually think that underscores some of the differences between the IDA and Title II and Section 504 in the education context. we have not taken a position on this, but just because after hours education is required under the IDA does not mean that that's a required reasonable accommodation under Title II.
All right, that's what I was asking about. Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor? Justice Kagan?
Ms. Reeves, if we decide that this dual track approach is incorrect, and if we say nothing about the appropriate standards with respect to either damages or injunctions, what's your understanding of what could properly happen below?
So I think below, without any other urging, presumably the Eighth Circuit would apply its general precedent to those two questions. And the Eighth Circuit has generally held that to state a violation of Title II or Section 504, you don't have to prove an intent. That's also true for injunctive relief, but the plaintiff would have to prove deliberate indifference for damages. We haven't taken a position on whether respondents could try to raise these broader arguments on remand. I think there's some good arguments that those have been forfeited and that there are judicial estoppel, but that would obviously be a question for the lower courts to sort out.
And you said without any urging on our part or without any encouragement. I mean, is there an argument for encouragement? Is the better approach not to do that? Do you have a position on that?
We don't think that there's any basis for courts to start reconsidering the reasonable accommodations framework that all courts of appeals have signed off on. This court has recognized it since the mid-1970s. The entirety of the Rehabilitation Act and Title II have been built up around that. And so I don't think there's a good basis for that, and there wouldn't be any reason to encourage it.
Thank you.
Ms. Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh?
You said that clear notice was important, I think, in this context in damages claims. And the other side says that your framing of deliberate indifference, in particular, actual knowledge that a federally protected right was substantially likely to be violated. They focus on substantially likely, that does not give, in this context, school districts clear notice of what they have to do, particular, something like this, 4:30 p.m. or 6 p.m., and that it's therefore, and you're talking about reasonable accommodations and line drawing to Justice Alito's question. How do we deal with that?
Well, as an initial matter, I think the deliberate indifference standard is significantly clearer and gives more notice than the proposed bad faith or gross misjudgment standard, where we don't even know if the second component requires intent or not. And deliberate indifference is much more
Well, just on the
well-established.
question, though, this standard is not exactly crystal clear. At least that's what the other side says. School districts, to Justice Alito's point, are going to be in the hook for substantial expenditures, and they want just notice. Tell us whether we're substantially likely to violate the law. How are they supposed to determine that?
So a couple of responses to that. So first of all, I do think, this is an actual knowledge requirement, and it is failure to act, a deliberate choice not to act. And when it comes
Say
to
actual knowledge of your legal obligations, correct?
So it's not actual knowledge of the law, but it's actual knowledge. And I think this is consistent with normal intent standards that, your actions are illegal or your actions are, likely to violate someone's rights. So it's not that you have to know the precision of, and this is a tricky area in many areas of law, but I do think that with the substantial likelihood standard, as this court has described it in Davis and Gebser, is going to require a more than 50% assurance that a violation is going to occur. And that means that you've kind of made a mistake as to the whole reasonable accommodation framework. And I would just point out that because we're just talking about injunctive relief, the kind of worst case scenario here is if the entity mistakenly denies a reasonable accommodation and it turns out they should have granted it, they'll just have to grant it going forward unless there is, this high level of deliberate indifference. Like the standard builds in the ability for school districts to make significant mistakes and not be held liable for damages.
Sorry to belabor it. One last question. If a school district says, I don't know whether the council for the school district says, I don't know whether the law would require us to go to 6 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. I just don't know. I don't know how that will be assessed. Can a court then say that they acted with knowledge that a federal right was substantially likely to be violated?
I don't think estoppel, but that would obviously be a question for the lower courts to sort out.
And you said without any urging on our part or without any encouragement. I mean, is there an argument for encouragement? Is the better approach not to do that? Do you have a position on that?
We don't think that there's any basis for courts to start reconsidering the reasonable accommodations framework that all courts of appeals have signed off on. I mean, this court has recognized it since the mid-1970s. The entirety of the Rehabilitation Act and Title II have been built up around that. And so I don't think there's a good basis for that, and there wouldn't be any reason to encourage it.
Thank you.
Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh?
You said that clear notice was important, I think, in this context in damages claims. And the other side says that your framing of deliberate indifference, in particular, actual knowledge that a federally protected right was substantially likely to be violated. They focus on substantially likely, that does not give, in this context, school districts clear notice of what they have to do, particular, something like this, 4:30 p.m. or 6 p.m., and that it's therefore, and you're talking about reasonable accommodations and line drawing to Justice Alito's question. How do we deal with that?
Well, as an initial matter, I think the deliberate indifference standard is significantly clearer and gives more notice than the proposed bad faith or gross misjudgment standard, where we don't even know if the second component requires intent or not. And deliberate indifference is much more
Just on the
well-established.
question, though, this standard is not exactly crystal clear. At least that's what the other side says. School districts, to Justice Alito's point, are going to be in the hook for substantial expenditures, and they want just notice. Tell us whether we're substantially likely to violate the law. How are they supposed to determine that?
So a couple of responses to that. So first of all, I do think, this is an actual knowledge requirement, and it is failure to act, a deliberate choice not to act. And when it comes
to actual knowledge of your legal obligations, correct?
So it's not actual knowledge of the law, but it's actual knowledge. And I think this is consistent with normal intent standards that, your actions are illegal or your actions are, likely to violate someone's rights. So it's not that you have to know the precision of, and this is a tricky area in many areas of law, but I do think that with the substantial likelihood standard, as this court has described it in Davis and Gebser, is going to require, a more than 50% assurance that a violation is going to occur. And that means that you've kind of made a mistake as to the whole reasonable accommodation framework. And I would just point out that because we're just talking about injunctive relief, the kind of worst case scenario here is if the entity mistakenly, denies a reasonable accommodation and it turns out they should have granted it, they'll just have to grant it going forward unless there is, this high level of deliberate indifference. Like this, the standard builds in the ability for school districts to make significant mistakes and not be held liable for damages.
Sorry to belabor it. One last question. If a school district says, I don't know whether the council for the school district says, I don't know whether the law would require us to go to 6 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. I just don't know. I don't know how that will be assessed. Can a court then say that they acted with knowledge that a federal right was substantially likely to be violated?
I don't think so. I think that would fall into the kind of bureaucratic inaction or negligence buckets, which are not high enough to be actual knowledge.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett, Justice Jackson.
So in your exchange with Justice Kavanaugh, it seemed like the intent factor or element was taking on a lot of work in terms of figuring these kinds of claims out. And I really thought that in the reasonable accommodations framework, that it's an interactive kind of engagement, that when a person has a disability and they say, I need this accommodation, there's like a back and forth between the employer, the school district, or whomever. And so it's not really like a surprise coming out of nowhere and it's all about intent. It's really, I thought, about arguments related to whether or not this particular accommodation is reasonable under the circumstances.
So I do think the bottom line inquiry is going to be intent, but I think you're absolutely right that in a school context in particular with a disabled child, there's going to often be a lot of back and forth between the school district and the student. And that may often, be relevant to showing intent. And I think some of these cases that we've cited, like the Lease case I cited earlier, intent there was possibly shown by the repeated requests for reasonable accommodation and failure to grant those requests.
So let me just ask this: if we say there's no heightened standard here, and that the regular standards apply, and let's say the Eighth Circuit has adopted deliberate indifference in this context, the ADA claim could then proceed in the sense that it's not barred because we don't have this animus. Would there be then some engagement around whether or not this particular accommodation was reasonable?
Yes, I think that would be appropriate on remand. So we obviously haven't taken a position on how this should come out.
Yes.
But I think what would happen on remand is, as to petitioner's injunctive relief claim, the court would need to go through the analysis and see, whether this was in fact a reasonable accommodation request that was denied. And then if yes, whether the requirements for injunctive relief are met. Mm-hmm. And then if yes, to the liability question, would also need to go through deliberate indifference as to her request for damages.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Blatt.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. This court should affirm Monahan. Bare IDEA violations do not support liability under Section 504 or the ADA. Instead, the defendant must have acted with discriminatory intent. Monahan correctly described that intent as bad faith, which is the longstanding term for actions done for an improper reason, here disability. 504 and Title II require discrimination by reason of disability. This court has held that the nearly identical text in Title VI requires intent to discriminate. Petitioner acknowledges that because the law here expressly incorporates Title VI rights and remedies, discriminatory intent must be shown to get damages. But petitioner departs from that intent requirement for liability and injunctions. That's wrong. When Congress wanted intent-free liability, it said so expressly. In ADA's Title I and III, Congress spelled out reasonable accommodations, intent-free claims, and barred damages without intent for employers and altogether for hotels and hot dog stands. Congress did not plausibly disfavor states and localities in Title II. This court should decide the correct standard. The petition ends with, quote, "What standard should apply under the ADA and Rehab Act is a pure question of law. It should be resolved in this case." That's a quote. We agree. And reversing Monahan would expose 46,000 public schools to liability when for 40 years they have trained teachers, allocated budgets, and obtained insurance, all in reliance on Monahan. Every good faith disagreement would risk liability, or even the nuclear option, the loss of federal funding, which is over $100 billion. The district cares deeply about Ava and gave her more service than any other student, even before this litigation started. Such good faith efforts should not support discrimination liability. I welcome questions.
Is this the same argument that you made below?
Yes. So let me take you through, again, I had an out-of-body experience listening to what we argued. But in the rehearing petition on page 1, the school district argued Monahan is required by the text. On page 26 of the brief in opposition, we said Monahan is required by the text. We quoted the text and we said it requires discrimination intent. We cited Title VI because this statute expressly incorporates the rights and remedies of Title VI as intent was required. We cited Sandoval, which is your seminal case under Title VI, which holds the nearly identical language requires discriminatory intent. Now, to be sure, page 27's ongoing and the rehearing petition and the red brief still argues from the top of the mountain that this standard makes particularly good sense in the school context, because the other side in their complaint, this goes directly to Justice Alito's question on paragraphs 118 and 133, say just because you violate the IDA, that is ipso facto a violation of the ADA and Rehabilitation Act. So we've always said that you owe deference to schools, and this standard makes sense. And I can talk about how Monahan arrived. Monahan makes complete sense. It's a caricature and not an accurate description of that case. It starts with the language of the statute and said when you have a mere violation of the requirement to provide a free and appropriate education, that is not necessarily discrimination, quote, the statute solely by reason of discrimination. Something else was required. Now, the court chose bad faith for a reason. Bad faith, by definition, means an improper purpose. The only purpose that is prohibited by this statute is disability. No one, no case, no site has ever said that's animus. Again, that's made up, hence out-of-body experience.
Ms. Blatt,
Yes.
I'm over here trying to really figure out what you argued below.
Sure.
And the many times that I understood you to be pegging your argument to the unique elements of this particular environment.
Correct.
And so I think it might be a little unfair to suggest that what you were always just saying is that Monahan is based on the text of the statute. It seems to me that you were very clearly saying in your right up into the opposition to rehearing and to the bio below that there was something about the IDEA context and schools that gave Monahan its value.
Both of those statements are correct. It is not inconsistent to say Monahan is required by the text, and this makes great policy sense in the school context, which is also what Judge Arnold said in the Eighth Circuit. The disconnect is there's this, I don't know, it's a lie to say that we never defended Monahan by the text. It's on page 26.
No, I'm not. I don't think the argument is that you never defended it by the text.
Well, what is a lie and what is inaccurate? If I could just get this out, please. What is a lie and inaccurate is that we ever said in any context that this court should take the same language and define it differently depending on context. That is not true. There is no statement. They adding words to our mouth. We never said you should have a double regime. What the school district has said, which is what Monahan said.
You believe that Mr. Martinez and the Solicitor General are lying? Is that your
an oral argument? Yes, absolutely. It is not true that we
you should be more careful with your words.
Okay, well, they should be more careful in mischaracterizing a position by an experienced advocate of the Supreme Court, with all due respect.
Counsel, I'm quoting from their reply brief where they say that with citations, what you said that the secondary education was a, quote, unique context, quote, giving rise to a unique subset, quote, calling for a, quote, different standard.
Correct.
That seems to me to be.
I'm sorry. No, where does it say that quoting for a different standard? That part we never said. Are they quoting?
Well, they've got quote marks around it.
Where's the page?
It's page 4 of their yellow brief.
Oh, well, I mean, we never said that there should be different standards. What we've always said and what we've acknowledged in the brief in opposition, which is true, that outside the school context, the courts have said there's no intent, at least for liability, but for damages. But we are where we are with the question presented. What I hear the real dispute is, what does the question presented ask? And the question presented, we read, is what is the correct standard? Now, to be sure, they add the pejorative term uniquely stringent, but had the question said, should this court adopt a uniquely stupid bad faith standard? The question would still not be, should courts adopt uniquely stupid standards? It would be, should courts adopt the bad faith standard?
In order to say it's uniquely stupid, I think you would have to point to at least one other circuit that has actually applied the bad faith standard in a different context. I mean, to the extent that you're now saying it's dumb for them to have adopted it or not to have adopted it everywhere, can we get to the substance of your argument?
Sure. Our definition of bad faith is discriminatory intent.
No, I understand, but has a single other standard, circuit, applied that outside of this particular context?
So, well, no, in the sense of the circuits that are applying outside the school context, including the Eighth Circuit, don't apply bad faith. They apply no intent, deliberate indifference.
And is your argument that bad faith should apply everywhere?
Yes, and the statutory text solely by discrimination is the reason for the action is a discriminatory intent standard.
And that would be a sea change, right? That's what the other side told us?
Well, it would be only a sea change in terms of liability. If we're going to talk about what the circuits, Judge
Well, a
Sutton...
sea change in terms of liability is a pretty big sea change. I mean, Justice Jackson's pointing out that no circuit has adopted your rule.
Well, we're asking the court to decide this case. In terms of outside the school case, Judge Sutton's opinion, the Sixth Circuit, and that counts as a court, has held that this statute, just like Title IX and Title VI, requires discriminatory intent. Now, that's in the disparate impact context, and no one has had a basis for saying there's any distinction between reasonable accommodation and disparate impact.
Regardless whether it's technically in the QP, it strikes me as a pretty big deal.
I think that's right. And
But
so
why would we do it when we don't really have, we don't have, this didn't come up until their reply because they didn't understand it to be the QP. We don't have other circuits that have adopted the question. As I suggested to Mr. Martinez, it's possible that if we decided this case in his favor, that then when it goes back below, this argument that you're making here will be made, and then it can follow our traditional way of letting it percolate up. And then we can address it when we have more information. But this seems like a really pretty big deal.
I think it's everything you said I agree with, except for the blue brief and the government's brief said that the statute required that you have to apply the plain text. So lo and behold, we looked at the plain text. In terms of how you want to decide the case, absolutely you need to make clear that if you're just going to reverse, that the Eighth Circuit is free, notwithstanding its precedent, to either level down like the other side wants and apply the no intent, deliberate indifference outside the school context, inside the school context, or level up.
On the level down, level up point, you're defining bad faith so it doesn't require animus.
Correct.
So you're, I think, lowering bad faith from what some people might think bad faith encompasses.
But no one, some people is just this conversation. No court has, these courts have
Some
said.
judges.
They said it requires discriminatory intent. No one has said animus.
Okay, I'm just making the point. You're saying bad faith does not require animus, correct? Okay, and then the SG defines deliberate indifference to require actual knowledge that that it's substantially likely that you're violating the law. And I'm wondering, bad faith as you define it, without a requirement of animus, and what they say is deliberate indifference, I'm having a little trouble seeing a case that would actually come out differently under those two things.
Well, sure. And this is the problem with their deliberate indifference test. And just goes to Justice Jackson. No court, no context except the prison would ever use a deliberate indifference test for intent to discriminate. Intent to discriminate is you have to intend to discriminate. Their test is you could have no intent to discriminate. You could be obsessed with a scandal. You could have budget concerns, but you were deliberately indifferent to some unidentified percentage that a student asked for extra test time and you gave 30 minutes instead of 60 minutes. Well, if you think that there's a substantial chance that 60 minutes might be it, but in good faith, you want to, one circuit has held 30 minutes is enough, there's damages liability. That is insane. That is not an intent to discriminate. That is just either a disagreement about what the law requires, or you had some sort of weird problem that had nothing to do with a child's disability status. You just were deliberately indifferent. If you're going to follow Title VI, and this is the Fifth Circuit. The Fifth Circuit said, I don't know what this deliberate indifference is. Title VI requires intent. There's no scenario where deliberate indifference has ever meant discrimination in and of itself, as opposed to you're deliberately indifferent to a teacher's or student's intentional sexual harassment. We agree you could have a deliberate indifference if there was supervisory liability to discrimination against the disabled.
Why do you think that's taken hold in all the circuits outside the school
Easy.
context?
They cited this case called Manel. I mean, that's just wrong, weird, mistake. So then they said, well, Davis and Gesber said deliberate indifference, and they just misread it. I mean, the Fifth Circuit got it right. So if you're going to rule against us, at least wipe the slate clean and say, if you're going to, they want to say you have to follow Title VI because they don't make difference in terms of parties and you have to use intent for damages, then intent for damages should be intent to discriminate, just like Title VI. And we do think there is no textual basis. They raised a lot of policy stuff between an injunction and injunction and damages. But federal funding is now a big deal. They could say one good faith disagreement with the IDA is enough to cut off all the school district's funding just because they disagreed. Or actually, no, they could just got it wrong. Their view is all funding in any school, even Harvard, any school, the entire funding be cut off because they didn't fix the elevator long enough. Like the elevator was there, but it was broken for 2 months or 2 weeks. Failure to reasonably accommodate liability. And now federal funding is a big deal. No government has ever threatened the loss of federal funding based on the Rehab Act, but you don't need anti-Semitism anymore. Or encampments, you can just say you violated the reasonable accommodation. Now, this is a big deal, is what Justice Barrett's saying. So I understand that you don't want to take on this case, but I didn't bring this petition. This petition said decide the standard, and then cited your article, Justice Kavanaugh, saying you look at the plain text. So I can't be faulted by like what Judge Arnold did and pick up the text, and it says solely by reason of discrimination.
Ms. Blatt, I think we have to really be fair about what the question presented in this case actually is.
Sure.
It did not say decide the standard. I'm reading. The question presented is whether the ADA and Rehabilitation Act required children with disabilities to satisfy a uniquely stringent bad faith or gross misjudgment standard when seeking relief for discrimination relating to their education.
So that can have two meanings. One, you could put all the emphasis on uniquely stringent. Should this court adopt a uniquely stringent standard? Oh, and it's called bad faith. Or it could mean what we think the end of the petition said it meant. Should a court adopt the bad faith standard, which is uniquely stringent? And the last line of their petition says you should decide what standard applies in this case. Now, if you want to read it as should courts adopt uniquely stringent standards, then you're right. The parties
And you're
agree.
saying that's not the way you read it when I'm looking at page 27 of your bio, which says the bad faith or gross misjudgment standard is an appropriate exercise of discretion. Most importantly, it accounts for the unique nature of claims like petitioners, that is, claims by students with disabilities regarding the appropriateness of their IEPs. And you go on at length in talking about the unique nature of this particular context and why it would justify having this standard as opposed to the standard that all the courts have applied in other contexts.
Well, that's why page 26 precedes page 27, which I think you're reading from. And page 26 says the Court of Appeals decision below is correct. And it's correct because of the text. It's correct because it incorporates Title VI. And it's correct because it's been definitively interpreted in Alexander versus Sandoval, which is a pretty big deal for the uniquely worded Title VI case. But Justice Jackson, there's no disagreement that we've always said that there is a big problem with the other side's argument in the school context because every IDEA disagreement now risks the loss of federal funding and injunctive relief. And so, yeah, that is a big deal. And in terms of damages, that's a big deal too if you have a deliberate indifference standard, which, to be fair to us, does not apply in any other context. So there's no question that there's an incoherent big mess of a regime because this court started out in Davis saying that this is not an affirmative action case. And then you had Choate, which is maybe not Exhibit A, but it's Exhibit B for what this court has called the bad old days. And that case has a lot of dicta that talks about reasonable accommodation. Monahan was decided after Davis, before Choate.
Can I just focus your attention on that? Because I don't understand why you are really pressing this idea that discrimination claims in the context of reasonable accommodations and disability aren't something unique. I mean, I thought the Alexander versus Choate line of thinking was that you can have discrimination in this context, say differently from maybe racial discrimination or gender discrimination, when an entity that is responsible for accommodating someone with a disability doesn't act. That you have benign neglect, meaning you're not doing it out of some sort of intent to treat this person differently. In fact, what you say is, I'm treating this person the same, and the same is a world in which they can't walk up the stairs and they can't see the board and they can't do the things that everybody else can do. In the discrimination of disability context, the requirement of the law is to treat them differently. Differently in the sense that you're accommodating them so that they can take and have full enjoyment of the services. So it's just a different concept.
Yeah, with respect, that's not the statute Congress passed. And if you just look at Title I and Title III, they have oodles and oodles of explanation of what a reasonable accommodation is, multi-part definitions.
No, but the whole idea of accommodation
that's
is
not
unique.
in the statute.
Accommodation is not in the statute?
504 and Title II, no. That's what this, I mean, no. That's
It's
what
not
Judge
in the
Sutton
ADA.
said. It sure as heck is not in the statute. The word reasonable is not in the statute. The word accommodation is not in the statute. This passive voice reading has got to be incorrect because it would bring all disparate
So
impact claims under.
you read disability discrimination statutes to not be requiring accommodation for people with disabilities, that it's just about discriminatory intent, meaning not treating these people the same as everyone else.
Correct, and that is glaringly obvious when you look at this seminal statute of the ADA, because Title I for employers, Title III for country clubs and hot dog stands have not only reasonable accommodations provisions, Justice Jackson, but they don't make hot dog stands liable for damages. And a made-up judicial damage remedy comes from thin air.
Ms. Blatt, the answer to this is probably clear since you called the two-tier test stupid, but I just want to clarify, you agree there's no two-tier test?
Correct.
Okay, so there is what Justice Gorsuch is sometimes called radical agreement on that point. Okay.
There's radical agreement. What there's radical disagreement on is the question presented. And if you just say, and I know it's sometimes easier for you to say, we don't have to do a lot, but you cause real harm to the parties who don't have Supreme Court counsel and lower courts who get confused when you just remand and say, we just remand. So if you could at least set the slate free, well, it is part of your job, Justice Kavanaugh, to set the law sometimes. And I understand it's easier for you and you have a lot going on not to set the law.
Ms.
But,
Blatt,
yeah.
I confess I'm still troubled by your suggestion that your friends on the other side have lied.
Okay, let's pull it up.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to here. And I'd ask you to reconsider that phrase.
An oral argument,
if I might,
was incorrect.
Incorrect is fine.
Oh, lying.
People make mistakes.
Okay.
You can accuse people of being incorrect, but
That's
lying,
fine.
Ms. Blatt, if I might finish.
Sure.
Lying is another matter. Page 1 of your brief in opposition.
Yep.
As applied to the provision of idea services, the overlap between these statutes leads to a conceptual particularity that exists only in this context.
Yep.
That seems to suggest you're arguing for a unique rule. Page 2. For more than 40 years, courts of appeals considering this unique subset of ADA and rehabilitation claims, directly challenging ideas, educational services have widely recognized that plaintiffs must establish more.
Yep.
That scheme requires plaintiffs to show that school professionals acted with discriminatory intent by demonstrating that their decisions were premised on bad faith or gross misjudgment. Page 3. In this unique context, courts must balance the Rehabilitation Act and ADA's prohibition on disability discrimination with educators' responsibility for determining appropriate special education services. The bad faith or gross misjudgment standard
We said
properly,
unique throughout.
I'm not finished.
Yeah.
Properly accounts for the need for deference. Page 27, as courts have recognized discrimination claims based on an IEP's adequacy or a conceptual peculiarity that exists in the primary and secondary educational context. Further down, the bad faith or gross misjudgment standard permits the courts to adjudicate these novel claims without requiring judges to substitute their own notions of sound educational policy for those of school authorities.
Correct.
One can interpret those perhaps different ways, but surely a reasonable person could interpret them as arguing for a special rule in the educational context, correct?
No, only because of the
Ms.
text.
Blatt.
Okay, well, I mean.
A reasonable person, all of those emphasize the unique context of primary and secondary education and the need for a special rule, don't they?
Fine, but what I'm objecting to.
Fine.
Can I?
Then would you withdraw your accusation?
I'll withdraw it.
Thank you. That's
Okay.
it.
That's fine.
I also, going back to a question Justice Barrett asked, you are basically saying, no, I'm not asking for a unique rule. I'm asking for a rule that applies in all discrimination statutes. But nowhere else have I seen the use of deliberate indifference or gross indifference used to define intentional discrimination. In fact, in Abercrombie, we had a neutral policy that applied to all employees. They can't wear headgear. And we said a neutral policy can still discriminate against religion, even though there was no bad faith proven there. It was all hats are out, all coverings are out.
Correct.
So I don't know where the bad faith comes from. I am not even sure deliberate indifference comes from. But putting that aside, before we rule in a way that suggests that your new definition applies to every statute, that this is the way we now defined intentional for every statute, shouldn't we have had that fully aired below?
Well,
and accurately aired?
So if you just interpret bad faith the way we think Judge Arnold did and the way we do it is improper purpose with only disability, then it's nothing new. It's just a prohibited reason, just like in the racial gerrymandering.
No, but that is gerrymandering, the definition, because if it's a neutral policy in terms of what you wear can still discriminate.
Yes.
So
we are in complete agreement that if you have a policy to cancel all field trips and the reason is because you don't want to make accommodations for the disabled, then that is bad faith or that's an intent to discriminate. We are fine with the statutory language solely or take out the solely by reason of
there was
disability.
No evidence that they passed this because they wanted to discriminate against religious people. They passed their dress code because they wanted a particular look in their store. It wasn't until this individual came in and said, my religion requires this, as they said, I'm not going to reasonably accommodate you.
Yeah, so
but they didn't pass the policy with anti-religion animus.
Let me just give you another
You're
example.
asking, when you're using the words bad faith, you're talking about animus.
No, I'm talking about, and you're in charge, so you can say intent to discriminate is the standard. We're not going to use bad faith. We don't like that word, intent to discriminate. If you say bad faith, please make clear that it only means intent to discriminate, because you could violate the IDEA just because you think disabled children are better off without the accommodation. That is a violation of the ADA and the Rehab Act. That is discrimination. It's not animus. It could be benign intent. Basically, it's the same standard in the race context or in the sex context. No one cares what your views are towards women or people of color if you treat them differently. You can't do that.
Counsel, it would have been nice to have known that we were biting off that big a chunk.
I agree. But in terms of what we had to do when you granted cert was look at the text, and then the blue brief said that there is no intent required. They cited the definition of what a qualified individual was and said—
By the way, intent's not even an issue here because there wasn't an injunction or the lack of an injunction challenged here. They got the injunction under the IDEA, didn't they?
They want more.
Well, we can put aside whether they want more, but the only thing before us on the decision below is whether it's an intent standard or a heightened standard.
I think that's fair because it's a summary judgment standard. So that's the way I would put it. If I were you, is say all you have to decide is summary judgment. And our point on the damages is part of their whole shtick is that this statute incorporates Title VI. And they say, and that requires intent. And so we are saying, and again, back to defense of the red brief, when both the gray brief and the blue brief say that no intent is required under the statute, we said that's wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no.
I was going to say the choice is not one standard or another. I would have thought from the framing of the whole case, the question was whether you have a different standard in the educational context.
And if that is, and I agree, if that is the way you define the question presented, then the parties are in radical agreement. If, as we read, and the last statement of their petition said you should resolve the standard. If you don't want to resolve the standard, then you're correct. There's not much to decide, but you are overturning, in effect, the law of 5 circuits that affects 46,000 schools. And there are 8 million kids that are covered by the IDEA, and there are 30,000 of these complaints. And their view is every IDEA violation is a violation of the statute. Now, they say there may have been another violation, but that is the theory. And in terms of the unique context, what Monahan says is If you violate a free and appropriate education, that's just not necessarily discriminatory. It could be based on budgets. It could be based on you just disagreed what the accommodation was, as was the case here. And the court in Monahan said you need to show discriminatory intent, and it used the phrase bad faith, meaning the improper purpose. But I agree, if you read this like Ames, where there was no defense of decision below, then you don't have a lot to do. But we're here radically defending the decision below, which we've done in the rehearing petition and in the brief in opposition and in the red brief.
You don't think it was that you might have violated Rule 15.2 of our rules that requires counsel of its obligation, quote, respondents, to address any perceived misstatement of fact or law in the petition that bears on what issues properly would be before the court if certiorari were granted? Where in this brief do you say Monahan is consistent outside the unique
we didn't say
education?
that. So that is, let's just be clear. We did not say the implications of our textual defense means Monahan or a intent standard would be required outside. What we took as given, and why I don't think the rules were violated, is that all the courts have said in this asymmetrical world, following the regulations and Choate, that there is a no intent requirement for reasonable accommodations, although an intent requirement for disparate impact, Judge Sutton's opinion. And then all the circuits, but the Fifth Circuit have said there's deliberate indifference or intent because of the Title VI incorporation. What we did not point out in the orange brief, which is correct, that regime doesn't make any sense. So that's right. We didn't point that out because it was only when, we're here briefing on the merits, and I think you would want respondents' counsel to defend the decision below. The decision below is based on the text. So we started with the text. And what I think the other, sorry.
Where do you think that the petitioner says that a violation of the IDEA necessarily constitutes a violation of the ADA?
It's JA 20 and 24, paragraphs 118 and 133. So it's not in the brief, it's in the complaint. I would just say it's not.
I'm sorry, paragraph 118
and 133. Now, paragraphs 119 and 134 say the ADA and the Rehab Act were violated other ways, but part of their complaint is just the violation of the IDEA. It just says the violation of the IDEA itself is a violation of the other statutes. And we would hope that you would clear that up, that can't possibly be right, because the IDEA can go way beyond what might be a reasonable accommodation. And I also think it's not clear from their brief on deliberate indifference as to what statutorily protected right, either the reasonable accommodation right or the IDEA. And I think, in fairness to them, it's both.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
Well, I won't have another opportunity to question Mr. Martinez, so perhaps he could address that in rebuttal if he sees fit, whether he is arguing that a violation of the IDEA necessarily constitutes a violation of the ADA. What the complaint says is that the district's violations of the IDEA also violated plaintiffs' rights under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and he says the same thing about the ADA.
Yeah, and again, it's important to school districts that you make clear, if you can level set, that the bare violation, because that is the thrust of Monahan, is that a bare violation does not necessarily violate the statute.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor? Justice Kagan? Justice Kavanaugh?
You say the statute requires intentional discrimination, Title II, and the Rehabilitation Act. The Solicitor General says, yes, that's right. Deliberate indifference is an intent standard. I just you want to respond to that?
Deliberate indifference is not an intent standard.
Okay.
For discrimination. It can be an intent standard in the prison context. If you know someone's dying and you don't do anything, that means you intentionally acted. But you could intentionally act. Deliberate indifference can be evidence of discriminatory intent. But just because you deliberately don't respond to a parent's complaints doesn't necessarily mean you intend to discriminate on the basis of disability.
Well, Right. And I think the way the Solicitor General then defines deliberate indifference is why at least I see the delta here is pretty small, because they say you have to know that you're violating your legal obligations or what's substantially likely to be your legal obligation. That's really.
But then they said that you don't have to know the law. So in other words, if a parent says, high school, you're
Well,
violating
they
your
did-
legal obligations.
That is true. They did say you have to know your legal obligations.
They said you didn't. Maybe I misheard them. I heard them
Well,
say
they
you
did
don't need to know the law. And I know that's what my friend for the petitioner said. You don't need to know the law.
I don't know how you can know. This is a helpful question, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can know that a federally protected right was substantially likely to be violated without having some idea what the law provides.
Well, we would welcome that if you're going to have a deliberate indifference standard, that they be as high as possible. Because if you have these, again, what the school districts are worried about is because you have good faith disagreements and all. I mean, these are really tough cases in terms of, how much support. Here, she had 10 specialists. So these are just tough cases. And so the question was how much support she should be given at home.
I guess what I'm getting at is deliberate indifference can be fairly protective, as defined by the Solicitor General, fairly protective of school districts in the sense that the law's not like you open a code book and it tells you, oh, go to 6 p.m. You have to decide what's reasonable.
If you would define it that way, that would be great. I mean, we would appreciate that. Although we do think if you're going to incorporate Title VI, I mean, you're now just saying the Fifth Circuit is wrong. The Fifth Circuit said, I don't know, Sandoval looks like it says intent, doesn't say deliberate indifference. And these are all spending clause statutes. So Title IX, Title VI, the Rehab Act, the Affordable Care Act incorporates all these. And this is one area, and Justice Barrett is correct. This is a big, messy area. So I don't blame you for not wanting to get into it, but we would at least appreciate that you make clear that there's a level set, particularly on damages.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett, Justice Jackson.
Yeah, I just am still struggling with how you account for the language in the disability discrimination statutes that goes beyond discrimination and discriminatory intent. And so I'm looking, for example, at the Title II language, which says no qualified individual with a disability shall, by reason of such disability, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of the services, programs, or activities of a public entity or be subjected to discrimination by such entity. And my understanding of the way at least that courts have been interpreting this is you don't need discriminatory intent in a situation in which a person is alleging, for example, that they have been excluded from the participation. And you seem to be suggesting that you still have to have that element in some way. And I'm confused by that.
Sure, and you have to start from the fact of what is Congress's authority to even pass Title II. It's not a Commerce Clause legislation. Well, it's important because it looks like it's Section 5. And if you so you have to see it through the lens of Congress's power under Section 5. But even putting that aside, if you don't read it, if you just look at Titles I and Title III, where they spell out disparate impact, and so that if you read that statute in the passive voice to require disparate impact, all the disparate impact and reasonable accommodation provisions and definitions and contours are all superfluous. So if you just looked at, I actually think this case is easier under Title II because you don't have the choate baggage. But if you just look at Title II, it's an easy case that there is no reasonable accommodations requirement at all. That's our stronger cases under Title II, because Titles I and Title III are so chock full of the contours, and there's no reasonable requirement in II. So it's made up. It doesn't say you have to reasonably accommodate. On the other side, they say the definition is remove structural communications, transportation barriers, and auxiliary aids. But there's no word reasonable in there. So it has to be read in when it's actually defined in great details in 1 and 3. What it means to modify the program, what an undue hardship is a 4-part test, and what is readily achievable is a 4-part test.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Martinez.
Your Honors, I'm not going to dignify Ms. Blatt's name calling here with a response in kind, though I appreciate that she withdrew the charges here, although perhaps a bit under duress. I do want to address whether we were incorrect in characterizing her position, and the answer is absolutely not. You heard her say today that she was radically defending the Eighth Circuit's decision in this case. Well, that decision includes footnote 2, which expressly characterized Monahan as applying a higher test, a two-tiered test. So if she's radically defending that, then she's radically defending the two-tiered approach that I think she said was completely wrong. We would also encourage you to look at page 23, in addition to all the other pages that were cited, where she said that the universe of plaintiffs with claims affected by the question presented is narrow. For educational discrimination plaintiffs not covered by the IDEA, such as college students, a bad faith or gross misjudgment standard does not apply. That's exactly the opposite of what she's saying now. So what is at issue in this case? I think the most important thing we heard from Ms. Blatt is when she conceded in questioning from Justice Jackson that she is trying, and the district arguments here are trying to get rid of the reasonable accommodation claims that people in this country with disabilities have enjoyed for decades. That's what's at stake. This is a revolutionary and radical argument that has not been made in this court and that she's trying to get you to decide on the basis of essentially no briefing. The question of whether reasonable accommodations are required is easy. There are subsidiary questions that are challenging. You should not address those subsidiary questions in this case because we haven't had briefing. It's unfair to you. You don't have a decision below. It's unfair to us. It's unfair to our amici, the disability rights community, who would have rung a 5-alarm fire if they had known that reasonable accommodation claims were on the table. So you should not address that. You should apply your waiver rules. If you do address some of this stuff, Justice Kavanaugh, I would encourage you to look at the COPA amicus brief on pages 18 to 29. It has a very good discussion of the kinds of cases and where the different standards might make a difference. I think on the merits, the most important point Ms. Blatt made was this assertion, which I would characterize as incorrect in the extreme, that the ADA does not talk about or somehow ratify reasonable accommodation claims. I would appoint the court, most importantly, to section 12201A, in which the ADA Title II expressly incorporates by reference the regulations that had been enacted under the Rehabilitation Act, all of which expressly embrace reasonable accommodation claims. In addition to that, I would point the court to other provisions of the ADA, 12101A5, 121312, 12201H. All of those refer to either reasonable accommodations or reasonable modifications. So with respect, I think that's wrong. Finally, let me just take a step back, Your Honors, and talk about really what's at issue in this case. This case started narrow. It was about a sliver of plaintiffs. It's now quite broad because of the arguments the district is making. If you accept her arguments, think of all the people who are going to be affected. Think of 5-year-old Elena Fry with cerebral palsy who needs the help of her service dog Wonder. Think about George Lane, the Tennessee man forced to crawl up 2 flights of stairs in order to have his day in court. Think about Ava, who desperately needs every precious hour of school so she can learn to communicate with her parents. We ask you to reject those radical arguments, and we ask you to vacate the decision below.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
At Interior announced major changes to boost offshore oil production in the Gulf of America. New rules expanding pressure limits in Paleogene reservoirs could increase output by 10%, or 100,000 barrels daily over 10 years, and a 61% increase over 30 years. The updates reflect modern reservoir analysis and aim to maximize resource recovery from existing wells without new infrastructure. Secretary Burgum said this is a monumental milestone in achieving American energy dominance. We're delivering more American energy, more efficiently, and with fewer regulatory roadblocks. That means lower costs, more jobs, and greater security for American families and businesses, as President Trump promised. Through smart collaboration and decisive leadership, we're showing what's possible. 5 mining projects across Idaho, Oregon, Utah, Nevada, and Alabama have joined the FAST 41 program to speed up critical mineral permitting. The projects, including lithium, copper, phosphate, and coal developments, support President Trump's executive order on reducing regulatory delays and enhancing transparency in infrastructure permitting. Secretary Burgum visited Mammoth Cave National Park in Kentucky this week to highlight the park's cultural and geological importance and reaffirm the department's commitment to keeping national parks open, staffed, and accessible. During a tour, the Secretary explored iconic features and met with Superintendent Barclay Trimble and park staff to discuss current initiatives. He also observed a volunteer tree planting project near the Visitor Center in celebration of Earth Day. The visit comes during National Park Week, as the department continues working to ensure all Americans can enjoy the natural and historic treasures preserved on public lands. The Department of the Interior held a solemn ceremony to unveil the newly renamed Jocelyn Nungahree National Wildlife Refuge in North Houston. The renaming honors the memory of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungahree, whose tragic death in 2024 underscored the importance of strong border security.
In naming this incredible wildlife refuge in her honor, we offer to establish a permanent place of hope, a place where Jocelyn's name will live on with dignity and peace. A refuge, of course, is by its very nature a sanctuary, a safe place. It's our vow that Jocelyn's memory be tied to this place of protection, a place of life, and a place of healing.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service joined elected officials to celebrate a new partnership at San Bernardino Wildlife Refuge that will expand public recreation access, with Brazoria County managing the Harris-Buell Unit's 500 acres. The area, home to rare Columbia bottomland forests and over 320 species, will offer enhanced opportunities for hiking, fishing, and wildlife observation while supporting local economies. Nationwide, wildlife refuges attract millions of visitors each year, contributing $3.2 billion annually to surrounding communities. Scientists at John Day Fossil Bends National Monument in Oregon discovered 50-million-year-old fossilized footprints from ancient birds, lizards, and mammals, using advanced 3D imaging to study prehistoric animal behavior. These discoveries provide valuable context to the region's extensive fossil record, shedding light on the daily activities of long-extinct species. Interior's 5th annual Miles for Valor tribute event runs through April 27th, with employees honoring fallen heroes through walking, running, biking, swimming, and rowing activities. Friends, family members, and colleagues also contributed miles to support those representing the department. And our social media picture of the week, from the events of 1775 to today's commemorations, we honor the spirit of those who stood for liberty and the public lands that tell their story. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and X. That's This Week at Interior.
So you can see behind us in the wider shot, the north lawn is dotted with 100-yard signs that show illegal immigrant mugshots next to the heinous crime that they have been accused of. And if there are judges in this country who are trying to help these illegal immigrants, the 100 listed on the lawn, avoid prosecution, then the White House has a big problem with them too. You can see behind us in the wider shot,
I just want to say that I play a lot of golf with Kai, and she's a fantastic golfer. She's a scratch player, which is amazing. I think someday in the not too distant future, she's going to be much better than scratch. But she's doing really well, and she wins a lot of matches. And someday she'll be able to beat her grandfather. I'm not sure when that will be.
1v1 match? Do you want to do 1v1 match? 1v1 match? Do you want to do... We're walking onto Air Force One right now. Guys, I'm on Air Force One right now. The UFC fight was really cool. It was a lot of fun. Thanks so much, Santa, for having us. I really appreciate it. Talking to the press if you want to do.
We're just doing it in the news conference. You want to partake?
I'll actually so.
She's a great athlete, actually, a great golfer. Yeah. And a great student, actually.
What did you think of the fight? That was awesome. This was my second UFC fight, and I really enjoyed it. And the crowd's reaction. Yeah, it was really good. Oh wait, we're literally about to land. we gotta roll. Well, we just landed on Air Force One, and now we're actually pulling into the White House. Walking down to the bowling alley. There's a golf simulator room. I'm staying in the Lincoln bedroom tonight. Should we stay away from the Secret Service? Yeah. There's one photo of me up here, and there's like literally like a sniper like right behind me in the photo.
I love that red hat.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right, guys, I'm here with Donnie. We are heading over to the White House right now for Easter. Ready? Let's go. Let's see that new haircut, Donnie. We gotta get it lower. It's too puffy. All right, see you soon. We're on the plane right now. Which was the gun show? I got worms. Okay, we landed in DC. Or Spencer. And now we are driving to the White House. Now we're actually pulling into the White House. Now we're at the White House. Gotta go to our rooms. Walking upstairs to the kids' bedrooms. I'm staying in the Lincoln tonight. And Donnie's staying in the kids' bedrooms with everyone else. The Queen's guest room. This is so beautiful, guys. Is there anything in here? I'm starving right now. No.
Smell that smell.
There's nothing.
You know what the action hall morning routine?
Yeah, with the Saratogas. Look.
I'm gonna stand up here.
All right, you ready, kids? Smile. Stay on top of the White House. All right, well, me and Donnie took our photos together. I haven't been here in so long. There's one photo of me up here, and there's like literally like a sniper like right behind me in the photo. I gotta like find that photo and like I obviously recreated it, but I want to like put it side by side. It's been a few years. Donnie, what are you looking forward to tomorrow for the Easter egg roll?
Probably eating some food or something.
Eating some food.
A little hungry.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to eating some food too.
Pretty hungry.
I'm always hungry.
You wanna go in the pool right now?
Donnie, should we go swimming in the pool? There's a little golf simulator room in here. Wait, Donnie.
Okay.
What are you doing? I'm not sweating my jacket too. What's up?
What are you doing?
It's a sandwich.
Alright, there's an outfit. Let me go.
All right, your turn. All right, Chloe, your turn. Grab the ball. Yeah. All right, Chloe, let's see it. Better than all of us. Oh, wow. Look at this big eye. Oh. Look at these muscles. Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. Look at that. Go, Spencer. Clump Sevy. Excuses are already starting. What do you think? Excuses? No. There you go. Oh, wait, this is Lily the gym. Alright, let's see how many pull-ups you can do.
Oh, yeah.
Donnie, go and grab those 35s over there. Alright, well, dinner's in like an hour, right, Chloe?
Yeah.
Dinner's an hour. And we gotta get changed. I'm gonna try out the White House.
This cookies.
It's like literally the White House. That's insane. Very good. We're very good. Ask them where this tonight for dinner. And then look. Are you kidding me? You know the thing that they're supposed to take off? Oh, I'm so upset. I can't wear it. Let's see if I can try taking it off. I don't know if I can. I'm going to figure this out. I'm like struggling so hard to get this on. There you go. Yeah, so I was like able to get it off. It was like on the tag, and I cut around the tag. Like with my scissors, I like cut around the tag to get it off. And then there's like another tag, and I got that off.
I am so impressed with myself. Like, I was able to do that. That's insane. I was so impressed. Okay, now let's like get ready and stuff. So it's Easter, but I'm like, I can't wear black on Easter. Can't do it. So I have this like sundress instead. But still, let's get it, guys. Let's go and get ready. So we look at like a slight issue. My skirt is like way too small. I don't know how I happened to got to this issue because it's a size 2 and I tried it on maybe 2 days ago, and now it's like literally falling off of me. So that's one of our slight issues. Another issue, I have to get like ready now. And that's another issue. Okay, let's get ready. Oh my god, my palette broke. Very fast, very simple. Some Aquaphor. We love Aquaphor. And then I just redo my hair on this, and we are good to go. I just like re-blew out my hair pretty much. That looks good. Okay. Smell good, look good. We are ready to go. Let's go. Alright guys, so we just got back from dinner, which was like downstairs in the White House. I had an amazing time seeing my grandpa again. Honestly, like seeing him and like spending time with him like makes me so happy because it's like I don't know, like I just value like my time with him so much, and we had some amazing talks, and it was really funny. He was telling me some like old stories and stuff like that. And it was just really awesome. It was so nice to like see him again, and spend time with him, because like it's hard now that he's in DC, so I miss him a lot. And it was really nice to like spend some time with him. But right now I just changed. We're gonna go to bowling now, downstairs, and then me and my brother Donnie might like go out and do something. But this is the fit. Jean, black pants, my favorite. Top, and then Miami sweater. Let's go. I'm going to get my siblings right now. I love my siblings so much. It's like I like little babies. Walking down to the bowling alley.
Who wants bumpers?
Donnie.
Hey. Me.
Three little people? You want bumpers?
What do you want to do later? Alright, now we're bowling. Now we're bowling.
Oh no.
Man, that felt sick! That's better than you. Yeah!
Sorry, what happened? What happened? That was not good. Alright, me and Donnie are going to see the Washington Monument, which is the Lincoln Monument, and then the Memorial Monument. So that's where we're gonna go. Right, Donnie?
Yeah. 100%.
So that's the Lincoln Memorial, and that's the Washington Monument. And me and Donnie are right now going to see both because we wanted to like get out and explore, right, Donnie?
I've been here in years.
I haven't been here in years too.
I mean, besides inauguration.
Look how cool it is. Look how cool it is. What do you think, Donnie?
Cool, pretty cool. I want to climb.
You want to climb it?
Yeah.
I think you can climb. You want to go and try?
Good try.
Yeah, all right, let's go and try. Look at that. Look how cool it is. Are you reading it? Should we stay away from the Secret Service?
Yeah, I think
Like this. Does he see us? This way? I'm trying to stay good for the Secret Service. There, he got us. He got us. Donnie's hungry, even though we just ate a turkey, literally a turkey feast in the White House. And Donnie is still hungry.
They got a canes in here? Yeah.
You know what's really good is kava. Do they have a kava here? Donnie, should we run some bikes? Do you want to go around? Do you want to go and run some bikes? We're walking right now to the monument. I feel like we're on the wrong side. Me and Donnie right now are running to the monument. We got the Secret Service behind us and we're just running. Oh my god, Donnie, I did not see her. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're still running. Georgia, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Virginia, North Carolina, Vermont. Where's the New York City one? Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, Michigan, Texas. Honestly, the run was worth it. I'm literally sweating right now. It's just so cool. So this is a World War II memorial. It's really cool. It's honestly, it's so crazy, like the history, like when you come here, like architecture and the history, it's amazing. We made it. Donnie wants food now, right, Donnie? Now we're back at my house.
They're not in there, are they?
Trying to find everyone. I'm too tired to go in the movie theater room. I'm exhausted. I'm about to go to bed. Alright guys, we just got back. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, took my contacts out, washed my makeup off. Now I'm probably gonna go to bed and I will see you guys in the morning. Peace. Good morning everyone. I slept so bad. So I have ice cubes on my face. I have to be ready in like 20 minutes. I went to bed at like 2 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. And then this morning, the band woke me up. The band's like right underneath the Lincoln bedroom, like 2 stores down, and they're also outside. And they woke me up. Ice is so good for you. Okay, I have a brain freeze. I have a brain freeze now. This is how you depuff. Trust this. I don't think I'm in school. But I want to get ready. I'll see you soon. Got the hair done. Suited up. Let's check out the fit. Got my shoes. Got me. Got my dress. Let's go. Okay, we just ate breakfast. Everyone's gone. They were super nice. They made me grilled chicken because I'm like gluten free. I'm pretty much like dairy free. So eating this stuff is like really hard. So they made me some grilled chicken. I ate it all. Now we're walking downstairs. All right, Tristan. Let's see it. Tristan wants to hit the simulator. 1 shot a day, no days off.
I already shot today.
You already did?
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to swing this.
Wow, look at that. All right, my turn. 1 shot a day, guys. No days off. Everyone's faded up. Oh, Chloe. Oh, look at those.
Yeah, look at my new kicks.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
I gotta like warm up before like the Easter icon, so I'm doing a quick little pump. You know, are the stairs also?
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna? Oh, look, your baby's got a great hat. I love that red hat. 1, 2. I love the bow tie.
Lonnie, what are your thoughts on this?
On your mark. Get set.
Team Money's and Tristan, you know the eggs that they gave, I heard it's really good to eat. The eggs that they gave, I heard it's really good to eat. You should try it out. Look how good that looks.
Do you know where they're at?
Oh, he's getting into a good lie. Oh, the stands.
He's not playing around.
The stands.
On your mark. Get set.
Oh, my whistle doesn't work. Now we're waiting for Grandpa to go to the Oval Office. How's it going so far?
It's going well, a little bit.
Good job out there, guys. Glad you got in there.
Grandpa, hit it.
Do the Trump dance.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the vlog. We're leaving DC right now and flying back to Florida. But like and subscribe, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we'll see you guys for the next one. So everyone say peace. Peace. Peace.
We're going to be taking it a lot.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
Accept her arguments. Think of all the people who are going to be affected. Think of 5-year-old Elena Fry with cerebral palsy who needs the help of her service dog Wonder. Think about George Lane, the Tennessee man forced to crawl up 2 flights of stairs in order to have his day in court. Think about Ava, who desperately needs every precious hour of school so she can learn to communicate with her parents. We ask you to reject those radical arguments, and we ask you to vacate the decision below.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Text of the combat-related special compensation statute. Because that statute grants the secretary concerned authority to settle claims for CRSC, the Barring Act does not apply. A statute grants settlement authority if it authorizes a specific government official to do 2 things: determine whether a claim is valid and determine the amount due. Settlement authority does not exist if a statute merely creates a substantive right to payment. The grant of authority to a specific official to administratively determine the validity of the claim and the amount due is the touchstone. The CRSC statute does that. Start with subsection D. It provides for the Secretary of a military department to consider whether a veteran is eligible for CRSC using CRSC-specific procedures and criteria. Because subsection D authorizes the Secretary to consider whether a veteran is eligible for CRSC, it authorizes a specific government official to determine whether the claim is valid. Then subsections A and B say the Secretary concerned shall determine the amount of CRSC owed, meaning a specific official is authorized to determine the amount due. The CRSC statute in this way grants the Secretary concerned all authority needed to determine validity and amount due, so the Barring Act does not apply. Other military compensation statutes that the government has pointed to don't have all of these provisions, requiring a particular government official to use particular procedures to determine an individual's entitlement to a particular benefit. All of this is in the CRSC statute because CRSC is different from a lot of other forms of military compensation. Only veterans who prove that they have a combat-related disability are entitled to it. And Congress provided that the Secretary of the military department where the veteran served is the appropriate official to make that CRSC-specific determination. Other statutes establish substantive entitlements to benefits. They don't designate a particular government official to determine validity of the claim and the amount due. I welcome the court's questions.
And yet the government argues that if we agree with you, there would be a considerable number of other statutes that would confer settlement authority.
Right. Yes, Justice Thomas. The government has pointed to a number of statutes that it says have some similarities to Section 1413A.
So how do you disagree? I mean, where do you think the government is wrong? Because in your argument, you indicate that there are no other statutes, at least in the defense area.
Right. So some of the statutes they point to, such as the basic pay statute, that's the kind of statute I was referring to that establishes who's entitled to the compensation and how much is owed. Those statutes don't say anything about a specific government official determining validity and amount due. Some of the other statutes they point to authorize an official to determine one fact, such as whether a service member is presumed dead for purposes of the survivor annuity benefit plan. That too, authority to determine a fact, a predicate fact, that may be relevant to whether a claim is valid and the amount due, but that is not complete authority to determine validity and amount due on a claim. So looking through the statutes they've cited, we've struggled to find many of them that actually satisfy what we view as the test for settlement authority, an official with authority to determine validity and the amount due.
When you say you've struggled, I mean, do you see any of them? I think there are about 50 statutes in the government's brief. I think there are. 1, 2, 3,
right.
5. Are there any that essentially would be taken down with a decision in your favor?
So we identified one in our brief, the death gratuity statute, section 1479, that authorizes for purposes of immediate payment of death gratuities. It authorizes a regional command to determine whether a beneficiary is entitled to the death gratuity and certify the amount due. That sounds like settlement authority to us. There's one other one that authorizes the military to pay additional subsistence payment if the secretary concerned determines the requirements for eligibility and amount due. That may be another one. I think I completely agree with you, Justice Kagan. There were about 50 statutes. In my best review while we were working on the brief and this week preparing for today, those are the two that I found that seemed close. Now, why are we talking about these? Of course, none of these statutes are part of this case because the government's theory is that the court should not read section 1413A literally because of the risk that these other statutes will create a destabilization in their terms of military pay. If one or two of these statutes actually does confer settlement authority, that doesn't sound like destabilization to me. I mean, if this is even an appropriate way to read section 1413A by reference to other statutes, I don't think that it is. I don't think that's the way we do statutory interpretation. But if it's even appropriate, we haven't gotten to the point of massive upheaval.
Well, I think it's appropriate in the sense that if our ruling that this is enough to get past the Barring Act based on this statute, the idea is that would sort of open the barn door, getting around a statute that is critically important to the protecting the public fisc. Now, anytime you say your claim is barred, obviously, you know, there's maybe injustice or something else, but it is a significant opening of the barn door. I mean, is there any statute that has an open-ended mandate to pay that doesn't have that is similar to this statute?
That displaces the Barring Act?
Yeah.
There are at least 2 statutes that have been cited in the briefs in this case that don't limit the time to file claims, but that are recognized to displace the Barring Act. One is the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, discussed by the Federal Circuit in Hernandez versus Department of Air Force. The Federal Circuit in that case noted that that statute displaces the Barring Act, even though it does not use the term settle, and does not limit when claims can be filed. Now, that statute did say explicitly that claims could be filed before or after its effective date. But the point is Congress clearly did not limit the time that claims could be filed. Another statute that the government has cited on page 25 of its brief is the Postal Service statute. This authorizes the Postal Service to settle claims against it. That statute, too, imposes no limitation on the time for claims to be pursued.
Is there anything else at issue here other than a statute of limitations? In other words, is there any difference between the Barring Act and 1413A that would matter to anybody other than the statute of limitations, or is really that's what we're talking about?
That is really what we're talking about, the statute of limitations. And there's plenty of reason why Congress would have chosen not to limit the time for claims to be filed under the CRSC statute. One of them is, a principal reason for statutes of limitations is for claims to be filed close in time to the facts that support them, to avoid stale claims. That is not at issue with the CRSC statute. By design, this statute authorizes claims to be filed now, no matter when the injury occurred that supports the claim. So it is clear that Vietnam veterans, individuals who are injured in combat in Vietnam, could file a claim today in 2025 and be awarded CRSC, notwithstanding the distance in time. So that
be like, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars that might be. That would be a lump sum then that the Vietnam veteran would be entitled to because of the retrospective?
The payment is cut off at the enactment of the CRSC statute. Okay. So a Vietnam veteran would not be entitled to payment.
What is that, 2006, something like that?
2008 is the version of the statute under which Corporal Soto is entitled to CRSC.
But if you kept going forward, so let's say 2008 forward, it could be a lump sum if it were, 40 years, if it was 2048.
Well, certainly, Your Honor is right that, as we go forward, there will be more years back to 2008. It's unlikely, however, or impossible, frankly, that we would have claims going all the way back to 2008, forever.
You mean because of lifespan?
Yeah, because of lifespan, that necessarily limits when people can seek CRSC. And beyond that, of course, this is now a statute that's been around for a while. When it was initially enacted in 2008, people didn't know about it. The population that's seeking these benefits are, by definition, individuals who have a combat-related disability, which, as the amici point out, makes the application process much more burdensome, potentially. This has now been around for a while. We don't have to.
Isn't there a lump sum limit on payment?
There's not a lump sum limit.
Isn't it limited to $10,000? Am I thinking of a different case?
You're right, but this lawsuit, the reason the $10,000 limit applies in this lawsuit is that the suit was filed under the Little Tucker Act, which limits claims to $10,000.
So there's an upper limit there.
For this lawsuit,
yeah,
there could be larger claims under the CRSC statute.
I think you started to say that there is something about this situation that
might have made Congress think that in this particular situation, unlike most other situations, there's no need for a statute of limitations. But I didn't quite understand your answer to that problem.
Sure.
What is it?
Well, one of the main purposes of a statute of limitations doesn't apply here because we know that claims are going to be filed related to injuries that occurred potentially decades ago. The form that the Department of Defense uses actually includes World War I as an incident of combat that someone could have been injured in. So we're talking about going back a long way. That doesn't mean the benefits will go back that far.
Well, my question is not what can be inferred from the statute. My question is what might have motivated Congress to think, generally we want to have a statute of limitations for submission of claims to the government or for many other things. But in this particular situation, we don't want that.
Right.
And that's what I don't understand your answer to.
Another reason, a reason why they might not have wanted it here, is that CRSC and one other form of benefit called concurrent retirement and disability pay. These are the two benefits that are exceptions from what's called the ban on concurrent receipt, which means most veterans may not receive retired pay and disability compensation at the same time. But two groups of veterans have this exception, CRSC recipients and CRDP recipients. Now, CRDP is paid immediately upon eligibility. There's no application process. Once you satisfy eligibility, you start getting it. Not true for CRSC. Of course, you have to apply. You have to prove that your disability is combat related. Making the benefits go back to the beginning of eligibility in this way makes it parallel to CRDP. CRSC recipients and CRDP recipients are on the same footing because they both get benefits from the beginning of eligibility.
What should we make of the waiver provision?
In the Barring Act?
In other words, it's not strictly limited to 6 years. There's a provision that authorizes waivers to go back further. And just like you to address that, what you think,
right,
or how that factors in, if at all.
Well, that of course only applies to claims that are settled under the Barring Act. Of course, we don't think our claim is, so the waiver provision doesn't come into play. And of course, it's quite different to have entitlement as of right to payments going back to when eligibility began. That's quite different from having the opportunity to pursue a discretionary waiver under a statute that, in our view, doesn't apply in the first place.
And then on the how to read the statutes together, the government points to the GAO Red Book, which talks about this, and then says, going back to 1982, Red Book says, in the absence of legislation expressly placing the authority elsewhere, claim settlement jurisdiction under 3702 controls. And I think their point there is that that was the accepted understanding that Congress would have been operating under. And so if we're guessing or speculating about what the language means, that probably doesn't satisfy what the settled understanding of express displacement was. You want to respond to that?
Sure. So I respectfully disagree with the suggestion that express displacement isn't satisfied by the text of 1413A. So 1413A speaks expressly about authorizing the secretary concerned to determine the validity and amount due on claims. Now, it does not use the word settle. It does use the word determine, doesn't use the word settle. But nobody thinks that the government's brief makes this clear. The Federal Circuit agreed. Nobody thinks the word settle is required for another statute to displace the Barring Act. I don't think that's what the GAO Red Book from 1982 was saying. I don't think it was saying the word settle was required. And if it was, I think it's mistaken. That's necessary. That makes sense because of this court's case law saying we don't use magic words requirements. Now, the government has suggested, okay, you don't have to use the word settle, but you should use a word more like it than the words in the CRSC statute. Well, in this court's recent cases in Lac du Flambeau from a couple terms ago, in Kurtz from last term, in the sovereign immunity context, the court has said, that's wrong. I mean, first, Congress does not have to use a particular word. Second, even if Congress has used a particular word in a variety of statutes, like, there are some statutes that use the word settle, that does not foreclose Congress from using a different word the next time. We don't require.
Which word are you using? I mean, which word are you pointing to here? Because whatever you might, yes, we don't demand magic words, but this is a peculiarly indirect way of giving settlement authority to the secretary concerned.
Well, subsection D, I think, is actually fairly direct to respectfully disagree.
I mean, subsection D, I mean, that's your best subsection, but even there, the secretary concerned kind of comes in midway through. It's really a provision about the Secretary of Defense stating general standards. And then it seems to sort of assume that the Secretary of the Military Department has some role in this, but without really giving the Secretary of the Department the authority to settle.
I read subsection D differently. First, the fact that it authorizes the Secretary of Defense to establish procedures and criteria to resolve CRSC claims, that alone is significant. That tells you we're outside of the procedural world that applies to the Barring Act. There is a whole set of regulatory provisions dealing with claims settled under the Barring Act, and they don't apply to CRSC claims, which are settled under these specific procedures. Second, subsection D says veterans apply, that's submit a claim, and their application is to be considered by the Secretary of the Military Department or the Secretary concerned. That's fairly explicit. It is to be considered by the Secretary concerned. And then that consideration is determinative because subsection A tells the Secretary concerned to pay eligible retirees, eligible under the consideration of the Secretary concerned under subsection D. Then amount due, that comes right out of A and B. Subsection A says pay an amount determined under subsection B. The Secretary concerned shall pay an amount determined under subsection B. Subsection B says here's how you determine the amount to be paid under subsection A, paid by the Secretary concerned. So those provisions work together to establish that it's the Secretary concerned determining the payment amount. And another thing about payment amount, subsection D says it's the Secretary of the Military Department, Secretary concerned, who determines which disabilities are combat related. That determines payment amount too. Subsection B1 says explicitly payment is based only on disabilities that are combat related. So the determinations of the Secretary concerned under subsection D, which are, that's an authority that is stated explicitly for the Secretary concerned under subsection D, those determinations are dispositive. They show
the situation where the veteran owes a lot of money to the government. Can the payment amount be regarded as having been settled before that offset is taken into account?
Well, the CRSC statute is about settling claims for CRSC. So the result of that process is how much CRSC is this person owed. Now, if they're owed, let's say, $100, and if they in turn owe $500, so that the entire $100 payment amount is offset, that means they won't be paid $100 in cash. Instead, they will be paid $100 in reduction of their otherwise existing debt. That goes to payment, not to settlement.
On that, though, the government makes a big deal about offsets in its brief, and understandably so. In your understanding of the statute, who does the offsets? How are they accounted for? Because I think it's one thing to determine the validity of the claim. It's another thing then to say whether they're offsets, and then there's a third thing still to say pay. And you've got in the statute a good deal of language, as you pointed out with Justice Kagan, on the first step, determining the validity of the claim, and maybe on the third, the authority to pay. But somebody's got to do the business in the middle. And who does it and how, and under your understanding of the statute?
Right. So the business in the middle first includes the amount due on the CRSC claim. And that is part of settlement.
I got that on one. I'm giving you that,
sorry.
right? But two, the $500 that the veteran happens to owe the department for whatever reason. Who does that and how before the secretary of the relevant military department is authorized to pay?
Right. The CRSC statute doesn't specify who needs to do that.
That's why I'm asking the question.
The way it works in real life is DFAS does that. The guidance actually even talks about this context. The guidance that the Secretary of Defense promulgated for for CRSC claims. The guidance says that the DFAS considers offsets in the context of paying claims.
I was
That's part of
looking at
payment.
all the statutes that the government concedes, like the uniform, et cetera, that don't use the word settlement. None of them talk about offsets. I'm not sure the Bearing Act talks about offsets.
That's exactly right. None of these statutes talk about
All of the offsets have been imposed by regulatory direction, correct?
Yes, or there are some other statutes that refer to offsets, but you're exactly right, Justice Sotomayor. None of these statutes addressing settlement deal with offsets one whit. That's not part of the settlement process.
At least if that's going to be an issue, you're not raising it. You accept that the Secretary of Defense's procedures to offset CRSC benefits applies.
Right. Offsetting procedures, if they apply, I don't have any quibble with that.
Okay.
You're just saying that this is not that this is not a material omission from this statute from the standpoint of determining whether it confers settlement authority.
That's exactly right, Justice Jackson. And as Justice Sotomayor's question aptly noted, one way we absolutely know it's not a material omission is that there's no such reference in the Barring Act either. Offsets are simply not part of establishing settlement authority.
Can you help me just to understand a pure factual and legal point, because I'm trying to understand it. In the Barring Act, when there's a 6-year statute of limitations, do we know from when it accrues, or does it work backwards from the person's application?
It works, the 6 years works backwards from the time the claim was, the application
was filed. So you get 6, so we don't have to care. It's not a prospective thing, like when did it start accruing? It's just whenever the application comes in. If there were a statute of limitations applicable here, it would just go back 6 years.
It would just go back 6 years. We all agree Corporal Soto is entitled to compensation going forward and going back 6 years. It's just that we think he's entitled to an additional 30 months because the 6-year cutoff under the Barring Act should not apply here.
But he can't start the application process until he's gotten a VA rating. Correct?
That's right, a VA rating.
And so it doesn't really matter when it occurred, when the injury occurred. He has to apply for the VA rating, and he can't control how long they're going to take.
That's right.
And so if the VA has a huge backlog, of which exists right now, he's now barred from recovery, not from his own fault, but because of the VA process.
That's potentially true. In our view, we think eligibility begins at the effective date of the VA rating decision rather than the date the rating decision is issued.
Either way.
Yeah, delays could-
whatever the effective date. I don't know what that means because I don't know if they say it and then put it in writing or not. But the point is that unlike other benefits where eligibility is determined by the incident when you're injured, here it's outside of your control when you can file.
That's exactly
It's in
right.
the VA's control. That was your answer to Dr.
But there is could be in some cases a pretty significant difference, and I'm just trying to understand it. Here we have 30 months if we count back 6 years. That is the difference between your preferred rule and the government's rule.
That's right.
I suppose, it could be that someone doesn't get this rating from, a long, long, long time. And the count back to when the statute was effective, which is the date that you say is the starting point in terms of how much it covers.
Who were eligible before the
yes,
satisfied other requirements for eligibility.
Correct.
Right.
So, it could be a long time in some instances if there is no statute of limitations operating. And I guess I'm circling back to Justice Alito's question of, are we certain that Congress intended for that entire span to be covered? And why would you think in this circumstance Congress would want that?
Well, of course, the best indication of Congress's intent is the text. In Section 1413A, it is best read to authorize determination of validity and amount due. The Barring Act, if another statute authorizes that, the Barring Act doesn't apply. So that's the clearest indication. But as I discussed with Justice Alito earlier, there are ample reasons why Congress would have chosen in this context not to not to use that 6-year statute of limitations for this population.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas?
I must be dense on this point, but I don't know what those ample reasons are. Maybe you can tell me. Is there some reason to think that in this situation, the claimant is less capable of realizing that the claimant is eligible for this than in other situations? So that there's something similar to the tolling rule that would suggest that a statute of limitations is not appropriate here. That's what I'm not asking for this as a policy matter. I'm just trying to figure out why Congress might have wanted to do what you think they clearly did in this statute.
Well, other forms of military compensation, the most relevant one is CRDP, automatically are paid as soon as the veteran entitled to it is eligible. Treating the CRSC statute this way makes it the same. So Congress views CRDP as appropriately provided to a veteran every month in which he's eligible. That same application, that same policy, same congressional intent applies here too.
All right, thanks.
Justice Sotomayor?
Is there something special about the conditions that would make a veteran not know he or she is eligible? I mean, there are certain PDST you may not know. There are other conditions you may not know are militarily related, correct?
Absolutely. And I mean, one thing that separates CRSC from other forms of compensation also is the application requirement. So a veteran needs to know that this benefit exists. And of course, this is only relevant to veterans, as Your Honor was suggesting, who have combat-related disabilities, including disabilities like PTSD, which, as our amici point out, is a particular problem for this kind of bureaucratic interaction. So the need to apply is unique to this statute that sets it apart. And the need to apply is also especially burdensome to the population that the statute exists to serve. So not imposing this time limitation for this unusual form of statute for this particularly deserving, but by definition, combat-related disabled population makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you. Justice Kagan, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh?
So on page 34 of the government's brief, they say that other than this case and one other federal claims case, there's no Comptroller General, Department of Defense, or judicial decision that finds Section 3702B1's limitations period inapplicable to any form of military compensation in Title 10 or Title 37. Is that accurate?
I don't have a basis to dispute it.
Okay, and then they say from there that you're not suggesting that GAO and the Department of Defense have been wrong to apply that limitations to all those other forms of military compensation. Is that accurate?
That's right. We think this statute is written the way it is to displace the Barring Act. And that's part of why we don't think the 50 statutes that we talked about earlier, Justice Kagan, are much of a concern here, because this statute is written differently from those other statutes. And we're not arguing that this is a broad-based change.
Right. And then we've repeated this, but then they say you're viewing this as unique and therefore you need a clear statement. But we've covered that ground, so I'll let you go with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
And it's my understanding that there are other circumstances, other statutes in the veterans disability area that don't have statute of limitations. Is that right?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay.
There definitely are other statutes that displace the Barring Act that don't have statutes of limitations.
That displace the Barring Act and therefore allow claims without a statute of limitations.
It is not the case that every single statute that has ever displaced the Barring Act has its own separate statute of limitations. That is not the case. Other statutes that displace the Barring Act that don't use its 6-year statute of limitations also don't impose their own statute of limitations. So CRSC might be the only disability compensation, military disability compensation statute that has been found to apply in that way, but it's not the only statute that applies in that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Flynn?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The text of 3702A1A expressly provides the claims of military service members for various forms of unpaid compensation are to be settled under 3702 and its 6-year limitations period. Petitioner is nonetheless arguing that claims for this form of military compensation, CRSC, are not subject to that time bar because the CRSC statute contains its own settlement mechanism without providing its own time limit. Text, history, and context resolve this case. Dating back 200 years, claims for all kinds of military pay and benefits, including retired pay, have been settled under 3702 and its predecessors. And since 1940, those pay claims have been subject to the time bar. Congress enacted the CRSC statute, which essentially restores retired pay for some members against that uniform practice. Yet Congress did not use any of the clear hallmark language that had been recognized to displace 3702, including by simply using the word settle or simply providing a different timing rule. It follows that the CRSC statute should be read harmoniously with 3702 and that statute's limitations period, which the Secretary of Defense may waive. Petitioner instead asked this court to parse the various details that the CRSC statute does cover and conclude that they implicitly add up to what would be a highly unusual result: a congressional intent to subject the Department of Defense to open-ended retroactive liability. But the mine run of military pay statutes include the same kinds of details. Indeed, that's true of the statutes governing the death gratuity benefit, which petitioner has agreed in his reply brief, and I believe my friend agreed today, would convey independent settlement authority under his test. But we know that can't be right, because then Congress's recent amendment of the death gratuity statute to provide a time limit applicable only to minors would be inexplicable. That illustrates that petitioner's function-based standard does not capture congressional intent and threatens destabilizing results. I welcome the court's questions.
Other than using the word settle, how would you draft the statute, CRSC statute, to confer settlement authority?
So I think if, as Congress had provided in the very first subsection, that the Secretary concerned may settle and pay, that would be the straightforward way to do it that it had used in other military contexts. I think other
Well,
kind
let's
of hallmark.
leave the word settle out. How would you draft it? You say in your brief that there's no magic words requirement. So what words other than settle would you use?
So we believe that there are hallmark formulations that Congress has used, often just the word settle, but there are other examples, like speaking of claims being allowed or disallowed, or referring to a finding being final and conclusive. But we do reject the idea that there is a function-based test where you sort of look to whether the details of program administration provided in a statute add up to something that looks like making determinations relevant to eligibility or determinations relevant to how much will ultimately be paid out. We just don't think that's how Congress has acted when it wants to displace the sort of specialized accounting authority. And especially here where, as Justice Kagan sort of alluded to, the upshot of having 3702 apply in this context really is just whether or not the 6-year time bar applies. You would expect Congress to have just said something about what kind of timing rule it wanted, either for retroactive benefits or otherwise. And we just don't see anything about timing in this provision.
So is your argument that the only thing that gets picked up under your rule is the time bar? In other words, are all of the other whatever the name of this statute is, are all of the other statutory requirements still in effect?
Of the CRSC statute?
Yeah.
Yes, we agree that everything in the CRSC statute is read harmoniously with 3702. The other key thing that 3702 does, which might be more important in other contexts, is that it says who has ultimate authority for settling claims. In the military context, just as a matter of how things work on the ground, there's so many cross delegations between the Secretary of Defense and the secretaries concerned. For instance, the Secretary of Defense has delegated his 3702 settlement authority to process claims to the secretaries concerned. But in turn, the secretaries concerned have delegated their accounting function, so that's the calculation and payment functions, over to DFAS, which is at the DoD level. So here, this dispute really does just come down to whether the statute of limitations, which DoD has interpreted as a sort of an ability to go back a certain number of years in awarding retroactive benefits, whether or not that applies to this kind of military conflict.
But doesn't it also come down to the meaning of settle? Because in order to harmonize these two statutes, I think you have to look at the fact that the Barring Act says, except as provided in another statute, all claims shall be settled as follows. And so we have to determine whether the other statute actually confers settlement authority. And I guess I'm just trying to understand what your test or criteria are for settlement. Your friend on the other side was very clear that settlement, in their view, is determining whether a claim is valid and determining the amount due, both of which occur under the CRSC statute. You seem to suggest that something more is necessary. Maybe it's the words, I don't know, but what more is necessary to settle a claim from the government's perspective?
So what needs to be located in the statute is one of those hallmark formulations, or for Congress to otherwise make its intent unmistakably clear that it wants to displace the 3702 regime.
Well, why isn't this clear?
Please.
Why isn't this clear enough? Is my question. I mean, this isn't the most obvious way to convey settlement authority, but on the other hand, the D provision does say to a retiree, you know, you may apply to the Secretary of a military department to make the eligibility determination. And then subsection A says that secretary shall pay the appropriate amount to a person who has been found eligible. So it seems as though, even though it's a little bit backhanded in the way this is phrased, you have everything that's necessary to convey settlement authority here.
So I have a few responses to that. The first is that this court was very clear in Illinois surety that payment authority is different from settlement authority. They're considered different.
Well, I was just saying you have both. You have the secretary shall pay, and you also have a statement that makes it clear that the way this is expected to work is that the retiree applies to the secretary concerned to determine eligibility, so determine the validity of the claim.
And what I'd say about the application is that is also just, I'm going to rely heavily on contextual considerations here, but a statute, the military pay statute that involves an application is also not unusual. And so my point is that Congress would not have thought that adding that detail along with the other details that it talked about with—
I'm sorry, could you say that again? What's not unusual?
To have an application process that Congress provides. I mean, we discussed this in our brief.
An application process, but this specifically says go apply to the secretary of the department, right?
Yes.
And he or she is going to be the one who's going to determine your eligibility and thus is going to determine the validity of your claim. And once it says that, like, really, what more do you need other than something along the lines of, well, you should have said it in the active voice rather than the passive voice or something?
So I can point to, at least one other statute, the basic needs allowance. This is at 37 USC 402B. B is part of the section heading that also has an application required, and that one is also one that says the secretary concerned shall pay to each member who is eligible under subsection B a basic needs allowance and the amount determined for such member under subsection C. I think that meets all of what petitioner is saying is necessary, which I think basically just comes down to whether a specific person is named when you're setting forth eligibility and calculation rules. I'd also say that it's a little odd for Congress to say we're displacing the Barring Act by naming a particular Department of Defense official to be making these determinations when, before this was transferred to the Secretary of Defense, the 3702 authority, GAO was the one making who had the 3702 authority. So there was always kind of a divergence between the sort of administration of this pay in these organic statutes authorizing the forms of payment, and GAO with its authority under 3702. But as came up earlier, there was no finding that any other form of military pay or compensation was not subject to the 6-year time bar.
Counsel, what is the concern you have broader beyond this particular statute? I mean, to be eligible for benefits here, you have to have gotten a Purple Heart, be disabled as a result of armed conflict, hazardous service, performance of duty under conditions of war. I can't believe there are people in Congress saying, we're giving too much money to Purple Heart recipients, so let's tighten it up. I mean, there must be a bigger concern that the department is worried about.
Yes, and so, as I think we suggested in our brief, we're not saying that or suggesting there might be a staggering amount of liability based under this particular type of benefit. And there is also a waiver authority where this time bar can be waived for individuals with CRSC claims or other claims. I would submit that our primary concern here is this kind of, if there were an adoption of the kind of function-based test the petitioner is asking for, where you look statute by statute and say, well, is there an eligibility determination not in the passive voice, but assigned to a person? Is it a sufficiently important eligibility determination? Because I took my friend to say some are not sufficiently important. Do we think this calculation function is assigned to that person or not? We might be in a world where we have lots of different military pay and compensation statutes that are now to be awarded.
I was going to say you might be, but is it the judgment of the department that you are? I mean, these aren't, it's not a magic words argument. I understand that. But, you know, they do have words here that are pretty close to the ones that are in the Barring Act.
So I can point this court to 6 statutes that I believe meet petitioner's test, at least as clarified in the reply brief. I imagine, even if I'm wrong about that, there would certainly be litigation about it. There will be litigation about other provisions that start to seem similar enough to this one or the next one that gets decided. And then we're in a world where we just really can't predict what kind of open-ended retroactive liability the Department of Defense is facing, which, to repeat what I said earlier, we are aware of no other military pay or compensation statute that opens up the department in that way. And so we want to be
You're
careful.
not aware of anyone that opens the department in the way that you argue this one does?
Right, to open-ended liability for payments in the past with no kind of time bar.
You say there are 6, your friend says there are 2. I want to hear what the 6 are, and do all of them contain statutes of limitations, or some of them lack them too?
So the 6 provisions I'm pointing to, so the first is the death gratuity statute, which one my petitioner.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry, the death gratuity statute. So those provisions are at 10 U.S.C. 1475 through 14.
You don't need to cite them, just give them to me. So death gratuity, subsistence, I think Ms. Flint also suggested.
See that, I'm not sure.
You're not sure about
her
that?
word for that. I'm not sure about that. So
Okay.
I guess that'd make it
Just
7.
quickly,
But sure.
let's tick off the
Okay,
others.
so a certain form of the disability retirement pay, this is at 10 U.S.C. 1204. The next would be disability severance pay. Those relevant provisions are 10 U.S.C. 1203 and 1216. Involuntary discharge separation pay and 10 U.S.C. 1174. And one of the forms of transitional compensation to dependents of members separated for dependent abuse, the exceptional eligibility provisions, and those are located at 10 U.S.C. 1059L. But if I could go back to the death gratuity provision for
Before we get to that, do those contain statutes of limitations or not?
none except for the death gratuity provision, which is the one that where I want to make the point about how that one shows the petitioner's test can't be right.
Go ahead.
So that one does have a statute of limitations that Congress added in the 2025 NDAA, I believe. And before it had no statute of limitations, and the understanding was that the Barring Act applied. Congress then added a statute of limitations that is only applicable to beneficiaries, so survivors who are under the age of 21. It essentially gives them more time. That would be inexplicable if Congress didn't understand that.
I understand the point. And I just want to be clear, is the government taking the position that should it lose in this case, it will also lose in those 6 other cases, or are you reserving the right to distinguish them?
We are absolutely reserving the right to distinguish them. Our point is more that I certainly think there would be questions about them, and there would be sort of fine-tuned parsing of whether, do you have to look outside of this provision to find something else? So.
But we're down from 50 to 6 or 2.
Well, it also just depends, I suppose, on what you find to be the relevant line. So here, I mean, I'm not sure that this statute even meets petitioner's test, because one of the things that petitioner is saying is, or my friend is saying, is that the responsibility to calculate the amount has to be specifically assigned to a named person. I'm not sure the statute does that. It speaks in the passive voice about the determination and determined. And so if we think this one counts, then is that close, then what does that mean for the other one?
Can I just step back for a minute? We rephrase the question presented here to say that a claim for compensation under 1413A would count as a claim for retired pay under the Barring Act?
Yes.
Do you think we were right to do that? I mean, is it clear that the claim for this kind of compensation is retired pay?
Yes. So the Federal Circuit found this in its decision. And of course, I want to just preface that I also understand this court to have taken this issue out of the question presented. But the Federal Circuit's reasoning, which we agree with, is that the way CRSC works is that because of the concurrent receipt bar that my friend referenced, the background rule is that some members who are entitled to both retired pay and disability compensation have to waive some amount, and that usually means they're waiving retired pay because disability compensation isn't taxable. What this is saying is that that rule still applies, but we're just going to give you a separate income stream to make up for a portion of that that's connected with a disability that's combat related under this definition. And so it essentially restores retirement pay that these members would have otherwise had to give up. It's calculated, tied to what retired pay they would have otherwise had to give up. And it's also paid out of the military retirement fund, which is how retired pay is paid. So we think those considerations mean this is a claim involving retired pay within the meaning.
And is there any argument that the litany of other statutes that you cite might not fall within the Barring Act for that separate reason, that, you know, the Barring Act applies to pay, allowances, travel, transportation, you know, et cetera on the list? I mean, but you think they all would qualify under your understanding under those, but that the implications of this would be, it's just entirely inapplicable. I guess what I'm saying is there a reason to think the Barring Act might not apply to those anyway because they don't fall in these categories?
I don't think there is a reason. First is that given the phrase involving, you know, it's not strictly those categories, but the basic needs allowance is an allowance. I talked about disability retirement. I think that would be considered involving retired pay. The disability severance pay is pay. So
you see the Barring Act is just sweeping very broadly the word involving these categories. It would pull all those things in anyway.
Yes, and that has been the background understanding against which Congress would have been legislating in 2002 and then 2008 when it created and expanded this program.
You have said that if the court were to disagree with you about this particular statute, the government would argue that there are grounds for distinguishing those other 6 statutes that you mentioned. Is there one feature that would provide the basis for that distinction? Or if not, on what ground would you distinguish those?
So we would have to take it case by case and look at the context of that benefit and what came. So I mostly am just saying that I don't know what arguments we would make. I'm sure we would try to find ways, but I think Your Honor is asking, is there sort of a lowest common denominator that would make a ruling narrow? And I'm just not really sure there is. I suppose you could write an opinion that says, petitioner flagged 6 aspects of this statute. All 6 have to be present. But if you say something like, here, there are these 6 features, we're not saying what's enough in the future, then I think we're off to the races. And so I'm not sure, maybe an application might be a narrowing device, but even then we pointed to, I think, 5 others in our brief. I pointed to one here today. I'm not sure. I'm sure there might be some applications required by regulation. So I don't think that would meaningfully narrow it.
Counsel, those 6 statutes, do they deal with big programs, small programs? I mean, what's the extent of the liability that the government is concerned with here?
Well, the death gratuity benefit is $100,000 to a survivor. I think I can't make very firm pronouncements about what kind of dollar figure we're talking about here, but I think the basic needs allowance is a pretty common type of benefit. Disability severance pay. And I'd also just say that we're not saying the list stops here, again, because we just don't totally know how, once you start going one by one through 10 USC, 37 USC, like through those titles of the US code, what else could be found by an authority to look close enough.
I'm going to go back through all 7 of them at some point.
Sure.
But were these part of that list of 50 you gave in your brief?
So the basic needs allowance, we cited, I think, 402 sub A, and I'm citing B. So we did not cite that one. I believe the rest of them, we did have them in the various.
Well, I know I didn't do it, but my law clerk did it and told me that the 2 qualifications that the other side puts forth are, does the statute determine the validity of a claim, who's going to do it, and who determines the amount due. And she claims, confirmed by my law clerk, that there were only potentially 2 of those 50-odd statutes where both features were present. Do you dispute that? Are you claiming that in all 7 of these, those 2 features both are present?
I think if this statute counts, then there's certainly at least I want to be careful of, again, not trying to concede that we would lose that case if it were to come up. But I think For instance, let me take one where I believe petitioner disputed whether it would count under their test in their reply brief. That's disability severance pay. So we understand 10 USC 1216B4, which says the secretary concerned shall have all powers, functions, and duties incident to the determination of this chapter of payment of disability severance pay. We think that sounds like a calculation authority. I gather petitioner thinks maybe it isn't, but that seems as close to a calculation authority as what we have here in subsection A, where it says determined.
This has the secretary deciding eligibility and then determining the amount.
Sorry, and so that same provision also says that I lied to that part, so I was focusing on payment, but that same provision says the secretary concerned shall have all the powers, functions, and duties incident to the determination of this chapter of the entitlement to and payment of disability severance pay.
Thank you.
But my point is really just to show the kinds of debates we might be having under the kind of function-based test, whereas before, when you do have just looking for certain hallmark language, or more straightforwardly, to just have a timing provision, since that is the upshot of this being a settlement mechanism.
But there are statutes, you say, that everybody agrees displace the Barring Act that don't have a timing provision. So I'm trying to understand the relevance, in your view, of the statute of limitations. Are you saying that you cannot be this kind of settlement statute unless you have a statute of limitations?
I'm not saying that. The two examples, though, that I think Your Honor is referencing is USERRA and the Postal Service statute. So those don't have to do with military pay or benefits. The USERRA provision does speak to timing. It's a provision giving to the MSPB the authority to adjudicate complaints under USERRA, and there's another subsection there that talks about the MSPB ordering various forms of relief, including monetary relief. And then the provision at issue says that the MSPB will adjudicate complaints without regard to whether they accrued before, on, or after the effective date of that statute. So it does speak to timing. And it
speaks to timing to say, don't worry about it. And so I'm trying to understand the extent to which you're saying that a statute can only confer settlement authority and thereby displace the Barring Act if it has a statute of limitations, or I guess speaks to timing. Like, what is the relevance of this, the speaking to timing as to whether or not this is a statute that confers settlement authority? I thought those were two different concepts.
We're not saying that a statute has to have that, but they do tend to go hand in hand, that you have a provision talking about the settlement of claims or the submission of claims to an entity and then providing a timing rule. For instance, like the Military Claims Act, the Foreign Claims Act, other military provisions that we cited in our brief that have been found to displace.
I mean, in the Barring Act itself, it has two separate references to except as provided, which makes me think that Congress was thinking about those as different concepts. That except as provided, the government shall, elsewhere, the government shall settle claims in this way. And then later, when it talks about the particular statutory statute of limitations, it has another reference to except as provided, which it wouldn't have needed if the whole thing turned on whether or not you talked about timing or whatnot.
Right, and we're not saying that absolutely you have to have a timing rule, but we're just saying they do tend to run together, because when you are setting up a claim settlement process,
they do, but I guess what's really hard for me about your argument is I can't really figure out exactly what it is you think we need to be looking for in order to say the Barring Act applies or it doesn't. You say something like the word settle, but it doesn't have to be the word settle, but it can't be a function test. It has to be words. I don't know what that means in real life. I mean, the other side says what you're looking for is, do you have a statute that authorizes a particular entity to determine whether the claim is valid and determine what the amount due is? That's a pretty straightforward thing we're looking for. And I appreciate that you say we can find it in various other statutes, but at least it's clear as to what it is they say counts as settlement authority. Yours, I'm not so sure.
So we are saying you need to look for the the word settle or other hallmark formulations that otherwise get across Congress's intent to convey this kind of specialized accounting authority. And the other thing I would say is just that because the function-based test essentially looks for various facets of program administration, we just know that can't be the right standard because Congress assigned under the Barring Act the authority to settle claims under all of these military pay and compensation statutes. Because of that conferral of authority in 3702A1A, we just know that Congress wasn't envisioning that the mine run of military pay and benefit statutes would be something that would displace this regime, because Congress specifically envisioned in 1996 when it added this language that this would be the authority under which those kinds of claims should be settled. So I agree that I'm looking at what Congress could not have thought counted to say that means that petitioner's test can't be right, but I think that is a very strong contextual consideration, at least in the context of military statutes.
When you say, keep going, sorry.
I'm finished.
When you say hallmark formulations, just so I make sure we have those in mind.
Yes, so, and these can be seen in the GAO Red Book, the most recent version on this issue, as well as the 1982. So settle or settlement of claims, claims being allowed or allowable or disallowable, reference to either the settlement or to like certain findings or determinations being final and conclusive. And then one is for some executive branch entities, the authority to sue or be sued or determine the nature and character and necessity of their expenditure.
And that's in the GAO Red Book now and in 82 or somewhere.
Yes, and you can look at the statutes.
And what's much as I enjoy talking about the GAO Red Book, what's the relevance of that? Would you summarize that for us?
Yes, so GAO used to be the entity that had this authority, so they had to figure out what are these regimes that are going to displace our authority. And GAO was doing that even before Congress added the except as otherwise provided by law language in the recodification in 1982. And that's why we pointed out that the GAO Red Book was the first edition came out in 1982, right before Congress added that language, which Congress said in the recodification it wasn't intending to make a substantive change. That's in the law itself, and also the revision notes said that this except as otherwise provided by law language was intended to just be clarifying. So it's that the GAO was the one sort of implementing the statute for a long time, and the Comptroller General decisions are what we have as authorities in this area of what counts. And so that's why we're relying on sort of the background administrative practice against which Congress would have.
And the idea is Congress would have spoken more clearly, is your point, general point there.
Yes, in the CRSC statute, yes.
And the other point, there's no other form of military compensation where the limitations period is inapplicable, correct?
Yeah, where there's no limitations period and there is a mandatory open-ended liability.
Anyone else? Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Anything further? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
You don't have to.
Rebuttal, Ms. Flynn?
Thank you. I'd like to start where you started, Justice Thomas, and you followed up, Justice Kagan. What's missing? The statute authorizes determination of eligibility. It authorizes determination of amount due. So what's missing? I think the answer I heard was a hallmark formulation. We agree it doesn't have to be the word settle, but it has to be a hallmark formulation. And then my friend read examples of words that, in the government's view, sound hallmark enough. As Justice Jackson's questions aptly call out, I don't know what counts as a hallmark formulation. The way that this court has instructed to read statutes is read the words that are written in the statute. Don't say there's a small group, one or about a dozen, I think it was, acceptable terms. And if Congress uses these terms, okay. And if it doesn't use these terms, then we're not going to interpret the statute to have settlement authority. That's not how this court has read statutes. The court rejected a very similar argument in Lac du Flambeau about whether the bankruptcy code abrogated tribal sovereign immunity. The argument was that other statutes had made express reference to tribal sovereign immunity, and the court said, Congress is entitled to do it differently this time. That might be the most straightforward way. That might be arguably the most obvious way to abrogate tribal sovereign immunity. But that doesn't mean Congress is foreclosed from doing it using different terms. Same here. Maybe hallmark formulations, settlement or otherwise, would be the most obvious, most straightforward way to write the CRSC statute, but that sure doesn't mean it's the only way. The way to interpret Section 1413A is to read its text to determine whether it authorizes an official to determine the validity of CRSC claims and the amount due, and all of that is there in the statute. Now, to talk about the other statutes that my friend has referred to. Of course, we started in the briefs with a few or more dozen. We're down to, I think it was 6 or 7 today that the government thinks may be implicated by application of our test. We've only found 2, as the same as your law clerk, Justice Sotomayor. Look, maybe these statutes do displace the Barring Act. If a statute has language that authorizes an official to determine the validity of claims and the amount due, it is proper to conclude that the Barring Act is displaced because Section 3702A says if another statute provides for settlement of claims, this law doesn't apply. A statute that authorizes an official to determine the validity and amount due on claims is a statute that authorizes settlement. That is just the definition of settlement that this court said was well established as of 1916 and nobody thinks has changed in the intervening years. So if there is 1, 2, or 6 military statutes that courts will have to read as a result of a victory for Corporal Soto here, that is perfectly appropriate. And that prospect certainly doesn't support not reading the text of Section 1413A literally because of concerns that it might give rise to, more lawsuits in connection with 6 or 7 other statutes or 2. To address briefly the retired pay question that you asked, Justice Barrett, of course, we did argue below that we don't think that this case involves retired pay. The Federal Circuit disagreed with that. I mean, I don't think there could be any more hallmark or clear formulation of the statement that CRSC is not retired pay. That is the words in subsection G of 1413A. That is a pretty obvious way to conclude that Section 3702A1 does not apply because this is a benefit that is not retired pay, so determination of claims involving this benefit are not determinations involving retired pay. And that would certainly alleviate any other concerns, although of course we do recognize, as my friend did, that that's not part of the question presented as reformulated by this court. Excuse me. Just to address very briefly the death gratuity statute that my friend mentioned and the statute of limitations, I respectfully take issue with Ms. Lynn's reading of the death gratuity statute. Section 1479, which is the provision which we have read as potentially authorizing settlement, that relates only to immediate payment of death gratuities under Section 1475. It doesn't implicate the statute of limitations.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media.
But I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Psy-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that. And strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real. And we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution. Explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub. Treating pets and their
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 28th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, the House will vote on several bills under the Congressional Review Act to repeal out-of-touch Biden-era Green New Deal policies. H.J. Res. 88, which I introduced this Congress, will repeal the Biden administration's approval of California's de facto electric vehicle mandate. This policy requires California to end the sale of all internal combustion engines by 2035. And 17 states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, are set to adopt this regulation. Let me be clear. No one should be forced to buy a product purely because of government regulation. we cannot allow Gavin Newsom and California Democrats to decide what vehicles my constituents in central Pennsylvania are allowed to purchase. I urge my colleagues in both the House and the Senate to pass this legislation so that President Trump can end this mandate and save our American auto industry. Thank you. Madam Speaker, for years, my colleagues and I in the House and Senate have been sounding the alarm on China's control of the critical mineral resources that our nation relies on. Our nation is rich in natural resources, and we need policies that allow us to utilize them and limit our reliance on countries like China and Russia. Now, President Trump is finally setting us on the right path by signing an executive order to expedite our nation's ability to harvest the deep seabed mineral resources that are just off our shorelines. This executive order will expedite the review process for exploration permits and implement a cross-government plan to advance our nation's ability to harvest these critical resources. Working together with our allies and industry partners, President Trump's actions will create a strong supply chain for these minerals and counter China's influence on this important industry. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as President Trump bolsters our domestic manufacturing, returning production to the U.S., American companies need the workforce to support these industries. Last week, President Trump signed an executive order to modernize our workforce programs to better prepare the American people for these high-paying jobs in the trades. This presidential action will support more than 1 million apprenticeships per year, meaning that the talented students in vocational programs throughout our country will be able to further their careers with hands-on training while being paid. In my district, I've had the privilege of visiting vocational schools such as the Colonial Career and Technology Center in New Oxford and the Bedford Career and Technology School in Everett. And I am proud to see President Trump continue to support the future of these talented students with this executive order. Soon, the American workforce will be even stronger than ever. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the courageous firefighters who have put their lives on the line to fight the two wildfires in Pennsylvania's Michoud State Forest. More than 170 firefighters have responded to the emergency, including Vigilant Hose Company No. 1 in Shippensburg, PA. While their work is yet to be finished, these brave men and women have already contained more than 90% of Hammond Rock fire and are nearing 50% containment in the Thompson Hollow fire. On behalf of the entire 13th District of Pennsylvania, I thank these firefighters for their courage in the face of danger and prayed for their continued safety as they continue to fight these fires. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McDonald-Rivet, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent in which to revise and extend my remarks and include
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming today. It's great to be with you. This is our first official influencer briefing here at the White House. I want to thank you all so much for joining us on what is day 99 of the Trump administration. And as I promised, as my first briefing as press secretary back in January, the Trump White House will speak to all media outlets and personalities, not just the legacy media who traditionally has covered this institution. Tens of millions of Americans are now turning to social media and independent media outlets to consume their news. And we are embracing that change, not ignoring it. It's well past time that the White House press operation reflected the media habits of the American people in 2025 and not 1925. And thanks to President Trump, a select group of DC-based journalists no longer have a monopoly over press access here at the White House. All journalists, outlets, and voices have a seat at the table now, and you being here today for this briefing proves that. Today officially marks the 99th day of promises made and kept by President Trump. Our primary focus today is how President Trump has fulfilled one of his central campaign promises to the American people in record time, ending the massive illegal invasion and securing our nation's southern and northern borders. As we know, Joe Biden allowed millions of criminal illegal aliens to pour into our country over the past 4 years. And as we all know, a significant number of those aliens have been vicious gang members, murderers, rapists, and pedophiles. Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and many others have been murdered because of Joe Biden's open border. President Trump made a promise to the American people, to all of you and your audiences, to end the carnage and keep our country safe. And he has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. He immediately declared a national emergency on the southern border, deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion, and ended reckless catch and release policies. And as a result, between the inauguration and April 1st of this month, only 9 illegal aliens were released into the United States of America. This is a staggering 99.99% decrease from more than the 184,000 illegal aliens who were released into the country under Joe Biden during that same period last year. You can't get much better than 99.99% decrease. Total attempted illegal crossings at the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another record low again last month in March. President Trump signed the Laken Riley Act into law, requiring illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence to be detained. And he reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term. The president has also restarted construction of his signature border wall. More than 85 miles have been built and are in various stages of construction and planning. He designated cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, invoked the Alien Enemies Act to apprehend, detain, and remove these massive threats who have flooded our country. And the Trump administration, as you heard from our border czar, Tom Homan, earlier today, is working literally 24/7 around the clock to successfully arrest and deport illegal criminals and foreign terrorists from our communities, your communities. We're in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation campaign in American history. And despite the legacy media's fear-mongering and lies about this, we will continue with these successful operations because we know that's what the American people are expecting from this president, and that's why they overwhelmingly reelected him to this office. Over the past weekend, it was announced Operation Tidal Wave was a joint effort in ICE Miami and Florida law enforcement agencies. Nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days alone. I don't know if we have any Floridians in here, but you're welcome. Operation Tidal Wave is a preview of what is to come around the country. Large-scale operations employing our state and local law enforcement partners to get criminal aliens off our streets. And we will not apologize for this. This is the first of its kind multi-agency immigration enforcement operation coordinated by ICE with federal partners. And this multi-day operation has so far resulted in nearly 800 illegal aliens apprehended in 4 days, including MS-13 murderers, rapists, drug traffickers, and human rights abuses. So, safe to say, President Trump made a promise to all of you, your audiences, and the American public to secure our nation's borders. He has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. And you will see the legacy media has nitpicked stories to try to drum up sympathy for people who broke our nation's laws. This White House has sympathy for American citizens, for law-abiding families who are doing what's right, who came here the right way. That includes legal immigrants who have come to this country, paid their dues, waited their turn, and are now being cheated and ripped off by, or were being cheated and ripped off by the previous administration. We are putting Americans first every day, and we applaud the ICE agents and Border Patrol agents who are on the ground doing this important work. That's just the border. Of course, the president has been working incredibly hard to unleash the might of our economy here at home. He's in the process of negotiating fair trade deals abroad with many countries around the world who have come to the table because the president is using the leverage of this office of the United States of America to leverage our economic might and to cut good trade deals. You also look at what's happening on the world stage when it comes to foreign policy. The president has put the world on notice. They all understand that we have a commander-in-chief in the Oval Office who is going to put America and our troops first, who's going to do what's right for our country, our nation, our people, even if that means making tough decisions. And we are closer today to a peace deal in Russia and Ukraine, certainly than we were when we took office on January 20th. If you look at the situation in the Middle East, Israel has never had a stronger friend than they do right now in the Oval Office with President Trump. We've had more than 75 hostages who have returned home from around the world, or wrongfully detained individuals. You can only do that if you have a president who's unafraid to use the leverage of the United States. So there are many accomplishments to talk about this week. I haven't even mentioned the restoring common sense effort of this administration to get men out of women's sports, to root out DEI and waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal bureaucracy. The president has done so much in such little time, and we're working very hard here every day. We appreciate all that you do on social media to push what the president is saying, but also sometimes question it. And we relish independent journalism. And I hope you all have seen the president, myself, anybody in this administration. We are unafraid to take questions. This has truly been the most transparent and accessible presidency in American history. So with that, let's kick it off. And I'm happy to take your question first, Erin.
Thanks so much, Caroline, both for having us and for granting me the first question here.
Sure.
And I can attest to the deportations in Florida. My Uber drivers finally speak English again, so thank you for that. But my question for you is, what are the administration's plans for those who continue to defy the executive orders? Most notably, on my mind, are the ones related to what some would call trans men. I would call men masquerading as trans women, which are men masquerading as girls in girls' sports.
Sure. Obey federal law, or you will be prosecuted. Obey federal law, and you could see your federal funding cut. Whether you are a college or a university, we have seen the president, again, using the leverage of this administration and to negotiate deals with some of the biggest colleges and universities in this country. And if they don't want to come to the negotiating table to apologize for the federal laws they have broken, to apologize for allowing Jewish American students on our nation's campuses to be unlawfully bullied and harassed, then there's going to be consequences for that illegal behavior. Same thing with men in women's sports. The president signed a very strong executive order, making it the policy of the United States federal government that there are only two sexes, male and female, and we are not going to tolerate biological men competing in sports or impeding in private spaces for women like myself or you. And we've seen states defy this federal order. You've seen the state of Maine, unfortunately, because of their liberal governor, who nobody in that state disagrees with, I will add, being from New England, I can attest to that. People are incredibly fed up with her trying to oppose this common sense message. You've seen young women who have had to go on television to plead with their governor, please stop letting men play against me in sports. We shouldn't live in a country where that even has to happen. The president deeply understands that. That's why he signed that EO. And when Maine decided not to follow it, the Department of Justice sued them. So anyone who disobeys federal law will be either prosecuted, sued, or say goodbye to your federal funding. Sure. How about to the back in the red tie?
Hi, one of my main questions is, when will the border wall be completed? Because it's been talked about for a very long time, and a lot of people want to know when can we expect that to be done?
Sure. I don't have an official timeline for you, but certainly it's a priority of the administration. The president has talked about this for years, right? It was his signature campaign promise dating back to 2016. People laughed at him when he originally brought this idea up, but now the whole world recognizes a border wall is effective. It's a necessary means to secure your nation's territorial borders. Democrats like to have borders outside of their homes, or walls outside of their homes, for a reason, because they know it repels invaders. And that's why the president wants to do that at the southern border. There has been more than 85 miles built just since January 20th. It's obviously the goal of this administration to build as much border wall as we possibly can. And we need Congress's help to do that. We need more federal funding. The president's working closely with Speaker Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Thune to pass a solid reconciliation package that not only provides more funding for our ICE agents and Border Patrol agents on the ground, but to continue construction of that border wall as well. Sure, go ahead.
Madam Leavitt, congratulations on this endeavour to bring in new media. And can I start by thanking you for including the British? And I'm deeply proud to be the only British representative here. I hope future events you might include more. Thank you. I've got two questions, if I may be so bold, regarding my little country across the pond. First and foremost, it's regarding trade deals. So your Vice President Vance, has said, no free speech, no deal. The British Business Secretary, whose name is Jonathan Reynolds, has said that in the trade talks with the Commerce Department, the US Commerce Department, there has been no material, that free speech has been not a material factor in negotiations. So my first question is it the case that free speech is no longer part of negotiations? And my second question, if I may, is in Britain, we have had over a quarter of a million people issued non-crime hate incidents. As we speak, there are people in prison for quite literally reposting memes. We have extensive prison sentences and for tweets, social media posts, and general free speech issues. Would the Trump administration consider political asylum for British citizens in such a situation?
Well, to your latter question, it's a very good one. I have not heard that proposed to the president, nor have I spoken to him about that idea, but I certainly can and talk to our national security team and see if it's something the administration would entertain.
Yes, please.
To your first question about free speech in the United Kingdom, the vice president has been incredibly outspoken about this for good reason. And the president has spoken about this as well directly with your prime minister when he was here for a visit to the White House. So it remains a critical endeavor of ours to show the Brits and your country, which we love and admire, about the First Amendment and the importance of free speech in a sovereign nation. As for the trade talks, I understand they are moving in a very positive way with the United Kingdom. I don't want to get ahead of the president or our trade team and how those negotiations are going, but I have heard they've been very positive and productive with the United Kingdom. And I will say the president always, both publicly and privately, speaks incredibly highly of your country. He has a good relationship with your prime minister, though they disagree on domestic policy issues. I've witnessed the camaraderie between them firsthand in the Oval Office, and there is a deep mutual respect between our two countries that certainly the president upholds. You're welcome. Mr. Spicer, it's good to see you here. My predecessor.
Yeah, well, had to swing by. Thank you for doing this. I think it's marvelous what you guys have done to bring in new voices, and it shows, it reflects the president's commitment to transparency and to bring this in. So I've got two quick ones for you. The first is you mentioned reconciliation. Beyond that and what he hopes to get out of that, considering how slim the House majority is, what other legislative priorities does he want to see codified in law before this Congress adjourns?
It's a really good question, Sean. I think reconciliation is the first and foremost question on the president's mind right now. It's a huge deal. We have to get it done. He's working closely with Congress. In fact, he's meeting with Speaker Johnson, I think, in a few minutes today in the Oval Office to discuss this very bill and measure. Aside from reconciliation, which we hope and are very confident will include more funding for border wall construction and mass deportations, as I mentioned earlier, but it's also very important that we get tax cuts passed. That is the second step in the Trump economic agenda. The president has used every executive lever he can to slash burdensome regulation, and we continue to do that every day across every agency. Administrator Zeldin is doing a fantastic job at the EPA, I may add, but every cabinet secretary is getting rid of regulation very seriously. The president is certainly working on unleashing American energy to drive down costs, but tax cuts are a critical component of really seeing the Trump economic formula be put together. So he wants to see tax cuts passed in this reconciliation package. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, of course, too. As for other measures that would be codified into law, certainly we've seen the president put forth common sense executive orders and take really common sense executive action that we would love Congress to take further action on to ensure that the president's executive actions can remain long after his tenure. So you don't have another president come in here in 8 years and undo some of the executive work that the president has worked so hard on. So we want Congress to continue getting to work, but we got to get this reconciliation bill passed first.
Thank you. The second thing I have is just a question I get a lot, and I figured I'd best address to you. You've done a phenomenal job opening up the briefing room, bringing in new voices. The president's commitment during the campaign to do long-form podcasts was, I think, extremely helpful to this new media environment that we live in. But a lot of conservatives will ask me, why does he sit down with people like Terry Moran of ABC or Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic? What is the rationale behind that, rewarding people who have very vehemently expressed disdain for him personally?
Because the president is unafraid, and he is inspired by competition, and he likes to talk to people face to face. And I think that's one of his best attributes and qualities. We live in an incredibly divisive country, unfortunately, that has been really the result and consequence, frankly, of the fake news and the hoaxes and lies they have driven at this president for the better part of the last decade now. But the fact that we still have a president who has been a victim of these hoaxes, these lies, these smears by so many legacy media outlets and reporters, yet he's still willing to sit down with them, look them in the eye, look them face to face, and take them to task and share the truth with them and his perspective, I think is what the American people deserve in a president. And it's certainly a stark contrast to what we had in the previous administration, a president who was hiding, who actually used this beautiful South Court auditorium, which we're happy to be in today, but he used this like it was a fake Oval Office, weirdly, oddly. He was missing in action. He called lids at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. For those who don't know, a lid is when we tell the press to go home for the night. And he was doing that midday. That is not acceptable around here. I will tell you, we're working very early through the very late hours of the night. And the president's willing to talk to anyone, not just journalists who have really been posing as journalists, but are actually left-wing activists. But also, if you look at our adversaries and our competition abroad on a foreign policy scale, you know well in the first term, he went to North Korea. He talked to Putin directly. He talked to President Xi directly. The president believes in direct diplomacy, whether it is our adversaries and competitors around the world or left-wing activists like Jeffrey Goldberg. Sure.
First of all, thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to be here. You mentioned, obviously, it's no secret, America has been Israel's strongest friend, greatest ally. Unfortunately, as you know, Idan Alexander is still being held in Gaza. He's both an American and an Israeli citizen. Last we heard, allegedly, Hamas has lost all communication with him. I was wondering if there's been any update in terms of getting Idan home.
Sure. First of all, the reports last week were from Hamas media, and so we always take that, of course, with a grain of salt. We do our own verification on those reports. I talked to the National Security Council about Idan Alexander last week, as this is obviously a priority for the administration. And all I can tell you is that I can assure you that the Special Envoy Witkoff, Adam Bowler, who's been leading some of our hostage negotiations, Mike Waltz, the entire national security team, finding him and bringing him home is a priority for this administration, and they continue to work very hard on that every day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Chad.
First of all, thank you for the hospitality, always open and welcome, and thank you for the access. And I'll say to you again, for everyone, what I said to you a few weeks ago when we were here. I said, it's so refreshing to have a press secretary after the last few years who's both intelligent and articulate. So thank you for that. I think that a lot of people would be curious to know if we have any details of what the private conversation between Volodymyr Zelensky and the president was there at the Vatican. I imagine that we don't know at this stage of the game, but more specifically, back to the border issue, the DOJ stated on Friday that they were floating the idea of potentially subpoenaing journalists for to get access to whistleblowers. We know the last administration did not treat whistleblowers very well. There's numerous ones who, although still employed by the FBI or the DHS, have not received back pay and haven't truly, they've been employed, but they're not reinstated. So I'm wondering, does this administration have, do they believe that we should reinstate the whistleblower, like Agents Garrett or O'Boyle or Friend or, Stevenson with DHS, who blew the whistle on the child trafficking involving the cartels under Joe Biden? He too is yet to be brought back. Do we have a position on that?
Sure. Well, for each individual agency, secretaries of those agencies obviously have deference over who they hire, who they fire, who they promote. I can tell you certainly the president commends anyone who steps out and speaks the truth, especially against the malpractice that we saw over the last 4 years under the previous administration. I could speak to the two cases at the Treasury Department. The two whistleblowers there who blew the whistle on the Hunter Biden tax fraud case have been promoted by Secretary Bessent. So certainly we commend anyone who has the courage to step up and speak the truth. And as for those who unfortunately try to leak, especially classified information to the legacy media to put our troops in harm's way, our law enforcement officials at harm's way, leaks like that will not be tolerated. But those who are seeking to protect the truth will certainly be commended and applauded for that. Sure. Rogan, go ahead.
Hi, Caroline.
Good to see you again.
Great to see you as well. Great job this morning. And as always, you're really crushing it. My question is about the Epstein files. And a couple months ago, the DOJ released what they called phase 1 of the Epstein files. And they announced that a lot of those files, the remaining files, probably the bulk of the files, are actually in the New York field office. They requested that they be returned the day after. And some legacy media reports show that not only were those files returned to the DOJ, but that hundreds of FBI agents are going through them day after day and getting them ready for public release. Do you have any updates from the DOJ or the FBI on when those files are expected to be released, and also when we might start seeing some arrests of the client list?
Sure. I can assure you that the Attorney General and her team at the Department of Justice are working on this diligently. For a specific timeline, I'd have to check in with them. And we can certainly do that for you, Rogan, in the effort of transparency. But I will tell you, the Attorney General is a bulldog. She is someone you want on your team. And when she wants to get something done, she gets it done. I've seen her do it in various instances already in her time as Attorney General. And when she makes a promise, she keeps it. So I think I don't have a specific timeline on you for that, but I do know that they're working on it over there. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you for having us here. I've noticed, this is kind of like a repeat of 2016. The legacy media has gone back to not reporting anything on President Trump. In the beginning, we had them reporting everything that he was doing. Now they're kind of going back again to not reporting everything that he is actually doing. I'm kind of the nerd when it comes to reporting. I'm not the headline news girl. I'm the nuts and bolts. I'm the policy type nerd. So what direction do you advise kind of me to go into, like the White House files that y'all send out every single day? Because that's what people are used to when they want to ask me questions. They want to know kind of like the nuts and bolts of everything. Secondly, I know going into the first 100 days, Johnson's meeting with President Trump today. President Trump has issued a lot of executive orders. What about codifying? Is that going to be a conversation President Trump is going to have with him about possibly a timeline of just taking them from EOs into codifying them, into making them permanent, so we don't have another president that comes in, possibly a Democrat, that completely overturns everything that President Trump has done?
Yes, as I spoke to Sean's question earlier, absolutely. We want Congress to get to work. First thing is the reconciliation package, like I said, border and tax cuts. That's on the president's mind. But of course, he wants to see Congress move to codify all of the incredible things and work that he's done via executive order. To your first question about the nuts and bolts, I wish more people in the legacy media were like you and didn't focus on the sensationalist headlines, but actually cared about the facts. The president is doing so many phenomenal things every day that will never be mentioned on cable news at night. Signing executive orders. We do our absolute best to message that, which is, again, why we're welcoming independent voices like yours with following on social media, because that's the best way to get those truths and those facts out there. We put out fact sheets on the daily about what the president is signing, and they do get into the nuts and bolts of each and every policy and each and every executive action that he's taking. He's signing 3 phenomenal executive orders today. I will share a preview with those with you on those. One of them is an executive order focused on sanctuary cities. It will direct the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to provide a list of sanctuary cities back to the administration. We will review those. If those sanctuary cities are breaking federal law, well, then the Office of Management and Budget is going to look at their federal spending. Again, if you're defying federal law, you are threatening your own federal spending by doing that. There is another executive order the president will sign tonight. We can provide the fact sheet for you on ensuring law and order and ensuring that federal law enforcement and local law enforcement can work together and communicate more easily. And then the third executive order, which actually speaks to the heart of your question earlier about the Uber drivers, will be a order directing the Department of Transportation to include English literacy tests for our truckers. This is a big problem in the trucking community that, unless you're in that community, you might not know. But there's a lot of communication problems between truckers on the road. with federal officials and local officials as well, which obviously is a public safety risk. So we're going to ensure that our truckers, who are the backbone of our economy, are all able to speak English. That's a very common sense policy in the United States of America. So the president will be signing that later this afternoon. Yeah, you're welcome. To the back in the yellow tie.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump has recently made statements about eliminating the federal income tax and creating the External Revenue Service. When could we see that start to play out?
Well, I will tell you, this is something the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Treasury are both equally as excited about, as is the president. And, you know, there's many reasons for the tariffs the president has implemented and the trade deals that he is currently negotiating. Number one, we need to shore up our critical supply chains here at home. Number two, we need to increase our revenue here in the United States. We are running trillions of dollars of deficits. Our country will cripple if we continue down this path. And so how great it would be for the external revenue to completely replace the Internal Revenue Service. So I know the administration is focused on the External Revenue Service, getting that up and running. And as you know, Customs and Border Protection is charged with bringing in the money from tariffs every day. And they are bringing in billions and billions of dollars per day with the current tariff rates and where they are at. So we will continue with that effort. I think I went around the room. Oh, nope, one more in the back.
All good. So we know President Trump has been a champion for the 2A ever since he got in office, both times. My question is, do we see anything, is there any ongoing efforts for national reciprocity so we can carry in all 50 beautiful states?
This is something the president talked about on the campaign trail for sure. We need Congress to do it. But the president will always support our law-abiding gun owners, and as you mentioned, is a ardent supporter of the Second Amendment. It's more important now than ever as we see violent crime rates in our inner cities. I've said this repeatedly over the past 4 years. The Second Amendment was never more important than when we had an illegal immigrant crime epidemic spiking in this country. Law-abiding Americans have a constitutional right to defend themselves, and the president absolutely supports that. But to national reciprocity, we do need Congress's help on that one. So thank you, guys. It's so good to see you. I could go around the room all day, but unfortunately, there's work to be done. Thank you for coming to our very first influencer briefing to kick off the first 100 days of the Trump White House. It's great to see you all here, and thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to walk off now.
Include extraneous detail
Without
material.
objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise to draw your attention to mid-Michigan, where we'll find the blueprint for how we should be investing in the next generation of American manufacturing. Transformative investments in high-tech manufacturing are not only creating good-paying American jobs and boosting our region's economy, but also showing the entire nation how we can stand up to China and build more in the United States. Hemlock Semiconductor, located in Saginaw County, Michigan, manufactures polysilicon, a critical part of the semiconductor and solar supply chains. Hemlock is one of the few manufacturers in the world capable of refining polysilicon to the purity level needed for leading-edge microchips. The phone you are carrying in your pocket right now probably contains polysilicon manufactured in my district. Hemlock and its parent company, Corning, are redoubling their commitment to mid-Michigan, thanks in large part to federal laws that have incentivized high-tech manufacturing in America. The CHIPS Act is a perfect example of bipartisan investments that have increased America's competitiveness and created more jobs for our workers. With the help of essential CHIPS Act funding, Hemlock is expanding its mid-Michigan footprint by building a new facility that will bring 180 permanent positions and over 1,000 construction jobs in the process. Meanwhile, Corning announced an approximately $1 billion investment to build the largest solar wafer facility in the United States. Partnerships with local colleges and vocational schools are preparing local residents to take advantage of these jobs of the future. And by making these chips in Michigan, we're also standing up to China and decreasing American reliance on them. This chart next to me helps illustrate my point. 20 years ago, the United States produced more polysilicon than any other country in the world. But since then, it is an unfortunate fact that China has been eating our lunch. Today, China is producing 93% of the world's polysilicon, while our share has shrunk to just 2%, all the way down from 57. The story is similar for solar wafers, cells, and modules. This is bad news for American manufacturing, and it is bad news for our national security. When we rely on China for these components, give the Chinese Communist Party leverage over us, we put ourselves at risk. Even though many Americans don't directly interact with wafers, solar cells, or polysilicon, they are essential that they power our electronic devices. And now, everything from our phones, defense systems, energy, and cars are reliant on Chinese-made products. Everyone in my community remembers 2020, when auto plants shut down because we couldn't get our hands on the microchips we needed during COVID. Building more chips in America will make us less vulnerable to change in global supply chains. With investments like the ones we've seen by Hemlock and Corning, we are rebuilding our might in these industries, bringing jobs back home and strengthening national security. As I speak, the White House is pursuing an unstrategic tariff plan that will raise costs on those who can least afford it. Instead, to really bring manufacturing back to America, Republicans and Democrats should look to mid-Michigan, where bipartisan work is yielding real results. Again, it will take a bipartisan effort to ensure investments, like what we've seen with Hemlock, continue as we stand up to China, make America stronger, and create even more good-paying jobs of the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of World War II hero Henry Langerer of Clinton, Iowa. Henry was the embodiment of the greatest generation, humble, courageous, and fiercely devoted to his country. On what should have been his high school graduation day, he instead jumped from a C-47 over France, crashing into a greenhouse during the D-Day invasion. Captured by the Germans and sent to a work camp, Henry's indomitable spirit led him to escape, finding his way back to the American forces almost a year later, still wearing his tattered D-Day uniform. After the war, Henry returned home to build a business, raise a family, and serve his fellow veterans. He never stopped loving his country, once saying, "Only America could do that." Henry Langerer lived a life of service, sacrifice, and inspiration. We owe him, and all like him, a debt that can never be repaid. And I had the pleasure of meeting his grandniece this weekend at the University of Iowa ROTC Military Ball. What a special event. May God bless his memory and comfort his family. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend birthday greetings to my younger sister, Mariette Stanson. Happy birthday, Mariette. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to advise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the life of Lance Corporal Marciliano Gambino, a proud Marine of Fresno, California, who gave his life in service to our nation. A grateful nation can never, ever say thank you enough to this fine young man and to his family. He answered the call to serve in May 2022, a young man quickly rising to the rank of Lance Corporal by August 2024. After just 28 years of age, Marcelino served with distinction as a combat engineer in the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, 1st Marine Division. His commitments took him across the world with distinction as a combat engineer and as a part of a Marine rotational force all the way to Darwin, Australia. His service was marked by distinction, earning him the National Defense Medal and the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon. We, the folks in the San Joaquin Valley, mourn his tragic loss. Our hearts are with his family and his friends, his fellow Marines. His courage, his service will never be forgotten. Semper Fi. God bless. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor an incredible life of another American, Guadalupe Castile, a true American hero, again from my hometown, Fresno, California, from the San Joaquin Valley. At just 18, he entered the United States Army to do his duty during World War II. He faced some of the toughest, fiercest battles that our nation was engaged in at that time. The Battle of the Bulge, D-Day at Omaha Beach, and the liberation of France from the tyranny of the Nazis. His courage and sacrifice helped shape the course of our history, our nation, in the 20th century. But his service just didn't end there. After World War II, he came home, and he devoted 20 years of helping fellow veterans there with the Veterans Administration at the Veterans Hospital in Fresno, inspiring his son to follow in his footsteps. His son still works there today and is considered one of the anchors of the Veterans Administration Hospital in Fresno, and of course, with his dad. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Castile on an honor flight a number of years ago, and I saw him again just recently at the 75th anniversary of the VA hospital in Fresno, before he passed away on Easter Sunday at 100 years of age. My gosh. In that short time, he made a lasting mark on the impressions he made on me, but everyone who he ever touched and met, because he was a true American hero with wisdom, kindness, and an unwavering spirit of 100 years of a life well lived. So we celebrate that century of courage, service, and sacrifice, and we as Americans can never ever say thank you enough to Guadalupe Castile, a true American hero from Fresno, California. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss. On April 24th, throughout the country and throughout the world, Armenians recognize the genocide that took place, the Armenian genocide beginning in 1915 to 1923 at the hands of the Ottoman Empire. I stand here today to confront it, to empower by facts, and to determine that we never ever forget the Armenian genocide, the first genocide that took place in the 20th century. Obviously, the Holocaust was to follow later on. So it is a dark history, but we should never ever forget our history. Azerbaijan's President Aliyev, much like Putin of Russia, has led ethnic cleansing and weaponized starvation against Armenians, still today, notwithstanding the Minsk agreement that he has violated. Over 120,000 Armenians in the last 2 years have been driven out of their homeland in Nagorno-Karabakh, otherwise known as Artsakh. Many of them still today are imprisoned and abused, and Azerbaijan must be held accountable. We cannot remain silent. I have joined my colleagues in urging Secretary Marco Rubio to enforce Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act, demanding an end to United States military assistance to the nation of Azerbaijan. They do not need it. They have violated the peace agreement of Minsk. America must make it clear we stand together in unity and continue to tell stories of the past to ensure future generations never forget that. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, the gentlelady from Iowa. Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the outstanding service of my dear friend, one Commissioner Donald Dude Payne, who has dedicated the last 24 years of his life to Brazoria County with an absolutely unmatched spirit of service as well as leadership. Over these many years, Commissioner Payne has been a steadfast champion for the people of Brazoria County. He has tirelessly worked to meet the needs of our community, always treating everyone he encountered with dignity and respect, whether it was assisting families in times of crises, whether it was spearheading critical infrastructure projects, or just simply supporting the growth of our local economy. Dude campaign never missed a beat, Madam Speaker. His hard work and selfless dedication has been the cornerstone of his service. Dude, you have set a gold standard for public service, one defined by integrity, compassion, as well as humility. Your love for Brazoria County and its people shines brightly in everything you've done. As you enter this next chapter of life, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Brazoria County and beyond. Thank you, dude, for your unwavering commitment to our beloved county. Blessings to you, your wonderful wife, Deborah, your children, your grandchildren, and yes, great-grandchildren. We know you'll be just as impactful in retirement as you were in public service.
Increasing enrollment and strengthening UTD's reputation as one of the top public research institutions in the nation.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a dedicated public servant from Brazoria County, also from Brazoria County, Judge Ogden Bass, who was called home to be with our Lord on November the 23rd, 2024, at the young age of 90. I had the privilege of knowing Judge Bass over the years, and his commitment to our community was absolutely unwavering. He was a proud veteran of the United States at the courthouse at 6 a.m. in the morning and be there till 5 o'clock p.m. so that any resident who needed the opportunity to be heard had that opportunity. If you needed help, Judge Bass was there. May God bless his family, especially his beloved bride of 70 years, Nan Gale. May the judge's legacy of integrity, service, and justice continue to guide Brazoria County for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor a true Texan whose life reflected the very best our great state has to offer. John Lee Sullivan, a fifth-generation Galveston Island resident, went home to be with our Lord on December the 24th, 2024. John's contributions to Texas were immeasurable. He served veterans through the General Land Office and Veterans Land Board. He launched successful ventures in real estate and poured his heart into the Sullivan Land and Cattle Company, caring deeply for the land and the livestock. John also served his community with passion, sitting on the Galveston City Council, serving as Mayor Pro Tem, and contributing to organizations like the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association. His leadership and his faith has left a lasting mark. May God bless his family, including his beloved wife of 53 years, Cindy, and may his legacy continue to shine and be a beacon for Galveston. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to first and foremost submit an article by Fareed Zakaria. I hope everyone gets to read it. We'll be circulating it to all members about the Trump plan to go after our university system and destroy the research that goes on at our universities and massive cuts. As Mr. Zakaria points out, this would decimate our economy, and I think every member of Congress needs to know. But Madam Speaker, I also heard Representative John Kasich on television just before I came here talking about how the Democrats don't have a plan. They don't have a plan that they're going to utilize. Well, and I have great respect for John, but I want to say, oh yes, under Hakeem Jeffries, we do have a plan, especially as it relates to Social Security. Our colleagues on the other side do not have a plan, or the plan that they've proposed is to cut benefits to Social Security. Madam Speaker, it may, I don't know if you realize how many Social Security recipients you have in your district, but there's over 170,000 of them, including 134,000 retirees, including 18,000 disabled workers, 8,000 widows, 3,000 spouses, 9,000 children. But Madam Speaker, here's the most important thing, and most members of Congress don't realize this. Do you know how much money comes into your district monthly to those recipients? That's $318 million that Mr. Trump and Republican leadership want to cut. A 20% cut across the board to Social Security would decimate people all across the district, including Iowa and Connecticut and every other district. So we have a plan. Here's our plan. Social Security, and the American people, and especially the people in our audience today, ought to understand, hasn't been enhanced by Congress since 1971. Richard Nixon was president of the United States. There are more than 70 million Americans who rely on Social Security. Of those 70 million, over 30 million of them, this is the only benefit, retirement benefit, that they have. So, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that there's an across-the-board increase. And under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, that's what you'll see. An across-the-board increase, a tax cut proposal for people who have to work out of necessity, but end up having to pay taxes on their Social Security. But we pay for it to make sure that it doesn't impact the trust fund. We also pay for the repeal of WEP and GPO, because that's vitally important as well. We also make sure that there's no longer a wait period for disability, where we see that so many people have died waiting to receive their disability payment. It's long overdue that the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for children of this country, and more disability that goes out to veterans than it goes out through the VA, comes from Social Security. Congress needs to act. I would hope it would be bipartisan, but we can't even get a hearing, let alone pass a bill. What is there to be afraid of? Every constituent listening to this ought to demand of their member of Congress. If you disagree, you got a better plan. For God's sake, put it forward. But how much longer do the American people have to wait to receive the benefits that they paid for? This is an earned benefit. This is no entitlement like the other side calls it. People paid for it, and you can check it out right on your paycheck. It says FICA, Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose? Yours. You have paid for this benefit. Your government, your Congress has let you down. They have not addressed this since 1971. It's long overdue that we not only address this, but enhance this so that Americans get what they richly deserve, especially those in Iowa.
Does the gentleman yield? The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, we've had an interesting 2 weeks out of this building, and sadly, my home state of Wisconsin made the news again in an effort to remove not just any person here illegally, but somebody who had broken the law, an abuser, somebody who under normal circumstances would not be viewed favorably. We had a judge in Wisconsin stop the hearing. Let's not worry about putting this guy in jail. Let's let him sneak out the back door so he is not removed from this country. This was after about a month ago, our governor, Tony Evers, nice guy, he came out with a directive implying that state employees ought not to be that gung-ho when it came from removing state employees from this country if they were here illegally. So we have 2 examples in Wisconsin alone in which elected officials aren't on the page of addressing the immigration laws. So now I think it's important that we all be articulate enough to explain to people back home why these immigration laws are necessary, and be articulate enough to explain we are not being mean to immigrants. I do not hear enough people talk about the fact that in the prior 3 years, and it goes up and down by year, but if you take a rolling average, in the last 3 years, we have over 800,000 people every year sworn in as new citizens legally in this country. How often do you hear about that? 850,000 people who did it right. So it's not impossible to make your way under here. And by the way, that is historically a very high number. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, frequently that number was only a little over 100,000. So the number of people keep being sworn as new citizens are already 8 times what they were in the 60s and 50s. Nobody should apologize or saying we're being mean or not letting people in here. What we are doing is, if we let these people who came here legally in, is we're kicking in the face anybody who did it right. We know we have a housing crisis in this country. And when you begin to flood this country with another 10 million people, as happened during the Biden administration, given the law of supply and demand, we know it's driving up rents, making it more difficult all the time for your average American to attain the American dream. I should also point out that we have significant numbers of visas, which allow people to come here as well. We have about 900,000 at any time, temporary workers or trainees. We have over 5 million, well over 5 million people here on visas for temporary visitors for business and pleasure. As far as college students are concerned, we allow another over 400,000 people in this country on student visas. It is incredibly easy to get in this country, or not always easy, but millions of people come into this country legally and are able to do so. We do not have to have sympathy for people who came here illegally. And I think it's important that we educate the American public on that, because soon we're going to have to start the next phase where we not only get rid of the criminal element that's came in here, but we have to begin to get rid of the 10,000 people or 10 million people who may have not broken a horrible law, but broke the law just by coming here. It is a complete kick in the teeth to anybody who wants to come here legally to allow Joe Biden's 10 million people who he let in the last 4 years stay here. One more thing I want to address. As we begin to work on Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, I want to remind people in this chamber that right now we've got a system of benefits whereby if you are a single parent and you marry the father of your children or mother of your children, you can lose easily over $25,000 a year. In other words, the U.S. government spends $25,000 a year bribing single parents not to get married. I thought in this country we were supposed to treat people equally, but we don't treat people equally. We have an overwhelming bias in favor of keeping parents
Gentleman's time
from
has
being
expired.
married. And I hope the people of this chamber remember that as we put together Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. We should not pass that bill unless we do something first about the massive marriage
gentleman's
hatred
time has
that we
expired.
have. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
collection of
prescription drug price
of compassion. In his gentle and disarming manner, he showed the world the wide embrace of your mercy. In his humble and unassuming way, he revealed the promise and strength of your love for all creation. By his commitment to the poor, the downtrodden, the overlooked, and the underappreciated, Pope Francis showed us how to live your gospel of compassion, kindness, and faith. Truly, Pope Francis lived his life in honor of you, O Lord, and now in his death, he honors you still. Receive him into the eternal joy of your kingdom. And may the testimony of his life and his death give evidence that whether we live or whether we die, we are yours, O Lord. And may his witness be unto us an inspiration that we would choose, in the time allotted to us in our lives, to live as faithfully each day for you. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Since President Donald Trump earned a mandate, he has been winning on behalf of American families. Among his achievements, President Trump announced illegal alien crossings hit a new record, which is down 98% over last year. Latest inflation report showed consumer prices declined for the first time in nearly 3 years, including the largest monthly decline of prescription drug prices on record and plummeting gas prices. Inflation dropped for the first time in 17 months, and Trump deregulations are saving nearly $11,000 per family of 4. A national emergency to protect American workers to level the playing fields for American businesses. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, exposing war criminal Putin's lies. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable leader, President Richard Benson, as he prepares to retire after 8 years of service to the University of Texas at Dallas. Under his leadership, the university has soared to new heights, expanding research, increasing enrollment, and strengthening UTD's reputation as one of the top public research institutions in the nation. During his tenure, President Benson championed innovation, supported world-class faculty, and opened doors for thousands of students to achieve their dreams. Over the past 8 years, UTD has grown in size and stature, and its impact on the Dallas-Fort Worth region and the entire state of Texas has never been greater. This includes opening the first phase of the Edith and Peter O'Donnell Jr. Athenaeum, which features UT Dallas art museums. The museum showcases an array of Asian art exhibits as well as pieces from the university's growing collection of Latin American art. President Benson's legacy will live on in every lab, in every classroom, and in every life changed by this incredible university. President Benson, thank you for your vision, your dedication, and your unwavering belief in the power of education. On behalf of the entire House and the people of the Texas 32nd Congressional District, we wish you all the best in your next chapter. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on proposed questions at a later time. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice Congressional Gold Medal Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 452, a bill to award 3 congressional gold medals to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team in recognition of their extraordinary achievement at the 1980 Winter Olympics, where, being comprised of amateur collegiate players, they defeated the dominant Soviet hockey team in the historic Miracle on Ice, revitalizing American morale at the height of the Cold War, inspiring generations and transforming the sport of hockey in the United States.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 452.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, no one's done more work on this than its originator, our esteemed colleague from the great state of Minnesota, Pete Stauber. I would like to yield such time as he may consume to him.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice Congressional Gold Medal Act. Who can forget those words from legendary announcer Al Michaels? 11 seconds. You got 10 seconds to go. The countdown going on right now. Morrow up to Silk. 5 seconds left in the game. Do you believe in miracles? Yes. Who can forget those legendary words on that Friday, February 22nd, 1980? What that hockey team did for our country during that time. They beat the most powerful team in the world, these amateurs from our college ranks. They beat the best team in the world. They beat the best team in the world at the 1980 Olympics in Lake Placid. Nobody gave them a chance. In fact, that game was tape delayed because they didn't think it was going to be significant. And that was the most powerful moment in the history of sports. And Madam Speaker, I want to talk to you about the state of Minnesota. The state of Minnesota is the state of hockey. It's our way of life. I'm the first professional hockey player ever to be elected to the U.S. Congress. I have 2 other brothers that played professional hockey. My nephew plays with the Utah Hockey Club. Hockey is our way of life. And what this 1980 Olympic team did is unimaginable for the sport of hockey. Those Minnesotans, for my district, Buzz Schneider, Mark Pavlich, Bill Baker, Phil Verkota, John Harrington. From the district, if you look at the small towns where they came from, Grand Rapids, Evelyn, Babbitt, Virginia, Duluth, these players grew up loving the game. And when they put that USA jersey on, coached by Herb Brooks, we all remember white jersey, USA on the front, or a dark blue jersey, USA on the front. 10 days before that game, Madam Speaker, they had an exhibition game and they were blown out at Madison Square Garden. Yet, a few days later, Herb Brooks had them ready. They were conditioned. They were ready. They played as a team. Movies were made about it. You know, growing up in Duluth, I had the privilege of watching many of these players play. Mark Johnson, who scored 2 goals in that game, from the University of Wisconsin. I saw him play at the Duluth Arena against Minnesota Duluth. He was magical. Phil Verkota comes from Duluth East, just a hard-working blue-collar family. Goes to the University of Minnesota as a standout. Bill Baker from Grand Rapids. Mike Eruzione from Boston University. Jack O'Callahan. Mark Wells from Bowling Green. These players meant something to their communities. In fact, it's really weird because I represent Babbitt, Minnesota. There's a realtor up there. And it was just last year, Madam Speaker, that I asked the realtor, would you please bring me by Buzz Schneider's home, his small home in Babbitt? I want to see where he grew up. The love of hockey, the love of the game. I know exactly where I was, Madam Speaker, when they won. I was at the Pine Valley Ice Shelter in Cloquet, Minnesota. I was my first year bantam, and there was one of our parents that came running out of the Zamboni room. He had just watched the little black and white TV and said, "We beat the Russians, we beat the Russians." I remember sitting on the bench. Why is he yelling that? Little did I know it would be a sports moment of the century. Little did we know 2 days later, on that Sunday when they played Finland, and it wasn't going to be a gimme game. They had to work hard, and they beat Finland. Remember Coach Herb Brooks when he said, if you lose this game, you're going to take it to your blankety-blank grave. Your blankety-blank grave. They were ready for that. They were ready for it. And then I just played Al Michaels' last 11 seconds of the game. To me, it gives me chills being from the state of hockey, knowing these players. Madam Speaker, it was just a little over a month ago that we brought 4 of those players to Washington, D.C. on Hockey Day on the Hill to promote this Congressional Gold Medal Act. You know, the night before those players spoke to our conference, I had the privilege of going out to dinner with them. And I remember Captain Mike Eruzione, I was sitting right next to him, and he says, you know something, Pete? This game changed my life. He was either going to be a member of the military, a police officer, or a firefighter. And he said, this game changed my life. That moment changed my life. And he said, I did well in my life. He said, Pete, for the United States of America to give our 1980 Olympic team the Congressional Gold Medal, it's the cherry on top. We will never be able to do anything bigger than that. To have that captain say that to me. That's why it was important that I worked on both sides of the aisle, that we got over 290 signatures to get it on the House floor. The Congressional Gold Medal, there's going to be 3 of them minted, Madam Speaker. One is going to go to the ice rink in Lake Placid where they won it. One is going to go to the United States Hockey Hall of Fame in Eveleth, Minnesota, the home of Mark Pavlich. And the third one is going to go to the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs. We want to recognize that moment. 45 years ago, I often wonder, why didn't we do this sooner? Why didn't we do this sooner? And we should have. But that moment helped elevate the game of hockey across the United States. It helped elevate girls hockey across the United States. And I want to share, my younger brother Rob was the coach of the women's gold medal team in Pyeongchang, where they won in overtime. Being an Olympic gold medalist, following these men in their careers, they were heroes to us. Those of us that laced up the skates, we couldn't wait to get that USA jersey on. Even playing ball hockey in the driveway or in the street. This nation, it brought this nation together like no other sporting event. We needed it at that time, and these young amateurs provided it for us. I want to finish with a list of thank yous, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank Congressman Mike Quigley, Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain, Congressman Bill Keating for co-leading this legislation with me. And I want to thank Senators Kramer and Schumer for spearheading the bill in the Senate. I also want to thank the other 293 members of Congress who co-sponsored this bill to give these men the honor they deserve. Second, I want to thank the National Hockey League and USA Hockey, who have been championing this cause alongside me and have been instrumental in getting this bill on the floor today. And finally, I want to thank the players of the Miracle on Ice team. Bill Baker from Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Neil Broughton from Roseau, Minnesota. Dave Christian from Warroad, Minnesota. Steve Kristoff from Richfield, Minnesota. Jim Craig from Easton, Massachusetts. Micah Ruzioni from Winthrop, Massachusetts. John Ba Harrington from Virginia, Minnesota. Steve Janicek from White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Mark Johnson from Madison, Wisconsin. Rob McClanahan from St. Paul, Minnesota. Ken Morrow from Flint, Michigan. Jack O'Callahan from Charleston, Massachusetts. The late Mark Pavlich from Evelyn, Minnesota. Mike Ramsey from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Buzz Schneider from Babbitt, Minnesota. Dave Silk from Scituate, Massachusetts. Eric Strobel from Rochester, Minnesota. The late Bob Suter from Madison, Wisconsin. The late Mark Wells from St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Phil Verkota from my hometown of Duluth, Minnesota. And finally, the legendary and late coach Herb Brooks from St. Paul, Minnesota. One of the best coaches forever in the game of hockey. I'm excited to vote on this bill shortly, Madam Speaker. I want to thank these young men for creating the most memorable moment in sports history and demonstrating to the world the unwavering strength of the American spirit. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Yes, I want to join in applauding the gentleman from
The
Minnesota.
gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Minnesota. I rise in support of his bill. I can't possibly do justice to the passion and the eloquence that he brought to this floor just a minute ago. Today, we vote to honor the young men who re-inspired a country at the height of the Cold War. The legislation awards 3 gold medals, as the gentleman from Minnesota outlined. They're going to 3 different locations. This is the highest civilian award, and it makes that award to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team, whose victory marked a pivotal moment in American sports history. On February 13th, 1980, the U.S. hockey team historically defeated the Soviet Union 4-3 at Lake Placid Winter Games. Prior to their victory, the talented yet untested U.S. team was deemed an underdog. Many of them were college players. They were on average 22 years old. They had played together only a few months. Leading up to the game, the U.S. players took part in a 7-month training program designed to confront a Soviet team that many considered to be the best conditioned hockey team in the world. However, through steadfast commitment, grit, hope, and determination, the U.S. team emerged victorious and established a much-needed sense of national pride across this country. Even decades later, I hope that these themes can continue to inspire us to confront the difficult challenges that we face as a nation today. The events of the Miracle on Ice serve as a critical reminder of the importance of rising to meet the challenges of our time through steadfast commitment and grit. I applaud Mr. Stauber, who spoke with such passion and such knowledge, and the other sponsors of this bill, and urge my colleagues to support this measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise to support H.R. 452. The bill awards congressional gold medals honoring the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team. You can't say it better than Mr. Stauber did. It's such a beautiful, impassioned speech from someone who's lived so much of hockey. But the quote from Coach Herb Brooks that sticks out to me is, "Great moments are born from great opportunity." We all know the line. It's an unforgettable one. And they seized the moment at a time when I was too young to really comprehend what it meant. And you watch it later in life as a guy who enlisted in the Army in the Cold War, to see moments like that move the nation and unite us. You see what sports can do. At the same time, the Soviet Union had a hockey team that was dominant on the ice. They seemed insurmountable. But our American athletes showed they were not. It showed the hope and optimism that was possible, that within our country, we could defeat unsurmountable odds. And the coach and that team deserve the credit. I'm glad that we're taking this opportunity to honor them with a congressional gold medal. These 20 men played with everything they had. They outskated, outplayed, and just fought harder, leaving everything on the ice to win that victory. I urge all of our colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Ohio has no further speakers. And he indicates that he has no further speakers. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This legislation awards 3 gold medals, congressional gold medals, to members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team whose hard work and commitment inspired a country at the height of the Cold War. I hope that in recognizing this victory, their legacy will continue to inspire us and to unify a country that faces significant divisions. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, I want to reiterate the importance of the 1980 Olympic men's ice hockey team, uniting during such a challenging and turbulent period in American history. Their unforgettable victory solidified the nation's legacy of excellence, both on the ice and on the global stage. We owe these men a great debt of gratitude for transforming and shaping the landscape of American hockey over these past 4 decades. And I'd say broadly, sport itself. Thank you again to Congressman Stauber for his leadership and to all my colleagues for helping advance this important measure. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 452? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 617.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 46, H.R. 617, a bill to amend the Visit America Act to promote music tourism and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 617, the American Music Tourism Act of 2025, led by my good friend, who's a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my good friend, Representative Hartsberger. This bipartisan legislation directs the National Travel and Tourism Office to promote domestic and international tourism to U.S. music festivals, concert venues, and other music-related attractions. Music tourism is a significant economic driver. Estimated that by 2032, it will become a $13.8 billion industry. By enhancing our promotion of music-related tourism, we can stimulate local economies, create jobs, and showcase America's rich cultural heritage. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.R. 617, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 617, the American Music Tourism Act. But I know Republicans want to pretend like it's business as usual around here. But the daily chaos and illegal activity that we're seeing from the Trump administration is not business as usual. The reality is that 15 of the 16 bills we're considering today from the Energy and Commerce Committee, including this one, should already be law. They were already agreed to last year as part of a bipartisan bicameral legislative package that was set to be passed and signed into law in December before Elon Musk intervened and killed the agreement. That package included important provisions that would have lowered costs for hardworking Americans, but instead of passing it and sending it to the president's desk to be signed into law, my Republican colleagues allowed Elon Musk to decide what becomes law. And what's especially upsetting about this is that my Republican colleagues know this was a good agreement that would have helped people. It included provisions to lower prescription drug prices, crack down on junk fees, lower gas prices, ensure our water is safe to drink, and fund community health centers and teaching health centers. But Speaker Johnson chose to cave to Elon Musk. Though it may be delayed, I am pleased to be supporting the passage today of the American Music Tourism Act. Americans are fortunate to have a rich musical heritage. Throughout the United States, you can find countless venues where talented musicians perform, and these venues attract millions of people from around the country and the world who want to see their favorite artists or visit the place where famous musicians have launched their careers, all of which contribute significantly to our local communities. Music and musical venues are very important to my district in New Jersey. Asbury Park has been the home of the legendary Stone Pony for over 50 years, one of the places where New Jersey's famous son, Bruce Springsteen, got his start. Red Bank, New Jersey, is the site of the Count Basie Theater, named in honor of William Count Basie, who revolutionized jazz music and whose legacy continues through the theater, which continues to support and inspire new generations of local musicians. This is why I am pleased to support the American Music Tourism Act. This bill would direct the National Travel and Tourism Office to promote domestic and international travel and tourism in the United States. Venues like the Stone Pony and the Count Basie Theater will help expand the already significant economic contributions that these venues bring to our local and national economies. So I want to thank Representative Barragan for her leadership on this issue, encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. These bills, for the most part, that we're going to be considering today were part of that original package that Elon Musk negated. But we are going to try to move those bills today, despite his what he did to try to scuttle everything. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume my good friend from the great state of Tennessee, Miss Diana Harshberger.
The gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Chairman Gus Billrockis, as I affectionately call Gus. And I thank Ranking Member Pallone for supporting this act. And we have the opportunity today to vote on legislation centered around something that brings us all together, and that's music. And today we'll take up the American Music Tourism Act under consideration, and it's a bipartisan piece of legislation that I'm proud to have led through the House alongside my co-lead, Representative Nanette Barragan. It'll require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Travel and Tourism to develop a plan to boost music tourism, welcoming both domestic and international visitors to experience the rich musical heritage we have across America. It also ensures that Congress stays informed with regular reports on our progress, our success, and our challenges that we face. And importantly, let me emphasize, this bill will not require any additional taxpayer dollars. It's a smart, efficient, and unique way to support our economy without increasing spending. And whether it's New Orleans, the birthplace of jazz, or Seattle, where they rock out to grunge, or you look at the cradles of hip hop, which is LA or New York, or it could be Austin, which proudly calls itself the music capital of the world, our nation's overflowing with a rich history of music. But for those of us in Tennessee's 1st District, which I represent, this bill is especially personal. We're home to treasures like Dollywood, which is in Pigeon Form, which is the home of Dolly Parton, and the birthplace of country music, which is in Bristol, Tennessee, and places that just don't celebrate our culture. They also drive tourism, create jobs, and strengthen our communities. And I can't forget a little town in my district called Sneedville, Tennessee. And that's the home of Morgan Wallen. My favorite song is The Way I Talk. And I thought for a long time, Mr. Speaker, that he wrote that about me. But I come to find out he didn't. And as a tribute to Dolly Parton, all I got to say is we've been working longer than 9 to 5 to get this bill across the finish line. And I'm so thankful for the strong bipartisan partnership that made it possible today. So I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, sir, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Florida reserves.
Yeah, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close. So, yes.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that this bill, as I said, was part of that bipartisan package that we had hoped would be passed last December, but for Elon Musk. But this bill is important. I know that back in Asbury Park in particular, they'll be very happy to know that our Congress is paying so much attention to American music tourism. So with that, I would ask support on both sides of the aisle for the legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. And let me tell you, the Speaker on the floor of the House of Representatives in the great state of Florida used to begin his speeches by saying, "I'm fired up." And I'm fired up, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to pass a great bill that promotes America. And the previous bill as well, honoring the USA 1980 hockey gold medal team. So this is a great day in the state, actually DC, of course, but all over the United States for America. So in closing, I urge a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman has yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 617? Those in favor, please signify by saying yay. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 973.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 54, H.R. 973, a bill to establish consumer standards for lithium-ion batteries.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bill Ruckus, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You are recognized for as
Thank
much
you,
time
sir.
as you may consume.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 973, the Setting Consumer Standards of Lithium-Ion Batteries Act, led by Representative Torres. H.R. 973 requires the Consumer Protection Safety Commission to issue consumer product safety standards for rechargeable lithium-ion batteries used in micromobility devices, addressing the serious fire hazards they pose. Tragically, defective batteries, particularly those imported from China, have already claimed too many lives. I want to thank my colleagues, again, Representative Torres, Representative Langworthy, Representative Representative Garbarino for the bipartisan leadership to protect consumers and first responders. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.R. 973, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 973, the Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act. This legislation will protect Americans from fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. It directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to require manufacturers to comply with safety standards for rechargeable lithium-ion batteries in micromobility devices like electric bicycles and scooters. And fires caused by faulty or misused batteries are on the rise. Between 2019 and 2023, there were more than 400 fires, 300 injuries, and 12 deaths from fires caused by lithium-ion batteries in New York City alone. In February, a fire caused by lithium-ion batteries at a recycling facility in my home state of New Jersey required the evacuation of over 100 residents from their homes and caused massive property damage. Last month in California, a 6-year-old girl, her grandmother, and great-grandmother were all tragically killed in a house fire caused by a lithium-ion battery. Now, we're witnessing all of these tragic accidents in communities across the nation, and yet there is no mandatory federal standard to ensure lithium-ion batteries are safe. And as electric bikes and scooters grow in popularity, we must ensure that the CPSC adopts a strong federal safety standard for lithium-ion batteries. Consumers deserve to know that the products they buy are thoroughly tested and safe, and this legislation would do just that. But I have to say that compliance with this bill depends on enforcement by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Like other legislation we're considering this afternoon, it depends on the existence of a strong bipartisan and independent CPSC to protect Americans from unsafe products. At the same time that our Republican colleagues vote for this bill, they will continue to remain silent as President Trump's callous willingness to risk the safety of all Americans continues by his planning to eliminate the CPSC and fund its mission into, or I should say, fold its mission into the Department of Health and Human Services, which itself will have a dramatically smaller workforce and narrower mission. Eliminating the existing CPSC or stripping it of the independent and bipartisan structure that Congress has mandated puts children and all Americans' physical safety in grave danger. The CPSC is a small agency tasked with a massive job to protect consumers from hazards associated with a vast array of consumer products, from infant car seats to window blinds to home repair equipment. And American consumers deserve to have a peace of mind that the products we're bringing into our homes are safe. I hope my Republican colleagues will finally begin to speak up against President Trump's dangerous plan to consolidate power in the White House and eliminate the critical agency that does a lot of this enforcement work at the expense of our children's safety. So I commend Representative Torres for his leadership on this issue. I also want to thank Representative Clark for championing this bill in our committee. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. But again, I will stress that without the CPSC enforcement, this legislation is not going to mean much. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time. Mr.
The
Speaker.
gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I reserve the balance. I'm prepared to close, but I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I don't want to take away from these bills. Each of the bills that we have today is bipartisan, came out of our committee. But it is a shame that they weren't passed already in December, but for Elon Musk. And it certainly would not be helpful. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Torres is here. So we can't close yet, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Plone, would you like to yield time?
Yes, I'd like to yield to him.
Representative
I'm going to
Torres?
yield to Mr. Torres, who's a Democratic sponsor of the bill, 4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill entitled the Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act. I'm deeply grateful to Chair Guthrie, Ranking Member Pallone, Chair Balarakis, and all the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee for their support. I'm equally grateful to my partners in this effort, Congress members Yvette Clarke, Andrew Garbarino, and Nick Langworthy. At the heart of our legislative progress has been the tireless advocacy of the FDNY, the finest and bravest fire department in the nation. The sheer speed and scale of destruction caused by a lithium-ion battery fire is nothing short of staggering. In the Bronx, we witnessed one of our few neighborhood supermarkets, 2096 Grand Concourse, instantaneously reduced to rubble by a 5-alarm fire caused by a malfunctioning lithium-ion battery. These fires are happening with greater frequency and ferocity across America. Nowhere has this crisis been more acute than in New York City, which has emerged as the epicenter of lithium-ion battery fires, with more than 1,000 incidents since 2019. The number of fires has been rising relentlessly, from 30 in 2019 to 44 in 2020 to 104 in 2021 to 219 in 2022 to 268 in 2023 and to 279 in 2024. In just 4 years, America's largest city has seen an over 800% surge in these fires, creating an unprecedented crisis in public safety. Poorly manufactured lithium-ion batteries, often imported from China, are hidden ticking time bombs waiting to detonate in American homes and neighborhoods. The danger has become too great to ignore. Today, the House is poised to pass bipartisan legislation that will finally empower the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish mandatory safety standards for the manufacture of lithium-ion batteries in e-mobility devices. In doing so, we are acting to prevent needless fires, save lives, and safeguard communities across our nation. And we are honoring our most sacred duty to protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of support from a coalition of stakeholders in favor of this bipartisan legislation.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New Jersey now reserves. The gentleman from Florida, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I'm not sure whether the gentleman would like to close.
I have no additional speakers,
Okay.
so we can close at this time.
All right, very good. Thank you. I encourage a yes vote, and I congratulate Representative Torres and others for this great bill. And obviously, I encourage a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I I hate to keep repeating, but these bills are all good that we're considering this afternoon, but they should have already become law, but for Elon Musk. And again, it's important that we reauthorize these programs or authorize programs for the first time. But unless we have enforcement ability from the agencies like the Consumer Product Safety Commission, they're not going to mean much because they require enforcement and investigation, and basically the agencies are the ones that make sure that this type of legislation is effective. So I hope that my Republican colleagues will see fit to speak out against the abolition of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and putting it in another department is not going to help because they'll have less workforce and less ability to function. But with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey has yielded remaining time. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 973? Those favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative,
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose is the gentleman?
I demand the yeas and nays.
Very good. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will remain, will stand and remain until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass my bill, H.R. 1402.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 43, H.R. 1402. A bill to require sellers of events tickets to disclose comprehensive information to consumers about ticket prices and related fees and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Birakis, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You are recognized for as much time as you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1402, the Transparency in Charges for Key Events Ticketing Act, or the Ticket Act. I'm proud to lead this bill alongside ranking member, my good friend, Ms. Schakowsky. This legislation is about empowering consumers and ensuring fans can enjoy live events by improving ticket price transparency. H.R. 1402 requires all platforms selling event tickets to show the complete price with all required fees right from the start, because people budget for these, Mr. Speaker, these games, whatever, or concerts, what have you. They need to know up front what the price is going to be. It also guarantees customers can get their money back if an event is canceled or rescheduled, and cracks down on misleading ticket sites. It's a great bill. This bill further prohibits the sale of tickets the seller doesn't yet have, a practice known as speculative selling. Eliminating this tactic helps level the playing field so more fans have a fair shot at attending events, and they deserve that. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this very good bill, H.R. 1402, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized as much time as you may consume.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1402, the Ticket Act. This bipartisan legislation creates a fairer and more transparent event ticketing marketplace. It ends the surprise fees on tickets for concerts and sporting events that understandably frustrate consumers. With this legislation, the price you see when you're shopping for event tickets will be the price that you pay. No hidden fees raising the price at the checkout point. And this bill also prohibits companies from selling tickets they don't have, requires refunds for events that are canceled or postponed more than 6 months into the future, and cracks down on fraudulent ticketing websites. American consumers need and deserve these common sense protections. Yet these protections are meaningless without strong and consistent enforcement. House Republicans are standing by in silence as the Federal Trade Commission, the agency entrusted with enforcing this bill and several others under consideration this afternoon, is compromised by the Trump administration and the president's illegal political attempt to fire the two Democratic commissioners. This unlawful decision undermines the legitimacy and transparency of the agency's decisions, sending a message that no commissioner, regardless of party, is safe, and no business that harms consumers should fear accountability so long as it shows sufficient loyalty to the president. Now, I urge my Republican colleagues to recognize that restoring the FTC as an independent agency, as this Congress intended, is essential to ensuring this bill and similar efforts to protect consumers are fully effective and enforced without fear or favor. But I want to thank the wide range of stakeholders who worked on this bill, and particularly the consumer groups, for their unwavering support of this bill. And of course, I particularly want to commend our subcommittee chair, Bilirakis, and our ranking member, Schakowsky, for the years of hard work on this legislation. And finally, I need to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the contribution of my late colleague and dear friend from New Jersey, Congressman Bill Pascrell. He was a tireless advocate and leader on improving the ticketing experience for consumers. And I'm proud to have partnered with him on his longtime efforts that are included in the bill we have before us today. When the Ticket Act was on the floor last year, Bill gave an impassioned speech in support of all-in pricing and the other consumer protections in this bill. And so I strongly urge my colleagues to support the legislation, the Ticket Act, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield at this point 2 minutes to the subcommittee chair and the Democratic sponsor of this bill, who's really worked on this for such a long time, Ms. Schakowsky from Illinois.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Frank Pallone for his support and leadership, but I really want to talk to, Gus Bilirakis and I have been working for over 2 years now on this piece of legislation that is going to bring such delight and security for consumers, for artists, who really want to benefit from being able to get the wonderful products that they can put their money into so that they can have their families enjoy so many things. We know that there have been hidden fees. These companies who say that this is how much it is going to cost you to be able to go to an event, to be able to go to a concert. And you think, and the people who are trying to buy these think that these are going to be the fees that they are going to have to pay. But sure enough, by the time the product is ready to be paid for, often it can go as much as 40% higher. That is really cheating on the people who are trying to spend their money, who are trying to spend the work that they do. And so we know that when we have the Ticket Act, that it is going to be only the amount that you believe is at the first time that you're going to go for the money, that is the money that you're going to pay, no more. And so it is about time that these scammers who are going and raising the price of these events are now going to not be able to do that. People are going to get exactly what they had asked to do. that they had put down. So the Ticket Act is really a happy event. And so we need to pass this legislation. And I know that lots and lots of people and people who are artists are going to really do better. And I look forward so much, finally, after a couple of years, and it passed the House of Representatives overwhelmingly in the past Congress. So it is time for us to get it done. So thank you, Gus. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you, Frank. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. I just want to say this. It's been great working with Representative Schakowsky on a number of bills over the years. She has really been very cooperative, and we're doing good things for the American consumer. I also want to say that this is it's a very pro-family bill. We've got to get our kids out to some of these ball games, some of these concerts together as a family. But it's very difficult to budget when you don't know exactly what the price is going to be ultimately. So, and I want to commend some of the artists such as Kid Rock, who pays he'll buy the tickets and give them to people that deserve those tickets that otherwise would not be able to afford them. So, and my good friend Tony Orlando as well. Just wonderful, wonderful artists that do so much for our country, particularly our military and our veterans. So with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey. You are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no additional speakers.
I have no speaker, so I reserve as well.
Very good. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you. This is a really important consumer protection, and I'm glad to see that our committee and the subcommittee, you chair, Ms. Schakowsky as a ranking member, is taking on so many of these consumer issues today and in the future. So with that, I would ask support on both sides of the aisle and yield back.
Very good. The gentleman from New Jersey has yielded back. The gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote in the memory of Bill Pascrell, who did such a wonderful job on this particular issue, and I'm glad we're getting it across the finish line. So I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida has yielded back, and now the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1402? Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, yes. For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, on that, I demand the yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. The gentleman from Florida requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1442.
Does the gentleman wish to call the bill as amended?
Yes, I do.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1442, a bill to ban the sale of products with a high concentration of sodium nitrate to individuals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1442, the Youth Poisoning Protection Act, led by Representative Trahan. Since 2017, the United States has experienced a troubling increase in self-poisoning cases involving sodium nitrate, many of which stem from easy online access to high concentration products. This bill aims to confront that threat by implementing a narrowly focused prohibition on the sale of consumer products containing sodium nitrate at concentrations above 10%. I want to thank Representative Trahan for her strong bipartisan leadership on this piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of 1442, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1442, the Youth Poisoning Protection Act. Sodium nitrite is a highly toxic substance. Ingesting even a small amount is likely to be fatal. Unfortunately, online forums are providing detailed instructions and real-time guidance on how to acquire and use this substance to take their own lives. Sadly, according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this has led to a sharp increase in self-poisoning using sodium nitrite. By banning the sale of high-concentrate sodium nitrite to consumers, H.R. 1442 will make it less accessible to people contemplating suicide. Experts have made it clear that there is no good reason for consumers to purchase sodium nitrite at such high concentrations. So I want to commend Representative Trahan for her leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized. The gentleman reserves.
I'd like to yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, who is the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Trahan.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding and as well as his leadership and Chair Bilrakis on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I introduced the Youth Poisoning Protection Act alongside Representative Mike Carey because we are facing an urgent and deeply troubling trend. The promotion of sodium nitrite, a toxic chemical, as a method to die by suicide. In 2022, the New York Times revealed the existence of online suicide forums that don't just discuss suicide, they promote it. Anonymous users on these platforms encourage vulnerable children and young adults to end their lives, and they often suggest using this chemical to do it. Now, most Americans have never heard of sodium nitrite, but for families who have lost loved ones, it's something that they'll never forget. In lower concentrations, it's a chemical used safely to cure meats and fish, but in higher concentrations, it's deadly. And for the few who have survived attempts to end their lives using sodium nitrite, they report agonizing pain as the chemical deprives their body of oxygen. After learning how easy it is to purchase high concentration sodium nitrite, my office worked with retailers to limit access to businesses with a proven use for the chemical. But some sites still openly market it as part of a so-called suicide kit to people in crisis. There is no federal law that allows us to stop this. That's where this bipartisan legislation comes in. The Youth Poisoning Protection Act would restrict sales of sodium nitrite above 10% concentration to businesses with verified industrial or commercial use. That threshold is based on expert recommendations for safe handling and won't interfere with legitimate industries like food processing. This bill is focused and reasonable. It targets bad actors who are exploiting a loophole to profit off tragedy, and it does so without burdening responsible businesses. That's why last Congress, this bill passed the Energy and Commerce Committee unanimously before passing it here on the floor with overwhelming support. Now we must finish the job. I urge my colleagues to support the Youth Poisoning Protection Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Lady reserves.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I reserve. I'm prepared to close after Mr.
Gentleman
Sloan.
reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vizier. I have no additional speakers, so I'll close. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as you can see, a lot of these consumer protection bills that we're considering today are actually very important, as is this. So I would urge bipartisan support and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Again, I want to commend Representative Trahan and Kerry. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1442 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 146.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 146, an act to require covered platforms to remove non-consensual intimate visual depictions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 146, the Take It Down Act by Senator Ted Cruz. The bill addresses a serious gap in our current law, a loophole that came to light in my own district. My sheriff in Pasco County, Florida, Sheriff Snocco, actually, we had a meeting on this particular issue. And then I also talked to Senator Cruz about this. Senator Cruz had a constituent even prior to me meeting with the Sheriff Snocco on this particular issue. So this is how we get things done. The best ideas come from the people, and this is very necessary. So a teacher in my district used AI to create explicit content of his students, incorporating real images of his students taken from a yearbook. Under current law, only the use of the actual photos is illegal. The AI-generated sexually explicit content is not. Because of this gap, law enforcement they were unable to fully charge this particular individual, this sick individual, in my opinion, for the scope of the images in his possession. Had this bill been in effect, his actions would have been criminalized in full. So as technology evolves, so much of our laws, we need to keep pace. There's no question. We must continue working hand in hand with our law enforcement partners to stay ahead of these emerging threats and safeguards. We need to safeguard our most vulnerable. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of Senate Bill 146. And I know that the House sponsor is Representative Salazar from Florida. She's a great friend of mine. Let's get this done. We need to be protecting our children. So I will reserve the balance of my time at this time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to speak in support of S-146, the Take It Down Act. The legislation addresses the non-consensual sharing of intimate images online, one of the most significant harms proliferating on the internet in recent years. Advances in generative artificial intelligence and other photo manipulation software have enabled the creation of digital forgeries that place victims in sexually explicit situations that never actually occurred, but can still cause massive reputational and financial damage to those who are targeted. Some of the platforms hosting actual and computer generated non-consensual intimate images, have promised to address such abuses online and protect their users. But nevertheless, victims report great difficulty in getting such images removed from the internet, and they tell us that they feel powerless as it spreads or even resurfaces years later. The Take It Down Act will require social media and other online public platforms to provide a mechanism for people to notify the platform of non-consensual intimate images in which they are depicted. It also requires the platforms to take reasonable steps to remove the images from their platforms within 48 hours. I want to thank Representatives Dean and Dingell for their leadership on this issue, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is
Yeah,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume. The sponsor, the House sponsor of this particular bill, my good friend, a very effective member of Congress from South Florida, Ms. Salazar.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And every generation of Congress faces moments that test our commitment to justice. And today is one of those moments. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote yes on S-146, the Take It Down Act. The Senate has already done its job. They passed this legislation unanimously. Now it's our turn, the House of Representatives. This is our moment to stand up, to protect our children, and make this the law of the land. The name of the legislation is Take It Down. The mission of this bill is simple, profound, and long-lasting. It stops cyber abuse. It prevents the bullying of one child against another, and even more importantly, it prevents suicide born out of shame. It is outrageously sick to use images, the face, the voice, the likeness of a young, vulnerable female, to manipulate them, to extort them, and to humiliate them publicly, just for fun, just for revenge. And that is why we created this bill, to stop the abuse spreading like wildfire right now on social media. It is widely known that 99% of the time, the victim, most of them girls, don't even know their faces, their bodies, their intimate parts, are being circulated around the internet in fake, compromising, pornographic images. Unfortunately, in life, perception is reality. And even though the images are fake, the consequences are very, very real. Even though, like as I said, the images do not belong to them, those girls are paying for them dearly. With shame, with humiliation, the unbearable suffering when you're 14, 15 years old. And up until now, there was no recourse. Just imagine waking up one morning to find yourself trapped in a nightmare that you never created. And this is exactly what's happening to our children, and this is why we must act. The bill, called the Take It Down Act, finally sends a very loud and clear message to big tech. If you, big tech, do not remove these fake images within 48 hours, you are as guilty and as responsible as the predator who created them. I'm talking to Snapchat, to Instagram, to TikTok. All of them will have to comply within 48 hours when a victim demands and calls you and tells you that you got to remove those images. No more excuses. You, big tech, you have to take it down. Now let's talk to the bullies, to the predators, to the perverts, the one who created this fake material, who are hiding behind a computer. If you dare to do this again to another innocent child, most of them girls, you are going to prison. You will be in jail for a long time, so don't do it and don't dare to do it anymore. A great place where you can sit and ponder what you've done to another human being. Today, we take away the power from the aggressors and the accomplices, and we give it back to the victims and their families. Up until now, the parents, the victims, found that the school couldn't do anything, the police couldn't do anything, the big tech would not even pay attention to them. But no more. Now they can, because we are passing this law. What a great honor it is for me to be part of this initiative. One of the first ladies which has personally championed, and that the President of the United States himself endorsed this legislation from here, from the recent State of the Union that he conducted in front of Congress. And he explained the president as a vital step to defend our sons and daughters against online predators. My fellow colleagues, this is not about politics. This is about basic human dignity. This is about protecting the most vulnerable among us, the children. The Commander-in-Chief called on us to act on this law and in this very chamber a few weeks ago, as I just mentioned. So now I urge the House of Representatives to vote yes on the Take It Down Act. Let's make history today. Let's protect our children. Let's just take it down. Thank you, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Madeline Dean.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, madam.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank Chairman Bilirakis and Ranking Member Pallone for bringing this bill forward. I too rise in support of a bill that was my bill, and it is my bill as well. Senate Bill 146, the Take It Down Act. I thank you, Congresswoman Salazar, for your leadership on this, Congresswoman Dingell, for your longtime leadership on this, for leading the efforts with me on the House side. I thank Senators Cruz and Klobuchar for their strong leadership on this. As we speak, the internet is awash in real and fake, non-consensual, intimate imagery. And the consequences, as you just heard, are devastating for every victim, their family, for their community. It happens to men and boys, to women and girls, and most often, it happens to women and girls. As AI becomes more prevalent in our everyday lives, Congress must meet this moment. We must empower and protect victims from bad actors who share their intimate images, real or fake, without consent, and from the most harmful developments of AI. During the 2023-2024 school year, 15% of high school students reported hearing about deep fakes of non-consensual intimate images, kids at their schools. It happened to one of my hometown constituents, a 20-year-old bright college student named Jack Sullivan was sextorted by two men claiming to be a woman internationally on Instagram. They threatened Jack, telling him they would post intimate images of him unless he paid huge sums of money. And he paid, and he paid. And when he could no longer pay their demands, Jack took his own life. We must do better for Jack and every other victim of these crimes. As a former educator, as a mother, as a grandmother, this sickens me. As an elected official, I am moved to act to protect our children. Congress must create guardrails to protect Americans' privacy and dignity at a time when online exploitation is easier than ever. That's what our bill does. Take It Down criminalizes the publication of real or fake AI-generated intimate images, and it requires websites to react, to respond, and to remove these horrifying images and videos within 48 hours of a victim's report. I would suggest they act even faster. But finally, we will hold online platforms accountable and social media companies accountable. This cannot wait, which is why I am pleased to have bipartisan support for this bill. Thank you again, Representative Salazar, Senators Cruz and Klobuchar. I thank the First Lady and the President for their leadership on this. And I implore all of my colleagues to join us in supporting this important bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume. The great chairman, Energy and Commerce Chairman, a good friend of mine, was doing an outstanding job, in my opinion. I yield him as much time as he may consume. Representative Guthrie from the great state of Kentucky.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of H.R. 633, the Take It Down Act, and echo the sentiments of my friend from Florida, Representative Salazar, Representative Dean. I appreciate the comments that they just made, working with Representative Dingell, Congresswoman Dingell, with Senator Cruz, and to get to where we need to be in order to combat this crisis for malicious deepfake
pornography. Last month, I joined a bipartisan group convened by the First Lady, where we heard from young survivors and their parents who were targeted by those abhorrent practices. I want to thank the First Lady for her leadership and for shining a light on this dark, destructive crisis. I'm sad to say that this issue struck close to home with the heartbreaking death of my constituent, 60-year-old Eli Heacock. He tragically fell victim to an online extortion scheme, showing my community the dangers of predators targeting our kids online. I sat with his family just this last week with his mom, his dad, and his brother, talked about the tragedy that happened in his life and their determination to see that we move forward in this Congress, not only on this bill, but others, to make sure that it doesn't happen to other families like theirs. And we're all praying for that dear family. The heart-wrenching stories we've heard tells us all we need to know. It is time to send the Take It Down Act to the president's desk so we can give survivors and law enforcement the tools they need to combat this crisis. Urge my colleagues to vote in favor for this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, a member of our committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to Chair Guthrie, to my ranking member, Frank Pallone, who puts up with my intensity on this subject often, to Chair Bilirakis, and to my co-leads, Rep. Salzar, Dean, and Pfluger, as well as Senators Cruz and my compatriot, many days working for violence against women, Senator Klobuchar. I rise today as a strong, unwavering advocate for women, children, and survivors of abuse, and in support of this bill that I helped lead, S-146, the Take It Down Act. The rise of deepfake pornography and non-consensual intimate imagery is a growing crisis that demands urgent action now. We need to work together to protect women and children from these evolving threats. New generative artificial intelligence tools are being weaponized to humiliate, silence, and terrorize women and children. We've seen it used against children as young as middle school, as a tool to create revenge porn, and against women in public life, both sides of the aisle, including our own colleagues. None of my colleagues think that this is acceptable, and it is a crisis that demands immediate action. We have a responsibility to act, not tomorrow, not next year, not after more damage is done, but now. The Take It Down Act gives victims a clear, fast pathway to have these images removed from online platforms, holds perpetrators accountable, and ensures that tech companies do their part. They have responsibilities. And this is just one piece of a broader fight, one I've been in for years and not going to stop fighting, to end violence against women, address coercive control, and stop the misuse of technology to harm survivors. Let me be clear. This bill should already be law. It passed the Senate unanimously. It was included in last year's Congress's end package until it was stripped out at the end. I won't get political on that because I want everybody to vote for it right now. It should never have happened. I urge my colleagues to support the Takedown Act. Let's get this across the finish line and to deliver for the women and children who are counting on us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
Yes, I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. So I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge unanimous support for this legislation. Once again, this is another very important bill as part of this consumer protection agenda today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the President of the United States for shedding light on this particular bill at the State of the Union. I also want to thank the First Lady, our great First Lady as well, for her support on this particular bill. I want to thank Representative Dean, Representative Dingo, and of course, Representative Salazar, who was also actually the main sponsor of the bill in the House, and Senator Cruz, who worked so very hard to get this done. This is a bipartisan accomplishment, and we're going to be protecting our kids if we pass this particular bill. It will go to the president once we pass this particular bill. So let's get it done. Let's pass it unanimously. Again, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 146? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the
Mr.
affirmative.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, on that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1479.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 48, H.R. 1479, a bill to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other places of short-term lodging and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1479, the Hotels Fees Transparency Act of 2025, led by Representative Kim. This bipartisan legislation aims to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other short-term lodging by requiring that all mandatory fees, including resort fees, be included in the advertised price. Hidden fees can significantly inflate the cost of accommodations, leading to consumer frustration and eroding trust in the hospitality industry. By ensuring transparent pricing, we empower consumers to make informed decisions and promote fair competition among lodging providers. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this particular bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. Far too often when consumers go to check out of their hotel rooms, they're hit with surprise fees. Hotel and online travel agencies have many names for these types of fees: resort fees, amenities fees, facilities fees, to name just a few. But regardless of what they're called, surprise fees that consumers do not expect make it impossible to comparison shop and impose undue burdens on household finances. So H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act, is a bipartisan bill that will ensure that companies disclose all mandatory fees when they advertise the price of a hotel room or other place of short-term lodging. This bill will also require hotels and other providers of short-term lodging to provide the total cost of a room to any internet website or other third party that the provider has allowed to advertise, market, display, or otherwise offer the short-term lodging for sale. By ensuring everyone in the short-term lodging ecosystem displays the full price of a stay, we'll protect consumers from being caught paying extra when they go to checkout. I want to thank Representative Castor, Mullen, Kim, and Fry for their bipartisan leadership on this issue. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from
Mr.
Florida is
Speaker,
recognized.
I yield as much time as she may consume. Representative Kim from the great state of California, a very effective lawmaker. Thank you. I yield that time, whatever time she chooses. Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Billy Rockus, for yielding. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. Hidden fees on short-term lodging, whether it's at hotels, motels, inns, resorts, or rentals, make it harder for families to plan for a trip. Too often, what looks like an affordable overnight stay online turns out to be far more expensive once these deceptive charges are added. Additionally, the way these prices are advertised are fragmented and are not uniform. Americans deserve price transparency so that they can appropriately budget for their travels. The Hotel Fees Transparency Act requires providers of short-term lodging to disclose upfront the full cost of a stay, including all mandatory and service fees. It would also require the lodging and booking industries to clearly display the final price of a stay, providing transparency for consumers and improving American tourism and hospitality. I want to thank Representatives Castor, Fry, Mullen for their collaboration on this bipartisan, common sense, pro-consumer legislation. And I urge my colleagues to support the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes now to the Democratic sponsor of the bill, gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who's also the ranking member of our committee's energy subcommittee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Mr. Pallone for yielding the time, and thank you to Chairman Bilirakis for his partnership on this endeavor as well. I rise in support of H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act, to help families save money and to ensure that their hard-earned vacations go as planned. I'd like to thank Representatives Kim, Mullen, and Fry for partnering with me on this bipartisan legislation that will increase cost transparency for hotels, motels, and short-term rentals. Mr. Speaker, have you ever planned a vacation and you searched online and you thought you found a great deal at a hotel or a short-term rental, but then you were surprised at check-in or check-out? There were a lot of surprise fees added on. Well, this piece of legislation will prohibit that kind of unfair or misleading price advertising for hotels and rentals. It will require accurate price listings that must include all mandatory and resort fees. Now, I have to say, it is a privilege to represent the state of Florida in the Congress, and I know my friend Mr. Bilirakis will agree. We enjoy welcoming visitors from all across the nation, all across the globe, to come to Florida for their vacations. Unfortunately, sometimes visitors, and it's not just in Florida, but sometimes visitors arrive and they are surprised by a lot of these resort fees and add-ons that were not part of the bargain. And that's not fair. Consumers deserve to see upfront prices when they plan their budgets and their vacations. They shouldn't have to play a guessing game when planning a trip about what the final cost of their vacation will be. You know, the cost of living right now is very high, and it's just not fair to allow this kind of unfair behavior to continue. So I'm going to urge all of our colleagues in the House to pass the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. It'll be a win for families and consumers. It's about fairness, it's about transparency, and allowing hardworking families to just focus on making memories together and not worrying about surprise charges and costs. So I'll urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, so I'll reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would urge bipartisan support for this legislation. Another bill like the Ticket Act, really, that provides transparency where it doesn't exist right now, and as a consumer protection. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. In closing, again, I encourage a yes vote. I want to thank again Representatives Kim, my good friend Kathy Castor from Florida, Representative Mullen and Fry, and others who worked on this particular bill. Good consumer bill. And again, let's get this done as soon as possible. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1479 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Not as amended, just House H.R. 1479. My correction. Sorry. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2480.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 41, H.R. 2480. A bill to require Select USA to coordinate with state-level economic development organizations to increase foreign direct investment in semiconductor-related manufacturing and production.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2480, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act of 2025, led by Representative Landsman. This legislation directs the Department of Commerce's Select USA program to coordinate with state-level economic development organizations to increase foreign direct investment in semiconductor-related manufacturing and production. Semiconductors are critical to our national security and economic prosperity, yet recent shortages have exposed vulnerabilities in our supply chains. By fostering investment in domestic semiconductor production, this bill aims to enhance supply chain resilience and reduce dependence on foreign sources. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.R. 2480, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 2480, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act. Semiconductors are a necessary component of everything from consumer electronics to automobiles to our national defense weapons system. The United States, once a global powerhouse in semiconductor fabrication, has become dangerously reliant on other countries to manufacture these chips, which are vital to both our national economic and security interests. And that's why I was proud to help lead the passage of the Chips and Science Act, a transformational law passed in 2022 that strengthens our manufacturing base and helps create good-paying jobs for American workers, unleashes more innovation, and lowers costs for consumers. And that law is investing over $52 billion into domestic semiconductor production, research, and development. But reshoring America's semiconductor supply chains requires carefully crafted policy, economic, and market stability, and state and federal government partners empowered to support the industry. The Trump administration is offering our country none of these things and is instead pulling the rug out from under this critical sector by increasing their construction costs with tariffs on critical trading partners, creating unstable markets, conditions through careless policy, in my opinion, and abruptly firing the government workers and domestic manufacturers that depend on it. And this weakens our manufacturing sector and hinders our ability to bring good jobs back to the United States, and it will increase costs for American families who are already struggling to make ends meet. So the legislation before us today will provide valuable information about how we can take well-informed steps to increase foreign direct investment to further advance our efforts to strengthen the semiconductor supply chains, create more jobs, and continue to revitalize American manufacturing. I want to commend Representative Landsman for his leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield the 2 minutes now to the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Landsman of Ohio, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. The Semiconductor Supply Chains Act, as it's been said, is a very straightforward, common sense bill. It will help strengthen our domestic semiconductor industry and grow U.S. manufacturing. Semiconductors are the foundation of modern technology and core to our national security. They power everything from our cell phones to our laptops, cars, medical devices, critical infrastructure. They are key to the way in which we live our lives. And they are, in fact, very important in terms of national security. The more we can build these semiconductors here, the better. That means we don't rely on other countries. And what this bill does is it directs the Department of Commerce to work with state economic development agencies to better understand how to attract not just American investment, but foreign investment into America's semiconductor industry. It will help identify the gaps and the barriers and the opportunities to bring these new investments and then inform Congress so that we can boost investments from our allies and our partners. There is way too much uncertainty in our economy right now. This bill is smart, bipartisan, and a good way to protect and grow our supply chains. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers.
Yeah, and I have no additional speakers as well. I'll reserve.
I would urge
From New
support
Jersey,
for
recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I urge support for this legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2480? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Excuse me. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1721.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 53, H.R. 1721, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on the feasibility of manufacturing in the United States products for critical infrastructure sectors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1721, the Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act, led by Representative Miller Meeks, my good friend, and she's an outstanding representative. We're very fortunate to have her on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, is vital to the United States, not only for economic stability and job creation, but for maintaining our global leadership in emerging technologies. To sustain this leadership, it is crucial that we identify and address barriers to making critical products here at home. Otherwise, we risk becoming reliant on countries like China. This legislation will advance domestic manufacturing while safeguarding our economy and national security. Again, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this particular bill, a very important bill, very critical, H.R. 1721, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1721, Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act. Our nation's manufacturing base was once the envy of the world, but unfortunately, it faced steady headwinds for decades. The United States' share of global manufacturing activity declined from 28% in 2002 to less than 16% in 2021. Fortunately, the work we did under the Biden administration, passing the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act, started to turn the tide. Our nation added over 700,000 manufacturing jobs during President Biden's time in office. But we must not allow President Trump to put this great progress in jeopardy with his chaotic trade wars and uncertain tariff policies. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stand with the domestic manufacturers they claim to support by speaking out against the uncertain market environment that this administration has thrown manufacturing into. We should be working together on common sense investments and legislation to strengthen domestic supply chains and manufacturing, as we have done before, instead of allowing President Trump and his friends to crash our economy, including the manufacturing sector, with careless policies. So H.R. 1721 will commission the Department of Commerce to study the costs, benefits, and feasibility of manufacturing products within critical infrastructure sectors so we can take well-informed and strategic next steps to bolster our nation's supply chains. And I want to thank our Democratic sponsor, Representative Czar, for her work and leadership on this bill. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. A gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to Dr. Miller Meeks from the great state of Iowa.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chair Bilirakis, for yielding. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1721, the Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act. This bipartisan legislation that I co-led with Representative Schreier directs the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a comprehensive study examining the feasibility of manufacturing critical infrastructure products here in the United States. At a time when we have a president who is going to make good on the promise to onshore manufacturing and have a resurgence of manufacturing in the United States, there is nothing more important we can do than to reauthorize Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and pass H.R. 1721. The challenges we face regarding our supply chains and manufacturing capabilities have been brought into sharp focus in recent years. We cannot continue to allow foreign competitors, particularly China and the Chinese Communist Party, to control our supply chains and create economic vulnerabilities. Consider our energy infrastructure and emerging technologies. We've seen how foreign control in critical minerals needed for solar panels and battery production has created bottlenecks in our renewable energy transition, also in the manufacture of vehicles. Similarly, the components required for data centers that power our artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence capabilities are largely manufactured overseas, creating significant vulnerabilities in these strategically important sectors. These examples demonstrate with painful clarity that our nation's critical infrastructure, spanning 16 designated sectors, including energy, communications, transportation, healthcare, military, and more, cannot be dependent on foreign supply chains. This bill takes a measured, data-driven approach to addressing these vulnerabilities. Within 1 year of enactment, the Secretary of Commerce would be required to identify high-demand critical infrastructure with manufacturing constraints, do a cost-benefit analysis of domestic production, and determine the feasibility of such production. By supporting this bill, we're taking an important step toward rebuilding American manufacturing capability in strategic sectors. We're creating a roadmap for revitalizing rural communities that have been sidelined for far too long while critical infrastructure components are manufactured overseas. This legislation not only shields America from global supply chain disruptions, but also identifies which rural areas are well positioned to become manufacturing hubs. The strength of our nation is enhanced when the materials used in our critical infrastructure and the products Americans purchase are produced domestically and American-made. When manufacturing happens on American soil, we retain the innovation, the intellectual property, the economic benefits, and the long-term prosperity that comes with it and rebuilding the middle class. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan measure to strengthen America's critical infrastructure, create opportunities for American workers, and enhance our economic security. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no additional speakers. Do you have?
I have no further.
You have none? All right, I'll just, Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank again Dr. Miller Meeks and Representative Schreier for this great piece of legislation. So again, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1721? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2482.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
2482.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman from Florida is
I
recognized.
move that the House suspend and pass bill H.R. 2458.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 42, H.R. 2458, a bill to amend the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act of 2019 to prohibit the Federal Communications Commission from granting a license or United States market access for a geostationary orbit satellite system or non-geostationary orbit satellite system, or an authorization to use an individually licensed Earth station or a blanket licensed Earth station. The license, grant, or market access or authorization will be held or controlled by an entity that produces or provides any covered communications equipment or service, or an affiliate of such an entity, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and extraneous materials in the record for this particular.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2458, the Secure Space Act. Advancements in satellite technology has enabled broadband internet to be deployed at commercial scale. We must protect these systems from foreign adversaries. The Secure Space Act would prohibit the Federal Communications Commission from granting a license for geostationary orbit and non-geostationary orbit satellite systems if they are owned or controlled by that provides communications equipment that pose an unacceptable risk to U.S. national security. Common sense. I would like to thank Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone for their leadership on this particular bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2458, the Secure Space Act, bipartisan legislation that I introduced last month with Energy and Commerce Chair Guthrie. There's no question that we're once again in the midst of a new space age. It's opening a variety of new frontiers, curiosity, and innovation, including the use of satellites in space to help provide broadband and other communication services. But as the demand for satellite services increases, so does the need to protect these communication networks from untrusted actors and equipment. We can't risk having our satellite networks face the same challenges we've seen in some of our other communications networks, which may be more challenging given the fact that satellites operate globally. It's therefore imperative that we ensure the satellite marketplace and the relevant supply chains are protected from threats by non-trusted actors. So H.R. 2458 helps meet these objectives. This legislation will extend the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act framework to the licensing of both geostationary and non-geostationary orbit satellites, as well as the authorization of U.S. Earth stations. Effectively, this legislation will prevent entities identified as national security risks from gaining a license or authorization to access the U.S. satellite market. And this is especially relevant given that the combined satellite fleets of China and Russia have grown by about 70% in the last 2 years. By applying the secure and trusted framework to the satellite industry, we'll take another crucial step towards protecting the public from untrusted entities and our foreign adversaries. The requirements in this legislation will not only benefit our nation, but will also help further the United States' ability to protect our allies, as they too rely on these global satellite networks for broadband and emergency services. So I want to thank Chair Guthrie for working with me on this bipartisan bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this timely legislation to protect Americans from untrusted actors seeking to use our communication networks against us, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is
Yeah,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I'll reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from
Produced by companies with ties to foreign adversaries. This study will help Congress understand the security of these devices. This legislation passed by voice vote last Congress, and I urge my colleagues to support it once again, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 866, the Removing Our Unsecured Technologies to Ensure Reliability and Security Act, or the Reuters Act. This legislation is an important step to provide Americans with the confidence to trust that the devices they use in their homes to connect to the internet are free from the influence of our foreign adversaries. H.R. 866 accomplishes this objective by requiring the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, to study the national security risks and cybersecurity vulnerabilities posed by routers and modems found in American homes that are manufactured or sold by entities. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. With ties to our foreign adversary countries. The Secretary must also deliver a report to Congress of its study within 1 year. It is crucial that we understand the cybersecurity and national security risks our networks face from equipment that originates from our foreign adversaries. This is especially true given that our nation's communications networks are an integral component to nearly every facet of American life, which also makes them prime targets for attack. This legislation will help us to better protect American families and our country from bad actors who want to carry out malicious attacks. I thank Representatives Kelly and Latta for their bipartisan work on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 866, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to Chairman Latta from the great state of Ohio.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, I thank my good friend, the chair of the subcommittee, for yielding. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 866, the Routers Act. Routers and modems play a key role in communications networks. They are the entry point through which the public accesses the internet. Thus, we make sure that they are secure. Bad actors can exploit vulnerabilities in routers to infect users' computers, access their information, or disrupt their network. National security agencies, including the Director of National Intelligence, Department of Justice, and the Department of Homeland Security, have reported on the threat posed by vulnerabilities in routers and how some Chinese Communist Party-sponsored hackers have used these vulnerabilities to launch attacks. We should take these reports seriously. Further, we know that companies with ties to the CCP could be forced to support Chinese intelligence activities. We can imagine how they could use vulnerabilities in their equipment to aid these efforts. That is why I'm pleased to sponsor the Routers Act, which would direct the Secretary of Commerce through the Assistant Secretary of Communications and Information to study the national security risk posed by routers and modems produced by companies with ties to foreign adversaries. This study will help Congress understand the scope and risk of this threat and will inform whether we need to remove this equipment from our networks. The legislation builds on our bipartisan efforts to remove untrusted equipment from our communication ecosystem. In the past 5 years, we passed the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act to remove Huawei and ZTE equipment from our networks, and we passed the Secure Equipment Act, which prohibits the Federal Communications Commission from authorizing equipment from untrusted vendors. It is imperative we move forward with these efforts to mitigate the widespread availability of this equipment. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 866, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers and are prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I have no prepared speakers, so.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Please
So,
close.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to protect American citizens and support the Reuters Act and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time as well.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 866 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2399.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 55, H.R. 2399. A bill to require the Federal Communications Commission to establish a vetting process for prospective applicants for high-cost universal service program funding.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2399, the Rural Broadband Protection Act, led by my good friend, Representative Houchin. The Federal Communications Commission's Universal Service Fund provides funding for broadband networks in our rural communities. The Rural Broadband Protection Act requires the FCC to establish a process for upfront vetting of providers seeking USF funds. It also directs the FCC to set penalties for providers that do not meet their commitments. This will ensure that USF recipients deliver on their promise to serve our rural communities. I thank Representative Houchin for leading this particular bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I'll reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1377, the Rural Broadband Protection Act. This legislation would direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a process to more thoroughly vet internet service providers participating in the Universal Fund's high-cost program. I have long advocated for reforms to combat waste, fraud, and abuse in the high-cost program. Following an investigation by Energy and Commerce Committee Democrats in 2017, we requested that the Government Accountability Office open its own inquiry into reports of abuse of the high-cost support. In a scathing report, GAO detailed a remarkable act of oversight by the FCC, as well as the need for greater accountability to ensure precious USF dollars are spent on the mission of deploying high-speed broadband to underserved and underserved communities. Since then, we have seen modest progress to curb waste, fraud, and abuse in the high-cost program, but more accountability is needed. I commend Representatives Kelly and Houchin for their work on this legislation and appreciate their commitment to protecting unserved and underserved communities in need of high-speed connectivity. However, I must note that this legislation was not considered as part of the Energy and Commerce Committee's typical regular order process. It was not considered during a subcommittee legislative hearing or taken up in a subcommittee markup prior to being voted on by full committee. We are supporting the bill today, but are disappointed that the committee members were not afforded the opportunity to seek testimony of experts on the specific text of the legislation or inquire about the bill's impact on the program and consumers, as is our typical practice for legislative hearings. Still, we believe this legislation will help address critical gaps in the vetting of high-cost recipients, will curb waste, fraud, and abuse in the program, so we urge our colleagues to support H.R. 2399 and reserve the balance of our time.
Reserves. A gentleman from Michigan, Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to Representative Houchin a very effective, really outstanding member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chair Bilirakis for his leadership on this important issue. I also thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for their support. I rise today in proud support of H.R. 2399, the Rural Broadband Protection Act of 2025, a bill that I am proud to sponsor. Across Indiana and throughout rural America, families, farmers, students, and small business owners still struggle with slow or unreliable internet access. It's not just inconvenient, it's a barrier to opportunity, to education, to healthcare, and to economic growth. When Congress invests in rural broadband, we must ensure those dollars are getting where they are intended, and that providers who are receiving those funds are capable of getting the job done. That's exactly what the Rural Broadband Protection Act does. It puts accountability and transparency in the grant review process by requiring Federal Communications Commission to vet applicants for broadband funding based on experience, capability, and performance. As a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, this is a smart, bipartisan, common sense piece of legislation, and I know my constituents back home agree. That's why today I'll be voting yes on the Rural Broadband Protection Act, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, so we're prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
We urge our colleagues to support on both sides of the aisle H.R. 2399, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to commend Representative Haltron and Representative Kelly on this bipartisan bill. It's necessary that we pass this. In closing, I encourage a yes vote, as I said, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2399? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2449.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 51, H.R. 2449. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a task force to be known as the 6G Task Force and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 2449, the Futures Networks Act, led by Representative Matsui and Representative Allen, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. United States leadership in 6G technology is critical for both our economic and national security. This bill would direct the FCC to establish a 6G task force made up of both public and private sector participants to develop a report on the standards development process and possible uses of 6th generation technology. This task force will ensure that the United States has a unified position to cement our leadership in 6G, so critical. This legislation has strong bipartisan support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2449, the Futures Networks Act. This bipartisan legislation is an important step to protect Americans and our communication networks from threats posed by rapidly evolving next-generation technologies. It also ensures that the standards used to build technological advancements are designed from the start to be safe and secure. HR 2449 establishes a task force at the Federal Communications Commission to study the sixth generation or 6G technologies to identify potential supply chain and cybersecurity vulnerabilities. The task force will include government, public interest advocates, academics, and industry. The United States leads the world in the innovation of secure and resilient next-generation technologies, a position congressional Democrats have fought hard to sustain. Among other things, House Democrats have worked to increase the safety of our networks and supply chains by examining the security of mobile networks and educate consumers about cybersecurity vulnerabilities and risks. And the Future Networks Act is yet another important step to support America's leadership in a secure and reliable future. By directing the FCC to engage in the exploration of 6G technology in the early stages of development, the Future Networks Act will enable American values to be embedded within the global framework for this technology and to ensure it will be available to all Americans. I thank Communications and Technology Subcommittee Ranking Member Matsui and Representative Allen and Wahlberg for their bipartisan work on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support HR 2449 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to Representative Allen from the great state of Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend from Florida and Mr. Bilirakis. As Vice Chairman of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, I rise today in support of the Bipartisan Future Networks Act, which I proudly introduced with my colleagues, Representative Matsui and Representative Wahlberg. This common sense legislation would direct the FCC to bring together industry leaders, public interest groups, and government experts to establish a 6G task force. As we all know, 6G is the future of telecommunications, and we must ensure that the United States is a global leader in this emerging technology. Failure to do so would put our adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party in the driver's seat. We cannot allow that to happen. I come from the world of business, and just like in business, we want the best, most qualified individuals to have a seat at the table. By establishing a 6G task force, we can bring together America's brightest industry leaders, stakeholders, and innovators to collaborate on the future deployment of 6G and strengthening our wireless networks. This is a matter of economic and national security, and I was proud to help lead the Future Networks Act this Congress. I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support HR 2449, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California and ranking member of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Representative Dingle for yielding to me. I rise today in support of the Future Networks Act, and I want to thank very much Representative Allen and Wahlberg for our joint effort in making this a very bipartisan bill. We introduced this bill to ensure America continues our leadership and standard setting in the global technology race. 6G is going to be a global evolution in the way we communicate. If we lead the race for next generation wireless, then this global technology will be based on our values: democracy, open markets, and transparency. But if we fall behind, our foreign adversaries will have a new way to expand their reach. That means less openness, less security, and more top-down control. And this risk is real. Already, China is leading in the 6G patent race, filing about 35% of patents globally. To stay the global leader, America must invest in innovation and convene our best and brightest to map the road ahead. This is increasingly true as artificial intelligence redefines our society and drives rapid change, including in our communications infrastructure. 5G networks will leverage AI to meet the connectivity demand of American consumers and businesses. 6G also can support smart cities and supercharge augmented reality applications for education, healthcare, and manufacturing. Given such transformative potential, we must be proactive and make sure America sets the gold standard for this next generation technology. That's why I'm so glad to see this bipartisan bill moving forward today. The Future Networks Act ensures our brightest minds in industry, government, and academia are collaborating on the strategically vital development of 6G. The race to 6G is not just about faster phones. It's about national security, the economy, and America's standing on the world stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of suspending the rules and passing this important legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. And
I have
prepared to
no
close.
more speakers, so I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2449 and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is
Yeah,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Representative Allen, the Vice Chair of the CNT Committee, and of course, Representative Matsui, the Ranking Member, and my good friend, Mr. Wahlberg, for this particular bill. Very important bill. I encourage our members to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2449? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 906.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 50, H.R. 906. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, or other grants of authority issued by the Commission and that have certain foreign ownership and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 906, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, led by my good friend, Representative Whitman from the great state of Virginia. Entities with ties to our adversaries, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, are threats to our communications networks, unfortunately, but it is reality. This legislation requires the FCC to publish a list of those entities holding a license, authorization, or other authority granted by the FCC. Understanding which adversaries are in our networks and the threats they pose is necessary to securing our networks. I thank Representative Whitman, he's a great member, for our leadership, his leadership on this bill, which passed last Congress by voice vote, and I urge my colleagues to support this very important bill, necessary. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 906, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act. At the end of last year, we learned that Salt Typhoon, a cyber espionage operation backed by the Chinese Communist Party, infiltrated several American telecommunications networks to gain access to detailed information on former Vice President Harris and other political figures, as well as access American surveillance information. This is extremely disturbing and a stark reminder of the lengths foreign adversary countries will go to use our media and communications networks to disrupt and divide us, weakening our economy for their own benefit. Whether it is through communications equipment, the network themselves, or social media, we have seen these operations time and time again, which is why we must stay vigilant to minimize these risks or avoid them altogether. Fortunately, today we are taking additional action to address these and future threats. H.R. 906 would require the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list within 4 months indicating any entities with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran that hold wireless and undersea cable licenses that power our country's mobile and fixed communication networks. The bill would also require the FCC to issue rules in 18 months to help it attain foreign ownership information for the remaining authorizations, licenses, and grants that the agency issues. The FCC would then publish on its list any additional entities with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran no later than 1 year after the new rules are adopted. The FCC would also need to update this entity list annually. This bill is particularly important since we know our communications networks carry Americans' most sensitive personal and government data on a daily basis. So we must have a clear understanding if any foreign adversary countries or the countries operating within those countries are investors in our networks. With this bill, we continue to secure our communication networks, protect Americans and their personal data, and help better protect our allies as they too rely on our global undersea cable network for broadband services. I thank Representatives Castor, Khanna, Whitman, and Keene for their bipartisan work and leadership on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of our colleagues to support H.R. 906, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I actually want to give the sponsor of the bill as much time as he may consume, Representative Whitman from the great state of Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, known as the FACT Act. I introduced this bill in January, and I've been pleased to see it advance through committee and now onto the House floor. First, I want to thank Chairman Guthrie, Chairman Hudson, and the entire Energy and Commerce Committee for advancing this bill, and Leader Scalise for bringing it to the floor today. Additionally, Representatives Stefanik, Keene, Castor, and Khanna have been strong partners in garnering support for this legislation as co-sponsors. I'd also like to thank my staff as well as those fellow co-sponsors on the Energy and Commerce Committee and leadership for their diligent work on this important bill. I also want to applaud the administration for taking the CCP's threat to our national security seriously. Communist China is using every tool at its disposal to conduct a coordinated campaign to surveil and collect information on Americans. We should all be deeply concerned about that. China is not our friend. China looks to defeat us both economically and strategically. This is one of many means that they are using to accomplish that. They are infiltrating our telecommunications networks, our technology sectors, for the sole purpose of doing harm to the United States and its friends. Despite this clear threat, far too many companies with ties to the CCP and other foreign adversaries still hold authorities to operate in the United States, often without the public's knowledge. That is absolutely unacceptable. While companies like Huawei and ZTE are well known, others controlled by the CCP continue to fly under the radar. They're doing this purposely. They are creating entities that are third and fourth order separates from these main organizations to be able to obfuscate those connections back to the CCP. That's where the Bipartisan FACT Act comes in. It would require the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of these companies that hold FCC authorizations and have any ownership by foreign adversarial governments, including our adversaries like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. This transparency is critical. Americans deserve to know which companies inside our tech and telecommunications markets are linked to hostile regimes. Shining a light on this malign influence is the first step towards a stronger action to defend our communications infrastructure and our national security. We know what these threats are. We've seen them develop. We've seen them accelerate. We've seen what China's intent is. The FACT Act will mark real bipartisan progress in achieving these efforts. It's a necessary step to protect Americans from surveillance and infiltration by foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I look forward to continuing to work together to defend American sovereignty and security. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished woman from Florida and a great leader on this issue.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ms. Dingell for yielding the time, and I thank Chairman Bilirakis for moving the bill forward to the floor today. I rise in strong support of H.R. 906, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act. This bill would require the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, to publish a public list of entities with ties to foreign adversarial governments such as China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, especially if they have a license or authorization that's tied to our communications networks. Along with Representative Whitman, I serve on the Bipartisan Select Committee on competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. Last Congress, the committee released a bipartisan report on maintaining America's economic and national security interests. The report found that the widespread adoption of certain People's Republic of China developed technologies in the United States poses a significant risk to national security and threatens long-term U.S. technological competitiveness. Our committee report recommended that we enact the FACT Act to shine a light on companies connected to foreign adversarial governments like the CCP and to ensure greater accountability and transparency in our critical communications networks. Our bill passed the House unanimously by voice vote in the last Congress, but it didn't quite get over the finish line. But we really have no more time to wait, Mr. Speaker. Our adversaries continue to target our communications systems. So Congress must take steps now to protect our telecommunications infrastructure and strengthen our national security to keep Americans safe. With that, I urge a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Michigan reserves.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close. We have no more speakers.
And I'll reserve and I'll yield to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle support 906, the Foreign Adversary Communication Transparency Act for the security of our nation, and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend Representative Whitman and Representative Castor for their good work on this particular bill, and I urge passage. So I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 906? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 859.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 49, H.R. 859. A bill to require the disclosure of a camera or recording capability in certain internet-connected devices.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 859, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, led by Representative FLOTUS. In recent years, we've witnessed remarkable advancements in consumer goods technologies. While these innovations certainly make daily life more convenient, they also carry the risk of collecting data from users, often without their knowledge. It's clear to most people that the devices like laptops have the capability to record sound and video, but it may not be so obvious that other household devices, such as televisions or refrigerators, can do the same thing. This bipartisan legislation seeks to address this gap by requiring manufacturers of internet-connected devices that contain a microphone or camera but aren't marketed as consumer electronics to disclose the presence of these components to consumers. I urge my colleagues, this is a very, very important bill, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the Vice Chairman of the CMT Committee for sponsoring this particular bill, and I urge support, unanimous support for H.R. 859, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 859, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. The Internet of Things has ushered in a new age of convenience and efficiency for Americans. Smart thermostats save consumers money by tracking and reporting home energy use, making recommendations about adjusting temperatures to meet consumer needs. Smart refrigerators provide recipe suggestions based on the contents of the refrigerator, and smart ovens scan food to automatically optimize the cooking process. Every year, American consumers have more and more interconnected devices. Unfortunately, the convenience sometimes comes at a cost. Troubling reports have uncovered that some interconnected devices record images or audio without the user's awareness, quite frankly, more often than not. Sharing of that information with the device manufacturer or third parties is a real and serious threat to people's privacy. To combat those threats, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act will require manufacturers of internet-connected devices to alert consumers when a device includes a camera or microphone, if a consumer would not reasonably expect it to do so, which I think most consumers don't recognize or understand. While this bill addresses significant privacy concerns, it is also important that we recommit to adopting a bipartisan, comprehensive privacy framework that starts with data minimization and protects all Americans and provides heightened protection for our children nationwide. I thank Representative Moulton for his leadership on this issue and encourage my colleagues to support this legislation.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.